Good morning, everybody. We'll get started in 2 to 3 minutes. All right, good morning, everybody. Primarily today, we have more departments from the mayor's office. We'll start off with Mayor's Office of Youth and Family Services.
Can you sit here, please? So, those chairs on there, so no. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Just tell them. Well, that's it.
Over that way. I'll scoot this way. Good morning, how are y'all? I am Emily Wolf, the Director of the Office of Youth and Families, and I'm joined here today by Jack Shavitz and Asia Howlett to my right. We also have a couple of young people who are going to be joining us, so they'll come and sit in the dais when they get here. Their names are Malcolm Farrellette and Demaya Lee, so we'll introduce them as they come in. We can move on to the agenda. We'll start with some department overview, accomplishment goals, and then go down to the budget. So our mission here at the Office of Youth and Families is to improve child well-being by increasing coordination between agencies, expanding resources, ensuring equitable policy making, and engaging youth and community input. Our vision is that we envision a New Orleans where all children and families thrive. We were set up by executive order of the mayor in 2018. Oh, hi, Demaya. So as I mentioned, this is Demaya Lee. She's here with us. It's a student at McMain High School and a participant in a number of our programs. So when we get to that part of the agenda, Demaya will be able to share more with you all. Thank you for being here, Demaya. And so we were set up because Louisiana, as I'm sure all of you know, council members, ranks 49th when it comes to child well-being across all areas, education, health, recreation. And so that is our charge, to try to move the needle on those statistics. In terms of our org chart, we're a pretty small team. We're 5 full-time employees. We have an AmeriCorps intern along with social work interns. Since 2018, we've hosted 12 social work interns, leveraging 8,400 hours in-kind support through partnerships with Tulane, SUNO, and various other social work programs. And then when we set up the Office of Youth and Families, we specifically put NORD and NOPL within that portfolio to make sure that there could be a touch point for each of those departments, and that we're focused on breaking down silos across city agencies that are serving children. Okay, moving into our accomplishments. Just as some background, since 2019, the Office of Youth and Families has distributed close to $15 million in general fund and philanthropic dollars to over 25 community-based organizations. We have a list here. And then in addition to that, we've directed $1.3 million in direct financial assistance to over 700 young people and families. These include stipends for opportunity youth, for system-involved youth, and undocumented residents. I say this to say that we are, the budget for our office is small with it in comparison to the larger budget, larger city budget. But what we do, a big part of what we do is leverage these other investments. For example, 2022's general fund budget for our office was $3.5 million, but 3.1 of that, the vast majority of it, went to community organizations directly. So in terms of our priorities for this past year, we've been focused really in 3 areas, and this is what undergirds and directs all of our work. First, we're focused on increasing investments in children and youth. Secondly, we seek to improve the coordination and quality of city services across agencies. And then finally, we're focused on expanding initiatives that empower youth leadership and development. So I'm going to run through these. There's a lot on these slides. I'll try to get through them pretty quickly, but this is just an overview of what we've been up to over the last year. So first, around increasing investments of youth, of course, we worked in partnership with an incredible network of community advocates to secure this $21 million that was on the ballot this last year to expand early childhood education over the next 20 years. This will be matched by state funding and will serve 2,000 children in the next year. This is a program that's been in place for several years, and we would love to work in partnership with all of you over the next year in order to make sure that we can secure that match from the state. Our office administers the cooperative endeavor agreement that to run the City Seats program. Moving on, we were really excited this year to partner with the Office of Community Development in order to run a program that is specifically for educators to improve the teaching workforce pipeline here in New Orleans. We created this because we saw that New Orleans was experiencing a significant teacher shortage. Almost 900 teachers, 32% of the teaching force was leaving each year. And so we partnered with the Office of Community Development in order to earmark a specific set of funds to go towards supporting this population. And it's been funded through CDBG dollars and neighborhood improvement dollars. And we're working with several partners in order to do the outreach to get this information out to the community. Those include New Schools for New Orleans Public Schools, Agenda for Children, Total Community Action, and others. We've also directly invested in a number of organizations over this last year that are aligned with some of the goals and strategies set forth through the Youth Master Plan. A few of those examples include Ubuntu Village and Children's Bureau, which has devoted mental health and parenting support for families who have interacted with the juvenile justice system. We also directed $350,000 in state funds to the New Orleans Career Center and Operation Restoration. And again, all of these are focused on mental health, supportive services for parents, and career readiness in alignment with the Youth Master Plan. Next, moving on to the Guaranteed Income Program. This is something that we're really excited to implement in partnership with a national organization called Mayors for a Guaranteed Income. This impacted 125 young people ages 16 to 24 who were disconnected from work or school. We chose specifically to focus on this population because in New Orleans, about 7,000 young people are disconnected from work or school. Most opportunity youth are African American and are mostly male, and they live below the poverty line. And so we were the first in the country out of this national program and this partnership in order to focus on this specific population of opportunity youth. We saw some really great results in terms of how young people were spending the dollars, going toward supporting their basic needs around food, household goods, and transportation. We also worked with NORD, and they mentioned this last week during their budget hearing, around a smaller pilot that reached senior citizens and teenagers in order to test municipal ID model and access to city services that also had a small stipend associated with that. We, this past week, just released Youth Spend 2022, which is a tool that we've put out for the last few years that's all about increasing accountability and transparency around our city budget and how dollars are dedicated to young people. And so Jack here on my team has really led that charge. He's analyzed thousands and thousands of records, of financial records of various city agencies in order to understand how much money we're investing in young people total. And so this year we inventoried $53 million invested in youth. This is across recreation, health, early education, juvenile justice, and civic engagement. We're just one of only 4 other cities in the country that produce a tool like this. And again, the goal of it is to increase transparency. We often hear feedback from residents and other elected officials around, you know, it's can be difficult to understand how much of our funding is going to young people. And so this tool enables just that. So moving on to the second major function of our office, which is improving coordination and quality of services. This year, we launched a working group to tackle truancy and chronic absenteeism. We did that in partnership with the school district and Louisiana Public Charter School Association, LAPCS. We saw a major gap. We saw it was showing up through our juvenile justice system, in our education system, that there was a problem around truancy and chronic absenteeism that was unlike and definitely exacerbated because of the pandemic. So what we did is we brought folks around the table from various different departments across the city in order to meet and come up with solutions. We had a total of 6 meetings last year, and we continue to meet on a quarterly basis. What we first did is mapped the system to try to understand how it was working and then devise some solutions and outcomes. And we have a list of those here on this slide, but that ranges from having, the need to have a clear set of interventions for how we're tackling truancy, to increasing capacity and personnel within NOLA PS to handle these truancy check requests, improving and making sure that there's a comprehensive data collection system, enhancing NOPD's role in truancy check requests, and conducting some regular community canvassing events in order to increase the business community's buy-in. I would also like to mention, although we're talking about the general fund, of course, today, the recommendations from this working group are feeding into something that we put forth through some of the American Rescue Plan dollars and city fund balance opportunities to support some outreach workers through in alignment with some of the work that came out of this plan. Another example of how we've improved coordination and quality is I think some of the council members here received an email a few months ago about a really unfortunate and somewhat scary mental health crisis that was experienced at one of our public schools here. And so what we did in response to that is, again, we saw this gap. And so we tried to step in. We stepped into the gap in order to bring people around the table to come up with solutions. So we set up a small working group that convened the health department, NOPD, NOLA PS, OPSB, Councilmember Drew. So I know that you were involved in this as well. What we did is devise a protocol in order to make sure that there's a short-term solution for how to handle these situations when they happen on site at school before the alternative dispatch is set up. Where we are now is that we've drafted and circulated the final 911 script and protocol. And then we're working with NOLA PS in order to train schools for how to handle when there's a mental health crisis on school and what they should expect in terms of a response. I'm not going to spend too much time on this because we had a budget hearing last week where we talked a lot about the citywide Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Really excited to be kicking off a robust community engagement process after Mardi Gras. But again, this was in alignment with the Parks millage that passed in 2019, which redistributed millage dollars across the 4 park agencies. This is a process that's going to allow us to really focus on how we can increase resiliency through our park system and increase equity and access to our park system. And so expect to see more about that. Councilmember Thomas, I know that you focused a lot in your when Larry from Mr. Barabino from NORD presented about the need to get out into our parks and playgrounds and understand where people are coming from, what they're seeing from the ground. And I'm excited about how this process is going to allow us to get into interaction with young people, with seniors, everybody who's using our park system in order to design a system that works for everybody. Moving on to the Youth Master Plan. So this has been something that we kicked off when we first started the office in 2018 and have been steadily working on in partnership with the Children and Youth Planning Board and a nonprofit called the New Orleans Youth Alliance. In terms of our role around the Youth Master Plan, we funded the Youth Master Plan through a grant that we wrote and got from the Kellogg Foundation a few years ago. And we've been really excited to see that we now have a plan that's been released with 30 different solutions. And we've been also really encouraged by the business community's support of the strategies within this plan. Specifically, NOLA Coalition announced an initiative to direct 15 million over the next 3 years to those initiatives. And so we participated in the grant review and selection committee to direct $1 million to 23 different community organizations in alignment with the Youth Master Plan. So I am going to move into the final piece of our presentation, which is about expanding initiatives that empower youth and parent leadership. But before I do that, I just wanted to make sure again to introduce Demaya Lee and Malcolm, who are going to speak a little bit. And why we wanted to have young people here with us today is I know that this is something that's also been, the council has also taken a lot of leadership on this as well, and having young people come and present. The young people who are here with us today are a part of many of the programs that our office has implemented. Youth Voice is really a part of our DNA. It's what makes up who we are and what we do at our office. And what we always say is nothing about them without them. And so, we felt like it was only appropriate to have young people to here today to speak directly about some of the programs and that they have participated in and what they see and what their priorities are for the city's budget. And so with that, I'm really excited to introduce Demaya Lee, who's just going to tell you a little bit about herself.
How you doing? My name is Demaya Lee. I attend Macon High School and I'm 15 years old. So I have completed 3 programs and I did one of them twice. I even had time learning. The one I did twice was the Summer Success Program. And with that group, I had learned cosmetology because I want to go to school for that. And with that being said, the reason I went back twice because the first time I learned a lot. So the second time I wanted to learn more and get in depth into it, since this time I'm going to go next year around, I'm gonna be able to be attending cosmetology school. And the second program was the Pathways programs. I had learned self-control and being a better person at communication and still learning at this time. I'm learning at breathing and code switching, even some soft and hard skills they teach you from the time at the beginning, the first week and the last week when you have to do a pitch and present in front of the mayor. It's hard skills and soft skills that you have to complete. And the third program, as I'm continuing to doing right now, is the MYAC program. This is the latest program that I have been doing because it has helped me get involved with the youth programs and trying to help more youth get involved. We was talking about like kids that go to school and say they need a tutoring. So we'll pick up some slack and talk about how we can make a difference within the inside instead of outside first. It's always inside the community. And with that being said, we all also have learned you can't just tell somebody, you have to show it by a leadership. You got to be a leader unless you got to be a leader. And some other questions that people may ask me why I decided to do more than one programs. I decided to do the programs because I wanted to show others, young adults and even little kids, that you can come up from New Orleans and do youth programs. They don't think about youth programs. They're just going about different things. You can do stuff, think about your future. This is what they're giving you, an option to really think about the difference you can become. With that being said, that can wraps it up. Just know these programs have helped me because every time I keep going back, I'm learning more and more things to help me as I graduate because I'm in a 10th grade only.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Demaya. Yeah, so Demaya is one of the young leaders in our Mayor's Youth Advisory Council that she just talked about. And so we'll get to more of that, but she's also participated in Pathways and Summer Success, as she said. So moving on to Pathways, to date, this program has graduated 72 system-involved youth. All the young people that participate in this program are referred to us through the juvenile justice system. We've seen some really exciting growth across all of the young people that have participated. This is just one of several alternative to detention programs, but we engage 14 to 17-year-olds in in specifically a 15-week program that begins with a lot of soft skills development and conflict resolution workshops, and then also pairs them with an internships that's aligned with their interests. I know that some of you have been able to visit with some of the young people through our programs, and we love and always welcome you to come and engage with young people directly. We've also been excited to see that an 8% recidivism rate out of all the young people that have participated in this program. And I think the secret sauce is really the relationships that the young people form when they participate in this 15-week program. It's why we created an alumni network and a leadership network for the program, because young people kept wanting to come back and be connected. Demaya also spoke about Summer Success, which is a program that we again launched a few years ago that is the summertime version of Pathways in Some Ways. Last year, or in 2021, we opened this program up to both young people who are displaying some of the risk factors for becoming involved in the juvenile justice system, like chronic absenteeism or exposure to trauma and violence. And we also engaged those who have already touched the juvenile justice system. This last year, we enrolled 97 youth, 15% of them were directly system involved, and 1 youth reoffended while in the program. They receive stipends, and so do the community organizations that we work with. And some of the community organizations that I presented about at the beginning of the slideshow are some of those partners that we work with. So we don't try to take on the work ourselves. We work in partnership with community organizations and pay them in order for them to implement this work in community aligned with best practices. Next, wanted to touch on our Parent Leadership Training Institute, which is a national program, and we have a local chapter here that we restarted when the office started back up in 2018. To date, we've engaged 81 parent leaders, but there are over 130 different parent leader alum throughout the city. They serve on school boards, they go on to lead nonprofit organizations, start businesses, and really the whole program is about increasing their knowledge and ability to affect change in their communities. And we've seen some really great results again in terms of the evaluations of the program around civic engagement, knowledge, and behaviors. It's a really diverse group. One of the things that we love about this program is that we have an active translation, live translation, so that Spanish speakers and English speakers are able to participate together during the whole experience. And it just really has deepened the whole experience for the parent leaders that have participated. And finally, in terms of youth and parent leadership, our Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, as Demaya mentioned, we've had 70 different participants to date. All of them have, really said that this has made a major impact on their life and on their leadership trajectory. We also run a smaller program called Mayor for a Day, which is a writing contest where young people can write about what they would do if they were mayor for a day, and then the winners get to shadow the mayor for an entire day. With that, I'd like to introduce Malcolm Farrellet, who's a senior at St. Aug. He served 2 terms on our Mayor's Youth Advisory Council after completing the Junior Civic Leadership Academy, and he's just going to tell you a little bit about that.
Thank you, Ms. Emily. Can y'all hear me? Okay. Good morning, members of the council. My name is Malcolm Farrellet. I am a senior at St. Nicholson High School and a proud native New Orleanian. It is a privilege to appear before you this morning on behalf of the Office of Youth and Families for providing me such great experiences for 3 years of my life and beyond. When I was in the 8th grade, I was encouraged by family members to apply to the Junior Civic Leadership Academy. An excitement rushed through me, and I got an experience unlike any other. The program allowed for me to learn more about city government, talk with elected officials, and meet with other youth with similar interests. I didn't realize that this was something that I longed for. Little did I know that this program would lead me to something called the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, which was in the making that very year. And while in my first term, I saw that you don't have to wait until you graduate from high school to get involved in your local city government or come up with ways to make your city a youth or a better place. And during the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, I was able to make history in the organization as becoming the first chairperson of this great organization. And while at this time, I'd like to thank the leaders such as Ms. Anna Maria Villamarin Lupin, Ms. Emily Wolf, and others for giving me the opportunity to show others in our organization how to effectively run and hold members accountable. And I am very, very proud to say that as a youth of New Orleans, the City of New Orleans Mayor's Youth Advisory Council has been able to provide access to resources during the most crucial times in our city. In 2021, the Mental Health Committee of the Youth Advisory Council hosted a virtual town hall with local mental health experts to let the youth and parents of the city know that it is indeed a fact, okay to not be okay. And after working with the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council for 2 years, I learned that I could not stay in one place forever and that it was finally time to let other leaders enter into the council.
Yes.
Since then, I have been elected 5 times as my class president at St. Augustine High School. And now one of my most proud accomplishments is being a part of an organization called Active Minds Mental Health Advocacy Academy, where youth from all around the country come together to learn about the effects of mental health and how you can bring resources to your communities to lower things such as suicide and other things of bullying and mental health that come across our country and our youth. I'd like to thank you all for giving me your time, and I hope that you continue to fund these programs and expand them even more, and to make sure that our youth can definitely stay a youth-friendly city. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Farrell.
Thank you so much, Malcolm. So moving on to our 2023 department goals. First, we, as I mentioned before, are going to make sure that we can facilitate the implementation of the City Seats program. We've been working in partnership with Agenda for Children, who you heard from on Friday, on this effort to expand access to 2,000 0 to 3-year-olds. We're also excited to lead the implementation of the citywide Parks Master Plan. We want to continue to expand youth voice and representation on city boards and commissions. So take what Malcolm just spoke about a step further and look at boards and commissions throughout the city government that young people could serve in leadership roles on. So would love to work in partnership with the council on that effort. Fourth, we are going to continue to work with New Orleans Public Library and NORD on coordination with nonprofits and schools to deepen the community reach of the programs offered through both of those agencies. We're working on collaborations and partnerships with each of those agencies with NOLA Public Schools, along with the Children's Museum and STEM NOLA currently. And then finally, we want to work in partnership, and we are currently working in partnership with various community organizations to continue to grow this investment in youth to at least 110 million in 2023 by leveraging the American Rescue Plan dollars, the city's fund balance, and general fund dollars towards goals around workforce development, parent supportive services, STEM NOLA, wage enhancements for early educators, truancy reduction outreach, and summer reading. Moving on to our budget. So just a few things to note here. In terms of personnel, you'll notice there's a slight increase around that because we're adding in a position that was previously grant funded. Additionally, with other operating, there was the 3 million that was previously allocated for the City Seats program that was in our budget. With the millage coming in, that was removed. But then you'll see a slight increase due to some of the state funding that we received and are carrying over into the next year. Our other operating budget is about 880,000 for 2023. About 2/3 of that funds positions and other operating, and the rest goes to other operating. And then this is an estimate of what can be expected to come in through the early childhood education millage, which is about 21 million in this next year. So I think with that, we'll be happy to take any questions that folks have, and I'll open it up.
Councilmember Thomas.
Ms. Wolf, thank you for your presentation and your team, and to the young people, guys, thank you for representing the best of what our young folk are doing. And too often they highlight on the negative, but not the kind of representation you guys gave us here today. So we appreciate you times 10. When you look at your budget, you're backing out the city portion of the budget just because of the early childhood millage that was passed. So where is that money going, or is it just no longer needed for this department?
So the 3 million, I think that the thinking from the CAO's office was that that could be absorbed through the 21 million that is going to be coming into the city through the millage that we just spoke about. However, what we've recommended and that has what was presented a couple weeks ago, October 25th, when the mayor presented her budget, with a description of how to leverage the American Rescue Plan dollars and the fund balance to support the various initiatives throughout the city government, and 25 million of that was earmarked for youth services. And what I've been told is that 3 million could be expected to be within those buckets out of those funded through those sources in order to fund some of the wage enhancements for early educators, along with some of the truancy reduction work that I spoke about, and some summer reading programs.
So you're not eliminating your budget, it's being absorbed in the new money that's coming down because of the
I
millage.
think that was the thinking from Office of Finance.
Okay, when are you guys gonna know for sure?
What's that?
You said you think that's the case.
That's what I was told. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Secondly, there was an issue some time ago, because we're gonna need some more specifics on that. Because, you know, the 3 million, that's kind of real money, so we need to determine how it's gonna be used, where it's gonna be used. Chairman, if there's another place it could be used, so we'll work that out with the finance director and the CAO. There was an issue several months ago that I think we kind of worked it out, got it together with the school board. And that, I think that money that they thought that was a pass through from the city to them, I think we have an understanding and a relationship now. And there's a new agreement there, right? Remember, I think several months ago, there was some issue in terms of some pass-through money that the school board thought that they were due, that the city was actually sitting on those funds and it wasn't being passed through to the school board.
Are you referring to the Harris funding that?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Yes, I wasn't involved in those conversations, but
okay, all right, but. Well, you've mentioned the school board quite a bit in your presentation.
Yeah.
Just trying to I think that's an important relationship.
absolutely.
I think there are too many discussions in the city, from crime to economic development, especially given the fact that in Louisiana, children are 50th economically, you know, and then given the statistics, 69% of violent juvenile offenders are functionally illiterate. We have the alleged myth or legend of stories of certain juveniles, 14, 15-year-olds being arrested 20, 30, 40, 51, even 60 times. So I think one of the most important relationships that you guys can have, especially given the enhanced funding, is a daily, weekly, monthly relationship with OPSB.
Yeah, just thank you. I agree. Absolutely. They've been a critical partner of ours. I think there's even some folks here today representing the NOLA PS and OPSB. We meet, Asia and I, our deputy director, meet weekly with liaisons from the school board. And so that's a relationship that I'm really excited to say has absolutely flourished as a result of the pandemic, to be honest. That's, you know, that there's been a lot of collaboration with the school district over the last few years.
Well, I mean, that's a great thing, talking to President Parker and Superintendent Williams. How are we leveraging funding? I know a few of the critical areas that President Parker and Superintendent Williams talked about, especially when I've been engaged with them at some of the schools we're adopting or trying to work with in some of their programming. Social workers, retention for early childhood workforce, and literacy. You know, again, especially now that we know that literacy, when you look at juvenile offenders, all the data that's been around for the last 20 or 30 years is that of the literacy levels of folk. So have we kind of targeted those 3 areas specifically
Yes.
with funding from them? So could you talk about that partnership and how it's going to work moving forward?
Absolutely. So this came out of that work that I described that we did earlier in terms of setting up this working group in order to tackle truancy and chronic absenteeism. And what we found is that there was really a need for more resources and capacity within NOLA PS in order to directly connect with young people in their communities. And so we worked in partnership with NOLA PS and OPSB. I think they've been meeting with many of you to describe this need to increase that capacity. And so again, that 3 million that you asked a question about earlier, the idea is that if that could be reallocated to 3 different things, 2.4 of that to go to wage enhancements for early educators, another 400,000 of that to fund outreach for NOLA PS to connect with truant young people who are truant, And then the third bucket of that, 200,000 of that would support summer reading in partnership with Nord and United Way these are the three primary drivers of third grade reading. School attendance, school readiness through early childhood, and summer reading. And so I'm excited to stand in lockstep with all of those community organizations in order to make sure that we can secure resources through the city's budgeting process, along with some of the funds that we're receiving through the federal government to make sure that we can see outcomes.
Before I close out, I don't want to belabor this. I'm sure everyone has something to say about, especially this youth initiative and this new money and what we're trying to do with early childhood intervention. But congratulations on the work to get the millage passed. That was a big deal in this city because our citizens were against a whole lot of other stuff, but they were for this. During these budget hearings, Councilmember Jerusalem and I specifically talked about impact budgeting. How are we using funds, especially in high impact areas, from crime to housing to early childhood intervention? It's no secret in New Orleans, there are certain communities, when you look at the data, whether it's reported through the news or through our own work, a lot of the social ills are consistent to those communities. Are we using this early childhood money, this school partnership, to say, we know that the Little Woods area has some real serious data when it talks about juvenile delinquency, juvenile retention, detention. Are we using this budget and this new money to develop partnerships at those schools and those nonprofits who actually work in those high impact areas? Because it's one thing to give everybody who does something money, and that's fine, because everybody wants money. We got a bunch of folk giving it away, even though we may not have it, but everybody wants money. But are we using impact budgeting and impact programming to target those communities that have been most affected and most neglected?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That data about what's happening in our city has absolutely informed everything that we've done. The Youth Master Plan was created we created a tool called the NOLA Kids Data Book that looked at data across, where you can zoom into a geographic to a neighborhood level and see what the outcomes are. And we know, and Councilmember, I know this is close to your heart, that there's absolutely drastically different conditions that young people are growing up in. Across the street from each other. And in the East specifically, that's somewhere where we focused a lot of our attention. For our program specifically, for both Summer Success, which you heard Demaya speak about, along with and the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council and Pathways, we've had a concentration of the young people who we engage come from those neighborhoods throughout New Orleans East. And we're doing a lot of intentional outreach to make sure that we're connecting through the programs that we do. We know that where programs are offered matters, and that we need to shift our focus out of downtown, out of the central business district, out of Central City, into areas of the community where our young people live. And so we've seen a lot of that, and we've continued to partner with organizations that operate out there and that are showing great results.
Well, I mean, don't shift too much out of Central City. There's some high impact areas. You know, when you talk about the business community, that's one thing. But you have some high impact areas still within the gentrified Central City. Look, we want it to be close to my heart and close to our hearts. But moving forward, I want it to be close to your budget and close to our resources too. And so thank you for the work that you have done, strategic funding, strategic budgeting, impact budgeting. Hopefully what we're gonna do now moving forward. Thank you guys very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you. We're just gonna go down the row. That's just how it works. So Councilmember Green, Morrell, then Harris.
Councilman Thomas did ask the question that I want to ask with regards to the 3 million, but I don't want to miss an opportunity to say thank you for the work that you do. And it's great to see young people here who are moving forward in our city, who are invested in our city. It's great to see that guy with that purple and gold jacket to the left. It's always the case. We're somewhere. 5 times elected, the president of his class. Congratulations, Malcolm. But look, the bottom line is that I just want to say that there's so much positive going on in our city with regards to our youth. And I'm gonna make a general comment. I know Councilmember Morales can have a few questions. So I just want to say that it's a pleasure for me to recognize that there are a lot of young people in our city who are doing very good things. And for those who have basically created in their minds this dialogue that suggests that youth are out of control, they don't know what they're doing, and that there aren't any programs, nobody has anything to do for youth, one, you're wrong. And I encourage you to recognize and look at some of the opportunities that youth are taking advantage of to do well in our city. Yes, I raised 3 children in our city, 2 young men who are doing very well, a daughter who's in medical school right now, and they were able to take advantage of just some of the opportunities that exist in our city. Certainly, they didn't have to take advantage of as many of these public opportunities. But the bottom line is that they are an example, and the examples of the youth who are here and others who I've seen participating in programs just remind us that there's a positive to what the youth are doing in our city, and it grossly outweighs the negative. So please stop the dialogue about our youth are out of control and that there's nothing for them to do, because a lot of youth are doing great things. I will have more questions later on as I email you, because obviously you presented a lot of information. But with my question having already been asked, I just couldn't miss this opportunity to say thank you to the youth of our city who are doing very positive things, and let's continue that work.
Absolutely. And thank you for your partnership, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. Couple of quick questions. So I know that you just got a letter on your desk. It's actually a copy of a letter I sent to you on March 8th of this year. Specifically, and it was a question sent to a couple of departments. How was your department created?
By executive order of the mayor.
And was that executive order forwarded to the council for ratification after it was done?
I don't know if somebody from council relations could respond. I wouldn't know.
We had our council chief of staff, our council attorney search. There was no forwarding of the executive order that created your department that came to the council, which, as I stated on March 8th of 2022, this year, 7 months ago, that is more than likely a breach of section 92012 of the Home Rule Charter, in which when a department is created, the process to create a department is for a mayor to create it by executive order, to forward it to the council, and for the council to ratify the creation of a new department. The reason why I sent that notice on the 8th is that also in that notice, I also said that should you wish to rectify that problem, the mayor could forward a new executive order to the council and go through that, to which I got no response from your office or the mayor's office to try and correct this issue.
I didn't receive that correspondence, but we did reply to the letter that you
Did
sent.
not, well, to be clear, you responded to some of the questions I had in regarding to data. You did not respond whatsoever to the article question in here.
We have it pulled up here and I can forward it. We can forward it now to the
So
council
you
members.
responded to how your office was created and how
Yes.
it was done legally.
No, we did not. We responded to your letter. And what we stated is that, as I just said, the mayor's office was set up by executive order in 2018. The interpretation of the law department was that the city charter grants the mayor authority to assign activities or functions of the city that were not already assigned to an existing department. That's what the letter stated. The letter also stated that the functions and activities of the Office of Youth and Families were not previously assigned to a department, so the mayor assigned them to her office, the mayor's office.
Is there anything in your opinion that would prevent you from operating as a department, as a subdivision of an existing department?
Is there anything?
For example, if the Office of Youth and Family were to become a subdivision of the Department of Health, would that prevent you from performing your functions that you currently do?
No.
Okay. The last question, which is pretty straightforward. A constant question we're given by different nonprofit organizations is that, do you have a forward-facing area where people can apply for funding?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that you're probably talking about our programs that we run through Summer Success.
No, I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking about, for example, from a 501c3
Mhm.
that I believe I provide a valuable function for the city of New Orleans.
Mhm.
An organization I constantly talk about is Heroes, for example, in Algiers, which is one of Mr. King's passion projects. How would you go about, if you create an organization that does valuable work, how would you go
Mhm.
about soliciting funding from the city of New Orleans to help augment what you're doing?
Yeah, so what I was mentioning is that for the Summer Success Program that we run, that's where we partner with the vast majority of the organizations that we just described in the slide towards the beginning of the presentation. For that, we put out an RFP, just as NORD does when they're releasing information about opportunities to partner over the summer.
My question is, and I could be wrong, and Mr. King can correct me when he comes up. What if you're doing more than the summer? Because Heroes is year round. So
Right.
are they only eligible for additional funding during the summer, or how does that work?
No, so we work, I mean, for Heroes is a great example because we're actually working with them in partnership in other ways. We're working to set up a contract for them where they can occupy space at the Arthur Monday Center, which Councilmember King has been involved in those conversations. So the city can also leverage city space and make it available to nonprofits through cooperative endeavor agreements. And so that cooperative endeavor agreement specifically with Heroes is right now in draft form. It's with the law department, and it will allow them to operate after school programs out of the Arthur Mondays Center.
So going back to my question, so other than the Summer Success Program,
Mhm.
is there another forward-facing page where an organization that works year-round can apply for funding?
We don't have the Office of Youth and Families does not have, and you see our budget funding that goes to community organizations beyond the Summer Success Program that we mentioned. Our other operating budget is very small. Last year, in 2022, $100,000 went to the Children and Youth Planning Board. And that was done through a cooperative endeavor agreement in alignment with the Youth Master Plan. And all of that is ratified by the City Council. Those
But
partnerships.
my
as well.
question would be, isn't it true that y'all are aggressive, and it's a good thing, year-round trying to solicit money and grants to fund different programs and other things for youth and families of New Orleans?
Sure.
Then how do you maintain a stable of worthy groups that might need access to the money? Like, for example, even if you don't currently have funding, and I guess this is kind of a frustration we had coming in, I know speaking to several council members, one of the biggest issues that we have is that sort of like how we have under our DB program, we have a list of pre-qualified DBs. And doesn't necessarily mean that there is work currently for those disadvantaged business entities. But when work comes up, they're notified that there is an availability for a contract, and they can respond to that and try to apply for that. I guess the question is, and I know that we've had conversations with United Way of Southeast Louisiana, why isn't there an effort to try and coordinate and collaborate with all these disparate organizations across New Orleans to kind of get a master list of which ones are providing services, so that at any given time, if funding becomes available, or in your capacity as Office of Youth and Family, if you see a grant program come down the pipe that fits one of these groups, you can help be the connective tissue to get those groups in the process with your sponsorship of being eligible for that grant money.
Yeah, so that's definitely a role that we play. You described it as connective tissue. So specifically around what I mentioned earlier, with United Way and the funding from the NOLA Coalition, we participated on that grant review committee. Those grants, $1 million went over to over 23 different organizations. And so we are not necessarily giving out city dollars in that respect, but we're able to participate and work in partnership with nonprofits to advise how to direct dollars. We do publish the New Orleans Youth program guide in partnership with the New Orleans Youth Alliance, which is run by Dr. Rashida Govan. That's something that we've done for the last few years. That is exactly what you're describing. It's a comprehensive resource of all of the youth programs that exist throughout the city. It's categorized by health, recreation, education. And so that's a resource that I would definitely encourage folks to check out. It's on our website.
How much money? So obviously your office is funded through significant city funds, but obviously part of the benefit of a program like yours, an office like yours, is that you're able to receive funds from a variety of organizations and get those to those organizations that need funding. How much money passes through your office versus the amount that we give you as a city?
So
Be it federal, be it grant money, private, the like.
So in 2022, and Jack, you can help me with this. We had $100,000 that passed through our office, so to speak. I guess, as I just mentioned, that was a partnership with Children and Youth Planning Board. And then we also were able to leverage state dollars and supplemental appropriations to several different organizations. Again, that included Children's Bureau, which I mentioned, Ubuntu Village, which is another organization that we partnered with. And those partnerships, again, we developed community cooperative endeavor agreements, CEAs, with those organizations because they were aligned with the goals and strategies of the Youth Master Plan.
But how much was that number beyond the 100,000?
500,000 total.
So Office of Youth and Family pass through only got $100,000 in 2022.
500,000.
500,000.
Yeah, and that's on slide.
That's from all sources, federal, private, the like.
Well, if you're describing funding that actually goes through our office, but we also leverage additional nonprofit, or we also leverage additional philanthropic dollars that's been received through, for example, a fiscal agent for our Parent Leadership Training Institute is NOLA BA. And so NOLA BA receives those dollars and receives the philanthropic dollars that support that program that then go out to the community.
So NOLA BA is receiving philanthropic dollars for something that's aligned with Youth and Families mission. And because of that, you guys kind of have a relationship where the money goes from them to you, to the organization that receives the money.
Yeah, so sometimes the city cannot, with certain grant making agencies, that they won't allow grants to go to the city itself. They require a third party or a fiscal agency to help distribute those funds. So that's what we did in the example of.
And how much money passed through your office in the traditional sense in 2021?
In 2021. Yeah, so we received a grant from the Kellogg Foundation in 2018, 1.5 million. That is our fiscal agent for that grant is the Greater New Orleans Foundation, GNOF. So that was over a 3-year period. So I would say about a third of that would have definitely passed through, I guess, so to speak, our office. We're leveraging funding from outside philanthropic organizations in order to build resources for this population that we know has tremendous need that hasn't always been funded through city dollars.
Okay, that's my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris.
Emily, how are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm well. My question actually piggybacks off of Councilmember Morel's. Do you collect data on the efficacy of programs that you fund?
Yes, and much of that data was presented in the slides that we just presented.
So where can it be found other than in the slides? Again, is there a dashboard or something? You said you have a book that has a listing of agencies or nonprofits that serve children. Do you give them a grade, for example, like a outcome grade, so people know where to send their kids to?
I know that's been something that's been talked about by a lot of folks in the nonprofit community and in city government over the last few years. We don't do that. But as Councilmember Morel was sort of referring to, what we do is we work in partnership with organizations like a United Way, for example, to help decide how to direct organizations. For example, what we said with the funding that they were going to receive from the business community is that we really wanted to make sure that those dollars went to our smaller organizations that are less known, but have great results and have great outcomes. And so we encourage some of those organizations to apply. And so we'll work in that way to encourage lesser known organizations who have really strong relationships in community to get access to resources.
How do you collect that data? I mean, how do you grade an organization to say that it has good outcome?
Well, in that case, there was a grant making process. And so there was a grant committee, there was a criteria where we were evaluating proposals. And so I think it depends on the outcomes that we're focused on.
Which are?
What are we focused on?
Yeah.
So I think across our programs, specifically the ones that we touched on that we run directly, our programs are about increasing youth in voice in government. They're specifically about building parent leadership skills. And so we look at data that's aligned with the goals that we have for each of those different programs.
You talked about pulling funding from Central City, which gave me chills because we certainly need funding for kids in Central City. For example, the Keller Center is just sitting empty. with nobody to run it. And it has been all year since I've taken office, and I've talked to various organizations to try to get it back open. But if those organizations don't have money to open and run it, I would think that the city should step in to provide programming for the Keller Center for kids in Central City. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I want to definitely retract that. Not at all interested in pulling money from anywhere. I think I was just really trying to emphasize that we do know that there is a need to invest in areas of the city where we do have a concentration of young people, and absolutely Central City and the partners that work along the OC Haley corridor have been huge partners of ours. We've worked in partnership with both Mike Ampt, who I'm sure you know, Lakidra, who runs that organization. She's a summer success partner, along with Cafe Reconcile, which has hosted some of our summer success interns. So we definitely have had a heavy and consistent presence in District B. The Pathways programs runs out of the Allie Mae Center. I would love to work with you, council member, around the Keller Center. I haven't been looped into those conversations, but we can definitely reach out to Allison, and absolutely would love to help you think through that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a building that's just sitting there surrounded by needles in a place where there are kids who need programming.
Absolutely. We're happy to work with you on that.
Okay, good. I'm happy to hear that, because ultimately I don't think that the nonprofits who want to run it have the funding to maintain the building. And so it's a city
Sure.
property that needs city programming for youth, especially in Central City. I'd also like to talk about any programming that you have in Gerttown. What do you have there?
In Gert 10 specifically? It's B. I mean, I know that we've definitely, some of the young people that we've worked with come from Gerttown, Hoffman Triangle, those areas. We partner with Xavier, of course, on a number of different initiatives. We host, again, through our social work intern program. We definitely engage heavily with them, also around the educator housing program that I mentioned.
Okay, so it sounds like what we need to do is just set a meeting of our offices so you can specifically give me programming in District B for kids that are living in District B that need the programming, because it's not just Central City, it's not just Gerttown. There are areas of Mid-City that also need some love. And so I just want to make sure that we are focusing on the kids who are most likely who need the services the most.
Absolutely.
And especially getting the Keller Center back open with programming. On the universal home visits, I know that you were working with the health department on that. Does funding exist within this current budget to continue the program?
I know that there was, I believe, a mid-year budget adjustment that happened this year in order to get the health department started with that initiative. And then, as I understand it from the CAO's office and from finance, that's a priority for the American Rescue Plan dollars and the fund balance.
So it's not in this budget for you.
It's not in our budget.
Okay, and then on the funding for the Children and Youth Planning Board, what does the 2023 allocation look like as compared to the 2022 allocation?
The 2022 allocation was $100,000. And that was to help run the implementation of the youth master plan, or sorry, the facilitation of the youth master planning process. Where that planning process is really now an implementation phase and data collection. And so we spoke with Karen with the Children, Youth and Planning Board about shifting those resources to organizations that were previously devoted to Children, Youth Planning Boards, shifting those to organizations that are actually implementing the strategies of the youth master plan. So our plan is to shift those dollars to the Children's Bureau. Mental health was a major priority out of that plan, along with Ubuntu Village to continue their parent support work.
Okay. That's all the questions I have now. Thanks.
Hang on, Councilmember Green. I have a question before we come back. I just want to ask Emily about pathways. Specifically, the 8% recidivism rate is incredible. Is there certain criteria for getting in and staying into pathways? And then I guess that's then the secondary question of like, what are we doing to extol this? Because OCD was also talking about a jobs program. They had at JJIC as well that had 100% success rate. And if you're operating at 92% and 100% success, then A, we ought to be touting that. And then B, if we have the ability to expand within the parameters, what are we doing about that?
we would love to work in partnership with you all to expand that program. We also, the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center is one of the major referring agencies for the Pathways program. And so, at the last graduation, I was talking to a number of the social workers there, and they said, firsthand how they were really just seeing such success with the program. We'd love to be able to continue to expand that program and that partnership. It is included in the administration's proposal around how to use those American Rescue Plan dollars in alignment with the workforce development goals and public safety goals for the city.
Okay, again, when you see numbers like that, those are eye popping, and I think if we can grow those type of things, that's what we want to do. It's clear Pathways has been in existence for how long now, Ms. Wu?
Since 2020.
Yeah, I mean, you now have a good enough sample size to be able to show as a pilot, it's working and working
Yeah,
effectively.
thank
So,
you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Councilmember Green.
Yes, I meant to ask the question that we get a series of questions from the council fiscal office, which I do appreciate, but I wanted to elaborate a little bit on that question and ask you to speak specifically with regards to your office's role, the mayor's office of youth and families, in the early childhood education millage, what you're going to do to make sure it's a success, and talk to the public about why what their vote was a good.
Absolutely. Yeah. So our office has been, for the last several years, when it was on a smaller scale before we had this new millage in place, our office has administered that contract. And so what that looks like is of course the nitty gritty of drafting and executing a cooperative endeavor agreement, but also making sure that we can come to some kind of agreement around how we want to evaluate the program's results. And so that's what we've worked in partnership with Agenda for Children on over the last few years, and that we're definitely working in lockstep with them on as they approach this new year and a major influx of cash for this one issue and one population. We're working both in partnership with them and NOLA PS, who you heard from last week, to make sure that we can support this kind of expansion. Growing from a few hundred kids to 2,000 is going to be a pretty significant jump in a year. But we're really excited and have the utmost confidence in Agenda for Children to partner and really bring about results for this population. We know that investing in early childhood education has some of the best return on investment that you can make. And so we're just excited to continue to work with Agenda to make sure that we can get that CEA it is in place, but then also make sure that those dollars are going out in a timely way to get down to communities to support this need.
How do those members of the public who are very interested in this subject participate to help you and Agenda for Children make this happen?
Absolutely. So the New Orleans Early Education Network, NOEN, has public meetings every month. There's a steering committee that meets and discusses the plans for how to get these dollars out. They can attend those meetings, which are all posted on the NOLA PS website, and OPSB's any notices about upcoming meetings. But they can always also reach out to our office if they have any more specific questions about how to apply for the funds or how to navigate that process.
Okay, thank you. We look forward to success
Absolutely.
going forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Councilmember King.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
How you doing? So I see the 25 groups since 2019
Mhm.
that you all gave money to. But only one group is that I recognize from Algiers. Is that because there aren't groups? There are more, let me know. I do recognize some heroes in New Orleans, but there are more groups
Yeah.
that are missing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so there is also, we worked with Freddie Marshall and his organization over the summer when we did Summer Success. And also, this is not an exhaustive list. So I think one thing that I'm hearing across the board is just a conversation about what organizations you see doing good work in that community. If we're not partnering with them, then we can. So, I mean, we can follow up and make sure that if there's someone that you know is doing great work, you don't see them on the list, we can reach out.
All right, and this is, so I went to the Pathways, couple classes and the graduation. That was pretty cool. One young man stated that he's a student on the West Bank. He lives on the West Bank, and it's challenging to come to the East Bank
Mhm.
multiple days out the week for the Pathways program. So is there any talk about doing something, one, on the West Bank, or two, having more reliable transportation for West Bank children?
Yeah, so that's something, what you're describing is something that we hear all the time through a lot of the programs that we run. With Pathways specifically, transportation is a big part of our budget for that program. We make sure to subsidize that so that it's not a barrier for young people, but of course, just the time getting across the bridge, of course, is something to factor in. We didn't talk about it too much, but today, but we've done a lot of work around transit throughout the city. That's something at a macro level that we're really interested in working on. It's one of the things that we pushed in order to get affordable fares for youth. That was a priority of the youth master plan through the RTA. So I think like long-term, more system level, we're working on initiatives like that. But in the case that you mentioned with the young man and the opportunity to expand and bring programs make sure that they're centralized on the West Bank. I think that we can definitely explore that. Would love to talk more about that with you. And it's why we're working in partnership with Greg in order to expand what he's doing through Heroes at the Arthur Monday Center.
All right, and my last question is your group the group that helps get the evening reporting centers up and running?
So Evening Reporting Center is administered through the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination, Commissioner Stevens' office. But we work in close partnership with Pastor Watson and with that entire team to make sure that we're all connected and in communication about programs that are serving young people for a similar population. And so we've worked in partnership with Pastor Watson and Commissioner Stevens over the last few years to coordinate and collaborate across the Pathways program, Summer Success, Evening Reporting Center, and the Intensive Home Supervision Program, which is run through the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center.
Okay, well, I'll save that question for Commissioner Stevenson. But just want to stress how important I think we need those same activities or events or whatever you may call it on the East Bank that we need it on the West Bank, because we have 4 high schools, several middle schools, and a lot of people feel like they don't get the same attention on the West Bank, and it's just too much of a challenge to get a 17-year-old from the cutoff to Central City at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, that will take us to public comment. Have about 5 cards here. Sarah Vandergrift Kelly, Melissa Carollo, and then Justin McCorkle are the first 3.
Good morning, Sarah Vandergrift Kelly. I'm the Legal and Policy Director with the Louisiana Association of Public Charter Schools. Thank you all for engaging with us this morning over the budget. We are here in support of the Office of Youth and Families. Over the past year, LAPCS and this office have coordinated and facilitated a vast array of meetings, specifically with schools in the district around truancy issues as well as on transportation issues. One of the things that we are finding, which we know for too long is true, that the city has attempted to deal with holistic problems, too isolated, too siloed, not enough entities talking with one another, coordinating. And we discovered just that in the truancy work, which led to an uncovering of city services as well as school services that aren't connected. So how do we do a better job of passing basically the baton from schools in the district to city services? Because at the end of the day, it all matters, particularly what services are provided to students after school on weekends during the summer. It all matters. And if we can all do a better job of coordinating efforts, that lifts all students up. Conversely, I will also like to remind you all that when schools are required to engage with the district and required to use city services, and those services are not fully funded, like transportation, which we can talk about in another day, that has a direct negative impact, not just on the schools themselves, but just the ability to get students to school. So for the first time as an organization, we are really excited to see how schools in the city, for once, probably in our city's lifetime, are actually talking with one another. We encourage this. We want to continue the conversation, even the conversations today around transparency over who gets access, where the program's located. It all matters. We thank you for this opportunity and we look forward to continue being engaged. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Carollo, Justin McCorkle, Jeanette, and then Scott Howard.
Good morning, Melissa Carollo, Finance Director at Louisiana Association of Public Charter Schools. I think the most important asset our community has is our children. I got involved in education about 16 years ago because I think that's the most important path to success, but the schools cannot be the sole change agents for this work. Education and youth development requires collaboration across all the agencies in our community, as well as partnerships between the organizations doing this work in our community. Having worked directly with schools as well as the youth support organizations, I believe that the more resources we can provide to these organizations and programs, the more progress we can make as a community for the education and support of the entire child. As Sarah said, we've worked closely with this department as well as NOLA PS to collaborate on some of these programs. So I am here in support of this budget and this department.
Thank you. All right, Justin, Jeanette, Scott.
Good morning, council members. I am Justin McCorkle here with Youth Force NOLA in support of the Office of Youth and Families budget. Since its inception in 2015, Youth Force NOLA has served a key role in laying the foundation and groundwork for our public high school students to be prepared for life after high school. By serving as the city's youth talent development intermediary, Youth Force NOLA connects public high school students to opportunities, as well as the skills needed to be successful upon graduation. Throughout this time, Youth Force NOLA has partnered and continues to make huge strides by supporting our youth through a network including NOLA Public Schools, the City of New Orleans, our training providing partners like Operation Spark, the New Orleans Center for Career, as well as the Office of Youth and Families. Together, we are building a thriving ecosystem of development and opportunities for our youth after high school. Studies show that students in career pathway programs are 21% higher likely to graduate high school. These opportunities matter, and sustained investment in this area matters as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Jeanette, and then Scott.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for your time. I understand you're not discussing ARPA this morning per se, but I will note that every budget observation at this point does involve an expectation of ARPA funds. And we do not want to take away from the Office of Youth and Families because we understand how important this is. However, we understood that we needed to take this opportunity while you're all meeting today to present to you the workers' proposals that have been drafted and submitted. So this is regarding the ARPA funds. And since we've been trying to engage the mayor unsuccessfully, we've been continually ignored. We've also been trying to engage the city council as well. So we hope that this will foster some discussion that we've been trying to open up with the New Orleanian workers. So we hope that this will provide you with a fuller picture and hope that this will open the door to engage in true conversations when the ARPA money does come up, which I'm guessing will be next year since this seems to be set aside. So we appreciate your time and we hope you all have a lovely day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right, last public comment, Scott Howard. Do you have any online, Mr. Shy? Okay. Mr. Howard, you'll have 2 minutes. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Scott Howard. I live at 1208 8th Street. And because I'm speaking for myself rather than representing an organization, I want to take a moment to tell you a little bit about my background. I'm a retired banker now, but early in my life, I taught both in public and private schools. Over the years, I've served on a bunch of boards that are dedicated to improving the lives of children and have chaired a few of them. For example, Kids Smart, Raintree Children and Family Services, and Parks for All. I was on the Nord Foundation Board and am currently involved with the Center for Literacy and Learning and Second Harvest. I mention all this only to convey that I strongly support the mission of the Office of Youth and families. I've worked on several occasions with Emily Wolf and know Emily to be a passionate, caring, very smart and hardworking individual. We're fortunate that the current administration has placed so much emphasis on the needs of our youth. We're all aware of the challenges that the city faces, but none is greater than that our kids get a fair start in life. The sorts of private organizations that I've been involved with make a vital contribution, to be sure, but they can't do it alone. They need to work hand in hand with the public sector to be truly effective in a genuine public-private effort. So I've given the positive vibes that I generally sense from all of you. It seems hardly necessary to say this, but I ask that you support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Ms. Howard.
One more comment, Mario Mendoza.
Council members, in the absence of interpretation, I'm going to have to serve as such. Just full disclosure, I work for the Office of Youth and Families, but in this particular setting, I'm a pass-through for language justice. So,
Buenos días, mi nombre es Mario Mendoza.
buenos días. Good morning, my name is Mario Mendoza.
Solamente quería agregar un punto específico acerca del involucramiento de las comunidades
I would like to give a specific point about the ¿qué de las comunidades?
que se involucren.
The involvement of community.
Realmente nosotros hemos estado esforzando ya por muchos años que las comunidades sean tomadas en cuenta en programas de educación.
Actually, for many years, we have been working for community organizations to be included in different programming,
Especialmente en el empoderamiento de los padres,
especially as it relates to empowerment of families, parents,
creando liderazgos donde realmente puedan ver y ver que se está haciendo un trabajo y que es necesario que sean tomadas en cuenta diferentes comunidades.
especially as it relates to creating pathways for leadership training for parents and families so that they can be involved and be a form of the community.
Y crear programas que realmente pueda de alguna u otra manera hablar de justicia de lengua de todas las comunidades y de las comunidades indígenas que han venido aquí, han quedado aquí y han sido trabajadores esenciales.
Especially to create situations where language justice has a central place so that different communities, indigenous communities that are arriving can find spaces to have their voice.
Y solamente quería agregar un poquito del programa PLTI,
I wanted to just speak briefly about the program PLTI,
que ha sido uno de los procesos que han estado involucrando a los padres latinos
which is one of the programs, processes that have included Latin families.
y programas como estos tienen que continuar. Gracias.
And programs like this one have to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you for your presentation.
Online
Good to be here.
comments,
How many online comments, Mr. Shaw?
7.
All right, let's roll through them. Thank you.
The first comment comes from Andrew LeGrand, and they're in support. The comment reads, I'm expressing my support for full funding of this budget request. Next comment comes from Olin Parker from the Orleans Parish School Board. They're in support. The comment reads, the Orleans Parish School Board is extremely grateful to the City Council for working with NOLA Public Schools and other partners to invest in the children and families of our city. Today, I would like to voice support for the proposal by the Mayor's Office of Youth and Families to reallocate the $3 million previously used for the City Seats program to programs that support early literacy, which is so important to the long-term success of New Orleans. This proposal will also allow the NOLA Public Schools Office of Student and Support to continue its fight against chronic absenteeism, the United Way to expand its literacy instruction during summer programming, and retain and expand the early childhood education workforce. Additionally, I am supportive of the council making these funds an annual line item in the budget rather than a one-time allocation of funds. The next comment comes from Hamilton Simons Jones. They are in support. They are representing the New Orleans Campaign for Grade Level Reading. The Mayor's Office of Youth and Families has been an important partner to the New Orleans Campaign for Grade Level Reading as we work to increase the number of children who reach the important milestone of reading on grade level by the end of 3rd grade. Many of the gains we have made in recent years could not have happened without the Mayor's Office of Youth and Families, from early childhood education to parent leadership development. They help coordinate and convene and serve as an important central point of contact in City Hall for everybody from child care centers trying to navigate permitting to open a new facility to developing diverse groups of parents as leaders and making a better community for our children. Their budget proposal includes important investments in best practices that expand access to early childhood education, advanced parent leadership, and more. We support increased investment in children, youth, and families through the Mayor's Office of Youth and Families. The next comment comes from Charmaine Cacciopi, and they are in support. I write to you today on behalf of United Way of Southeast Louisiana in support of the Office of Youth and Families budget request. The Office of Youth and Families is an important and valued partner in meeting the needs of children and families in our community. Their proposal includes funding to retain the early childhood education workforce, address chronic school absence rates exacerbated by the pandemic, and support summer learning and literacy development via United Way's K-Finley Literacy Institute. New Orleans faces significant literacy challenges, with more than 2/3 of third graders not reading on grade level. Students who fail to reach this critical milestone are more likely to drop out before earning a high school diploma. We are proud to stand with the Office of Youth and Families and working alongside our community to address this challenge. We thank the council for your efforts to advance this funding to help our children and families succeed. The next comment comes from Ernest Johnson, and they're representing Ubuntu Village, and they are in support. Ubuntu Village supports an increase for the Office of Youth and Families budget. We believe if you want public safety and a better quality of life for all New Orleans citizens, we should have no questions when investing in youth. When the children are all right, everyone's all right. The next comment comes from Shanada Cooper for Ubuntu Village. The comment reads, "Good morning. On behalf of the Ubuntu Village, we hope that you consider the thing we said in our presentation and support the Office of Youth and Family Service." The last comment comes from Teddy McGlynn Wright, and they represent the Coalition for Compassionate Schools. We value the partnership and leadership of the Office of Youth and Families. They have a positive impact on our community and continue to push forward the crucial work of the Youth Master Plan. We need to fully fund their budget requests because we need to invest in the young people of this city, especially given the disproportionate impact that young people have faced under the pandemic in terms of education, mental health, employment, parenting, and peer relationships. These investments in early childhood education, career and technical education for young adults, mental health and parent support services are exactly what our young people need right now, and a major way for us adults to tell you people that we see and value them. The Coalition for Compassionate Schools, formerly known as the Trauma-Informed Schools Learning Collaborative. That completes the comments.
Okay, well, but we have, people are so excited, we have more public comment. So Dr. Birch and then Greg Ravy.
Good morning. My name is Barry Birch. I'm the clinical director at the Children's Bureau of New Orleans. We are here today to encourage support of the Office of Youth and Families budget. Children's Bureau is a 130-year-old nonprofit organization, and for the past 20 years, we focused primarily on the delivery of high-quality evidence-based mental health services in community-based locations, with a specialization in the treatment of mental health conditions related to grief and trauma. We serve youth between the ages of 5 and 24. We do this through a model of embedded care whereby Children's Bureau clinicians are embedded in youth-serving organizations like workforce training and after-school programs in schools. This model of embedded care ensures greater access to quality mental health care in places where youth are already engaged and participating in youth-centered activities that promote their overall wellness and development. Our practice focuses on trauma and loss for many of the reasons highlighted in the Council's Call to Care report, namely that youth in New Orleans are exposed to rates of trauma and loss that far exceed their national peers, and those numbers have increased during the pandemic, and that those experiences are impacting their mental health. We also know that treatment and early intervention works. Children's Bureau sits on the city's Children and Youth Planning Board and has participated in the Youth Master Plan development process. One thing we've heard from youth across the city is that they want and need greater access to mental health services and programs that support their continued health and well-being.
30 seconds.
Despite those cries, there's a need for greater funding and expansion of services. Office of Youth and Family has invested and allowed us to fill in gaps where we've experienced funding cuts in the prior year. We're funded primarily through Victims of Crime Assistance funding, which has decreased by 40%. Office of Youth and Family Investment has allowed us to sustain staffing and funding that puts embedded clinicians in organizations where youth are and are able to access and receive mental health care. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Birch. Mr. Raby, will you please come forward? And then after you're done, would you just mind that filling out a card so we have one? Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Raby, your organization is mentioned a few times, so can you just explain from somebody with boots on the ground, what it's like out there and being one of the few, if not the only Algiers, so Algiers activity provider for youth, just some of the challenges you're facing.
Okay. First, I'd like to start off by saying just good morning. Like I say, my name is Greg Raven. I'm the founder of Heroes of New Orleans that's based out of Algiers. We are in support of the Office of Youth and Family Budget, as they've been our partners over the last few years in delivering services throughout the summer, and also working closely with them to expand services in Algiers as well through that Arthur Monday Center, as Ms. Emily mentioned earlier. So one of the biggest reasons why we are full support of this budget is because, as our Algerians know, services are far and few in Algiers, and we need them more than ever now. As youth programs are beginning to fade away, community centers are starting to weaken, and nonprofit organizations are starting to be really in trouble as it relates to funding and the challenges. It's important that we stay connected to programs that provide service provider fee to keep us functional. The Office of Youth and Family is one of our partners that provide that service provider fee that allows us to serve over 50 youth this summer. Which one of our biggest classes yet. Outside of that, we have no other partners that provide us funding, and so which we have to rely on private donors, fundraisers, and things of that nature. In a community where we only have Chuck E. Cheese for our kids, 6 and younger, and then from there it get really, really challenging for our organization as well as other organizations, as mine. And so with that being said, is that, again, we're one of the few organizations in Algiers, but we're doing our very, very best. We're open to collaborate with anybody who wants to collaborate with us because we know how important these services are needed.
30 seconds.
Okay, and we know how important these services are needed. And so, again, looking forward to work with anyone who's interested in working with us to improve the quality of life in Algiers. That's much needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just got another card. Is this on Youth and Family Services, ma'am?
I had a comment too.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, just before Mr. Raby walked away, I think Mr. Raby, a couple of years ago, you partnered with Equity Media and WBOK on the Good Morning Show.
Yes, sir.
To start to give you guys the kind of notoriety. Very few people even knew of this organization. But Equity Media and WBOK, and specifically the Good Morning Show, thought that one of these more successful Algiers programs needed a citywide profile. So I just don't want to forget the people who've been there and who've been helping you before this, that your organization has been doing a lot, and they have strong media outlets like the team over there to give you a citywide profile. I think we need to be conscious of what organizations like this do and the impact they have, especially in neglected communities.
Yeah, and thank you so much for that, Councilman, because awareness.
A lot of times the work starts before you get elected.
Yeah. And that piece is very important because, again, with us with smaller budgets, a lot of people say, well, I haven't heard about you. And I tell them we can work our budget 2 ways, putting it on the media, in the social book ads, or, implementing impact in kids' lives and communities. So we have to be very strategic in how we use that. So anytime we're able to get any media or any coverage or, any exposure to help highlight our program and some of our needs, very important. So
Well, the
thank you so
Equity
much.
Media team recognize that, and shout out to them, especially when you have
Absolutely.
African-American business owners who see the value in an organization that may not get the funding everybody gets,
Absolutely.
but they do the work everybody ought to do. Bless you for that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Mr. Ray, I have a question. Can you explain, quickly speak to this new thing? We talked about it a couple weeks ago in the budget hearings about the esports. What is your group doing specifically to encourage that new this new thing that kids are doing? And Ms. Wolf, if you all have any stories to share or anything that you are doing as far as esports, please feel free to chime in as well.
Yeah, and so we just received some support. Just want to shout out NOLA Motorsport was a sponsor. So we have an addition to our community center where we have a game room. But again, we're looking to expand those services in the Arthur Monday Center as well to give kids access to that gaming life that doesn't, can't get to us. But we think it's important. It's a buy-in. It gives kids access to, PlayStation 5, Xbox Ones, community group who wouldn't have access to it at home. Just because I can't afford a PlayStation doesn't mean I want to play one. And I think that access is important. I think that, esports is headed in a direction where it's not just gaming, but it's the whole industry. As you talk about designing and music and, it's like creating a movie. And so, again, that's a big business that we want to introduce our kids to and just being innovative, through our partnership with, IGL and Independent Gaming League to be able to raise awareness about, gaming and the opportunity that they have in that space as well. And so again, being innovative and making sure our kids have the opportunity in Algiers and, throughout the city to, partake in that particular industry.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Ms. LeBlanc?
I'll say while she's coming up, we definitely also support the work that I know NORD presented about last week around collaborating on a partnership to expand that kind of programming, diversifying the programming that NORD is offering. We often support NORD in ways of making sure to connect with community organizations that have a particular expertise. Another example of that is we've collaborated with Operation Spark and some of the work that they're doing to develop young people to have those kinds of technical abilities to enter into those careers that we know are exciting, and it's a growing field that we'd love to work with you in partnership, council member, on any of those initiatives.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
I have questions. I have a question about the funds for the school. There is, I see no results in the school system. I see no results in City Hall. I see no results in the police department. I also have questions about the mayor. She's not here for anything that's going on. And also, I see no superintendent from the school also. So how is the money getting funded and where is the money coming from? And where is the money going?
I want to be able to answer your question, but I'm not quite sure exactly what you're talking about in relation.
As you said, 1.15 million in schools from the Cereal Corporation.
From Kellogg?
Kellogg, yes. And I don't see any of that in the schools. You have 14 million in ORF. What is that?
Director Wall.
So we were speaking earlier about the funding. We got a grant from the Kellogg Foundation of 1.5 million. It didn't go to the school system. The schools funding and budget is governed separately from the cities. And so any direct funding for our school system is collected and dispersed through a separate process. So the city doesn't have oversight of that, but we do receive dollars from Kellogg Foundation and other organizations to support initiatives that are in support of our school system, to support some of the issues that we talked about around chronic absenteeism and truancy, or around early childhood education and after school programming.
Okay. And also, what about the 366 million in police funding? Who is passing the bill on this? Because I have been in Duncan Plaza doing my own research on City Hall, IRS, and the police department, and I have seen no mayor the whole time I have been here. So who is passing the bill on all this money that is going around in the city?
Well, I guess a couple of different things. One is the mayor's office proposes a budget to the council, and then the council appropriates all the budget proposed by the mayor, modifies it, or can go a completely separate direction. So what the mayor's office does is for every single department says, this is how much money we want to give each of the departments. I think off the top of my head, without looking at it, the NOPD budget is around 160 or 170. It's not 366. So, and that's less than it was last year too. So that's the amount for the police.
Okay. And I see no funding in I see no funding in Sewage and Water Board, no funding in crime or blighted, or no funding in the street.
So a couple of different things. One is on Sewage and Water Board, their funding primarily comes from two places.
Mhm.
Are the sewer and water fees that we pay every single month when we get our Sewage and Water Board bill. So that's what primarily deals with sewer and water. And then we pay a property tax millage on the drainage. Same thing for the school board. The primary way that they receive a significant portion of their dollars is
Mhm.
those property taxes that we pay every single month. Department of Public Works has a budget. They also, in addition to their budget, have capital money that came from the federal government as a result of FEMA. And then code enforcement, you're right, is not its own department,
Mhm.
but they do get money from HUD and from their hearings and what's going on. And the mayor's office has proposed something like a 20 or $30 million allocation to
Mhm.
streamline blight, title research, cleaning up and clearing up lots.
Oh, okay. And I also, like I was saying about the mayor, it's like she needs to be more present. She needs to be more present in what's going on with all this money being passed around, because I see all this money that you are saying that is being funded, but I see nobody passing the bill on it. If the mayor is not here to pass the bill on the money, why is the money moving if nobody is here to absolutely be a part of that?
Is it Ms. Shonda? Ms. Shonda? Let me speak to you. We want to keep moving, but I'll explain everything to you on the side, so
Okay.
have an in-depth conversation. All right.
Thank you, Councilmember King. All right, that concludes our comments. Thank you all very much. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And then we'll move
Thank you.
to, thank you. And thank you, to the kids for being here too. We appreciate hearing from you all as well. Thank you very much. You all did an excellent job presenting. Office of Criminal Justice Coordination, then Office of Neighborhood Engagement, CORE, and IGR are next.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in budget. All right. All right,
All right, Commissioner, good to see you. Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Madam President, Council Vice President, Council Members Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. Thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to present my budget today. I will keep my presentation brief and look forward to speaking to all of the accomplishments and goals of my office. I have with me today at the table, Kate Hoatley, who's the Program Manager of the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination. Also behind me, I have members of my staff, as well as the founder of Family Center of Hope, Reverend Pat Watson, who runs the Evening Reporting Center, and her staff, and also Keisha Bowie, Director of Pretrial Services, and Joseph Haynes from Criminal District Court. We will follow the agenda, department overview. I started my career in law enforcement April 28, 1996 at the New Orleans Police Department. Since then, I have served at the Louisiana Attorney General's Office and the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office. I have decades of experience in Orleans Parish criminal justice legal system, and I am very passionate in ensuring safety and justice for all of our residents of this city. And I think you will see that through the work that we have done this year. Our mission and vision for the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination. My office has worked very diligently throughout COVID-19 pandemic and current rise in crime to facilitate system coordination and collaboration. As per our mission, which is to foster system-wide communication and evidence-based policymaking to promote an accountable, coordinated, efficient, and effective criminal and juvenile justice system. We know that we have safety. There must be a functioning just system that is balanced, fair, and trustworthy, which is why my office envisions humane and comprehensive justice for all persons at all points in the justice system to foster safe and flourishing communities. To facilitate this, my office has prioritized advancing accountability and innovations this past year to be responsive to our current situations coming out of the pandemic, where we have challenges within our justice system and our community. Our organizational chart. Currently, we have 7 employees, 6 plus myself, which is reflected in our budget. 3 urban policy specialists dedicated to interagency coordination, research and data analysts, racial justice, and special projects. We have 3 classified civil service positions on the grants team: grants director, grants manager, and fiscal administrator. We currently have 2 vacancies, both of which classified positions that we're working diligently to fill. Special assistant, we have received 74 applications from civil service. Grants manager, we have received 21 applications from civil service. We also work diligently to maximize our capacity by utilizing outside resources. We have submitted federal JAG application, which includes the salary and fringe for a juvenile justice program manager. Open AmeriCorps Vista position for an outreach and communications coordinator. Have 2 successful vistas so far dedicated to data analysts and racial justice. Working with Dillard University's Center for Racial Justice in Tulane for internship opportunities, because we want to invest in our youth and our young people. We have 3 interns, including 2 summer interns and a fall semester intern. Currently interviewing for 2 interns for the spring semester. This year, we had a Fuse Fellow in our office dedicated to expanding the capacity of the LEAD program, Law Enforcement Assistant Diversion Program. Moving on to our 2022 department accomplishments. Re-entry. During Second Chance Month, in partnership with the Department of Corrections, we convened community service providers to host a Second Chance Month research career fair for individuals who are formerly incarcerated at the Treme Recreation Center. We had over 35 service providers present, and we were able to serve many of our city residents. In partnership with the Justice Accountability Center, we hosted 7 legal clinics to address civil legal issues that are barriers to gainful employment. Also with Justice Accountability Center, our AmeriCorps Vista, Chelsea Wright, provided capacity building to JAG by interviewing individuals who are formerly incarcerated to document the challenges of the expungement process to support the new ending and opportunities legislation. This year, we have also worked to reinvigorate the New Orleans Reentry Task Force in partnership with Ms. Thelma French at Total Community Action, who is the New Orleans Reentry Task Force Chair. Block grants. My office serves as the administrator and monitor for grants awarded from the Louisiana Commission on Law Enforcement and Bureau of Justice Assistance. This year, we had successfully monitoring visits with LCLE, BJA, and the U.S. Department of Justice Chief Financial Officer. For fiscal year 2020, my office secured and allocated over $5.5 million in state and federal grants. We awarded 2.3 to 18 sub-grantees in Victims of Crime Act funding. $237,122 to 2 sub-grantees in state Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant funding. $294,918 to 6 sub-grantees in federal Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant funding. $166,480 in the Stop Violence Against Women funding to 2 sub-grantees. $959,619 to 6 sub-grantees in the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding. For fiscal year 2021, my office has secured and allocated $3.9 million. We have allocated $1.7 million in Victims of Crime Act funding to the following sub-grantee agencies: CASA, Catholic Charities Project Save, Children's Bureau Child Abuse Counseling, Children's Bureau Child Advocacy Program, Children's Bureau Child Survivors of Violent Crime, Children's Bureau Victim Advocacy, Children's Hospital Child Abuse, Children's Hospital Human Trafficking, Covenant House Sexual Assault, Metro Centers for Community Advocacy, Musicians Clinics, New Orleans Family Justice Center Forensics, New Orleans Family Justice Center Victim Assistance, New Orleans Family Justice Center Victim Assistance 9, New Orleans Family Justice Center Victim Services, Orleans Parish Criminal District Court, Orleans Parish District Attorney, Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, Southeast Louisiana Legal Services, STAR, Sexual Trauma Awareness and Response, Tulane Educational Fund for DV, and VET. We are currently accepting applications for Victim of Crimes Act funding for fiscal year 2022. We have a total of $2.4 million. Applications are due December 8, 2022. This funding is to support the provision of direct services to victims of crime at no cost to the victims. Programs must be operated by a public agency, nonprofit organization, or a combination of such agencies. For more information on how to apply, potential applicants can go to our website, nola.gov/OCJC. In an effort to have better outreach, we have also posted the opportunity on social media. This year, we established a partnership with the United States District Attorney's Office, Eastern District of Louisiana, to become the fiscal agent for the Project Safe Neighborhood grants, which will total amount of $768,984 through fiscal years 2018 through 2022. Juvenile justice. This year, through funding secured by Senator Jimmy Harris, we expanded the New Orleans East with a grant of $300,000 for the Evening Reporting Center. The Evening Reporting Center is operated by Family Center of Hope, which has been serving New Orleans residents for over 30 years. The ERC program began in 2019 and is a 45-day alternative to detention program designed to provide individual supervision to youth as young as 11 who would normally be held in secure pretrial custody. The ERC offers best practice interventions for preventing new and persistent delinquent behavior, including screening and assessment, strength-based case management, individual and group counseling, problem-solving strategies, social skills development, community-based referrals, and aftercare support services. Referrals to the ERC come directly from the juvenile court judges, and participation in the program is part of their terms of release. From July of 2021 through June 30th, 2022, 113 numbers of youth were referred to the Evening Reporting Center. When we get into the budget, we will ask to absorb this cost into our budget for this year. I will share additional information regarding the Evening Reporting Center, and Reverend Pat Watson will also be here to answer any questions regarding the program. Moving on to our data infrastructure. My staff and I have been working diligently to create an infrastructure for a shared platform for data sharing across criminal justice system agencies through the collaborative work of the Criminal Justice Information Sharing Subcommittee. Through this work, we have completed building a data warehouse, which will serve as the foundation for a new data sharing platform, of which will serve as a foundation. And we have received a $100,000 Microsoft grant to help build a platform. We also have received additional funding for data exchanges between key agencies within the built platform. Most of this work was done within the last 2.5 years by Nathaniel Weaver, who's no longer with my office, but has been employed by the New Orleans Police Department to stand up their data analytics department. We're also working with IT to ensure the essential technology related to the justice system function include court notified system, which is very important to the criminal justice system. Through our Ethic and Racial Disparity Working Group, we have produced over 130 charts of currently internal dashboards to build an infrastructure to better understand the inequities across different decision points within our justice system. We're also working with justice system stakeholders to bring people together collectively to ensure effective, efficient investments are made to the updated legacy system. As you know, the criminal justice systems are very antiquated. We are working very diligently trying to get every one of our stakeholders on the same page to make sure that when replacing their systems, we're having those conversations so that the work can be done collectively and not in silos. System-wide coordination goes to just what I said. This year, we have coordinated many meetings to bring together system stakeholders to solve pressing issues within our justice system. Addressing violent crime was one. In our Sandy Krasnoff Criminal Justice Council meetings, we have brought in the NOLA Coalition and Youth Master Plan to bring in stakeholders with the same goals to work together and facilitate partnerships around violent crime. Also, around addressing the rise in violence, my office released a violence reduction strategy document in July, which can be found on our website. The document details strategies around prevention, intervention, and community transformation, which combine these strategies are designed to provide immediate stabilization as well as long-term systematic solutions to prevent and reduce gun violence. Key to violence reduction is prevention. Through the Safety and Justice Challenge, we have funded several intervention initiatives, which are based upon the principles that we cannot arrest our way out of this spike in violence, and we have to invest in interventions that will reduce recidivism by giving people the support that they need, which includes prosecutable diversion, which provides an alternative to criminal prosecution, with the goal of holding individuals accountable for their actions, connecting individuals within the criminal legal system to community-based services, prevent further system involvement, and reducing the caseload burden of the criminal legal system. From 2020 to 2022, we have provided over $200,000 to partially fund 4 staff positions, as well as to provide equipment to outfit the satellite office of the New Orleans East Library. Our Racial and Equity Disparity Working Group has also worked with the diversion program to design recommendations to be very intentional about racial equity with the program. The diversion program has provided 2 sets of updates of the working group since the recommendation report was released. Public defenders at first appearance ensures advocacy at first appearances encounter with the criminal court system. From 2020 to 2022, we have allocated over $240,000 towards this effort to facilitate comprehensive and constitutional justice at the first point of the system. Jail Release Navigator program is designed to provide transition planning services and intensive case management to help reduce rates of recidivism among incarcerated individuals dealing with mental health challenges in substance abuse needs through licensed social workers. From 2020 to 2022, we have provided over $140,000 to support this program. As most of you know, if not all of you know, about the Law Enforcement Assistant Diversion Program named LEAD, which is a public health approach to policing for those who are criminalized for underlying unmet behavior needs. We have provided over $150,000 to support the LEAD project manager. We also secured a $175,000 grant through a competitive U.S. Conference of Mayors grant to expand the program beyond the 8th district with a racial justice lens to recommendations made by the Ethic and Racial Disparities Working Group. To address the case backlog and case processing challenges, we instituted a jail population review team with the Public Defender's Office and the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office to review and expedite cases with certain criteria to affect in case processing, which has had a significant impact on the jail population and the criminal justice system as a whole. To this end, we have also conducted stress tests, which collaboratively with system actors, we looked at 35 cases in order to identify factors that were driving the jail population, contributing to system inefficiencies, and identifying challenges and opportunities to safely reduce the jail population. Racial justice. Racial justice is of the utmost importance for this office and my staff. We know the race-neutral policies can often lead to further disparities. Therefore, we have a dedicated staff person to address racial equity and convene a collaborative body dedicated to addressing racial equity and recognition of these efforts. In October of 2020, the Ethic and Racial Disparities Working Group was formed in partnership with the Vera Institute of Justice. There are 34 members of the working group, half representing government agencies and other half non-agencies and community representatives. The ERD recommendation report released in July of 2021 is a product of that effort. The ERD working group engaged Total Community Action as a fiscal agent, and in April, TCA issued an RFP. The ERD working group funded 2 projects. $57,000 went to Operation Restoration. The Rapid Response Project provides direct assistance to clients served by the Safety, Freedom, Post-Arrest to eliminate barriers to appear in court. $23,000 went to Free Alice, Aspire organization, organizes current and formerly arrested or undocumented students, alum, and family members to lead system change. In January of this year, our office in partnership with Total Community Action was chosen by the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation to participate in the racial ethnic cohort. Moving to our goals for 2023. In 2023, we will be rebuilding or building on the foundation that we have built this past year, continuing to allocate and monitor federal and state victim services and criminal justice block grants. Continue to work with our stakeholders in IT to build out and fully adopt a new cloud-based interagency record workflow animation environment, which will allow agencies to share information between one another easier and in close to real time. We will be sure to collaborate with agencies as they replace legacy systems and ensure that stakeholders are working together and not working in silos when they are replacing systems, current systems that are in place. We will continue to provide technical assistance and platforms for agencies to meet, to solve challenges, collaborate, including through the Criminal Justice Council, Jail Population Management Subcommittee, the Ethic and Racial Disparities Working Group, New Orleans Reentry Task Force. We will continue to advocate for diversion and deflection programs because we know we cannot advance safety without advancing justice. which includes facilitating best practices within our justice system by instituting programs like lead, diversion, and pretrial services. We will continue to work with stakeholders to address case backlogs and resolve case processing delays through participation in the Safety and Justice Challenge Impact Network and implementing solutions from the stress test. We will continue to advocate for our citizens that our returning citizens are supported by the New Orleans Reentry Task Force. We will continue to work with stakeholders to address the rise in violence by promoting evidence-based and data-driven practices in prevention. We will continue to advance racial justice work by implementing racial equity cohort project plan in partnership with Total Community Action by developing a comprehensive plan to advance that work. We will continue to go after every grant dollar that is available for all of our public safety agencies. Budget requests. As you see, for our personnel, our allocation reflects our current reality of 7 employees, as previously mentioned. We have 2 vacancies that we are working to fill. For other operating, we have 2 main budget items, the Evening Reporting Center and pretrial services. Previously, we have asked for $300,000 allocated for the Evening Reporting Center. We're asking for a total of $600,000 as the Evening Reporting Center has expanded a location in New Orleans East and was previously funded by funding from Senator Jimmy Harris. This year, we're allocating $300,000 that was received from Jimmy Harris to fund the Evening Reporting Center in New Orleans East. The Evening Reporting Center is an alternative for detention for youth. From January 2020 to June 22, 94 youths of color have successfully completed the Evening Reporting Center Alternative to Detention program. The overwhelming majority of youth who completed the program appeared at their court event and were not rearrested within 60 days of release from juvenile detention and referral for the Evening Reporting Center program. 92% of the youth served are Black male youth. 7% served are Black female youth. Most Evening Reporting Center participants from 2020 to 2022 appeared at their subsequent court event and were not rearrested during the evaluation period. From January 2020 to June 2022, 99% of participants appeared at their post-related court event. 84% were not rearrested, and 86 appeared at their court events and were not rearrested. Pretrial services and similar programs across the country exist to help courts make constitutional sound release decisions with the least restrictive conditions while protecting victims, witnesses, and the community from threat, danger, or interference. Pretrial services both provides an evidence-based risk assessment and a supervision program for those released pretrial. This year, pretrial has expanded their services to misdemeanors in addition to some felony cases. Pretrial services has 1 director and 11 staff dedicated to intake and case management. Pretrial staff are working hard to prepare assessments for magistrate court. Between May 1, 2021 and April 30th, 2022, pretrial service staff administered the PSA to 93% of all people who made a first appearance and were eligible for PSA. Public safety rate is the percentage of people who are not rearrested after pretrial services. Between May 1, 2020 and April 30th, 2022, the public safety rate was 95%. At this time, this concludes my budget presentation. I will take any questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the coordination with the New Orleans East Library, the YEP Center, leading all those programs. Maybe finally, we're having programming and resources follow the demographic shift in New Orleans into districts that where many of the organizations that receive funding to focus with and work with those groups are still downtown, though Hope 6 and Katrina has changed the entire demographic of the city. So I'm enjoying seeing that trend from the day reporting center to using the library as a hub, and especially the partnership with the new YEP Center with the LEAD program. Councilmember Jerusalem specifically talking about coordination and dashboards. The criminal justice system, where are we with gathering of information, each agency collaborating around information and having that main dashboard that kind of tracks what happens in criminal justice from one agency to the next?
Well, we have most of our dashboards that are on my website, captures an overview of all of our criminal justice stakeholders. Right now, the agencies, the sheriff's office, the district attorney, the police department, the clerk of court, public defender, they're all working in providing their own dashboards, but we have asked that when they are creating dashboards, that they actually consult with us so that we can make sure that our data, the person that is on my team, that's responsible for the dashboards that we have in place, review and make sure that the numbers are similar to what we have, if not the same numbers. But we just want to make sure that it's and we're working, that's part of getting that whole, all stakeholders on the same page as it relates to that one database where you can see the same information instead of the district attorney's office looking at something totally different from the court. The court is looking at something totally different from the public defender's office. So we're working on that. Hopefully that will be up and running by mid-2023.
I asked that because, you know, one of the challenges is from writing that police report to information gathering, to knowing the background of an alleged defendant, to being part of the system, to sentencing. There's historically been a breakdown there. If you look at New Orleans solve rates, our solve rates, when you compare it to the national average, have lagged behind for years. And when you talk about homicide solve rate, especially given the fact that we're focusing on that percentage, the 25% of that small percentage that are involved in the most violent crime, I think our solve rate's around 40-45%. They've been as low as in 30s in the 20s in the past, and the national average is around 60 or 65. So we're coordinating now, especially with this. I know you're trying to bring everybody together, but what percentage of that is concentrating on solve rates and making the best cases for the people who or how would I say, perpetrators, especially of repeated offenders of some of these most violent crimes?
I can tell you this, that it was an issue with the police department and the district attorney's system on receiving the way information was being received. That has since been corrected about 3 weeks ago, where now everything is flowing. It was an issue with Zip and Ship is a file name that they were using to send over. So the DA's office and the police department now are back on track. So they're getting all the information that they need through the system that is in place.
And when you talk about funding and identifying organizations that work, thank you for that. We had a young man who spoke earlier, Mr. from the Heroes organization, who are directly involved in juvenile delinquency, curbing juvenile crime. I mean, would organizations like that qualify potentially, especially if they can show a direct correlation between impacting juvenile crime and running their program? Would organizations like that potentially qualify for funding?
Yes, absolutely. And that's why we post in New Orleans, the Advocate and the Time-Picayune. We do post, but some challenges that we see, we do not get enough applicants, right? We get the same people applying, and that's what the Sandra Krasnoff Council vote on, who should get the funding at those meetings that you attend. So yes, he does apply and he can apply, and LCLE is, we're the pass-through. So what happens is once we receive the applications from our applicants, we have to send them to Baton Rouge to Louisiana Commission on Law Enforcement. They go through the applications, they make sure that the requirements are met, and then they notify us. So he does, if you have any questions, and I've worked with him before, I volunteered and actually played volleyball with his team. I'll be happy to walk him through some of the steps.
I mean, a lot of these great organizations you know, volunteering is nice, but when they're making money, that's better than nice. You know, it's like somebody said, free better than cheap, right? With the reporting center, that 300,000, is that new for the reporting center? Is that new money in this budget?
Yes, the one is not, the 300,000 we're asking for is new money to continue to fund the Evening Reporting Center in New Orleans East. Senator Harris
Yeah.
Funded it this
Yeah.
past year, so that ends unless we get more money from him at a later date, but that's what we're asking for. That will go to benefit the Evening Reporting Center in New Orleans East.
And how do you think you're gonna break that down? Personnel, their programming, when you break the 300,000 down, where do you think that money will go? A social service worker?
If Pat is here, she can.
Okay. Okay, well, yeah. Yeah, you got one of the great gurus of all time. Okay, all right. Pastor Pat.
Hi, good morning, everyone. What's the
Yeah.
question?
No, about the money for the reporting center, that extra funds that are specifically gonna go into what, who is social service worker, juvenile intervention, you know, counseling. How do you look at that?
Okay.
And, you know, impact spending now.
Yeah, well, basically, the monies are to hire staff, of course,
Okay.
and to pay for a leasing agreement. I have several of my staff persons here with me
Absolutely.
on today. So basically, it goes to provide for staffing, actually transportation,
Okay.
food for the youth, extra activities for the youth and the like.
Now, this is comforting because I remember the work, you know, it's always good to have a real historical perspective. Years ago, when you guys focused on an area and the murder rate went from 35 to 1. So to know that, and I think you guys were involved in that years ago, and to know that we have an organization like yours that's doing that, especially in an area like the East where we need to have impact and targeting. I didn't know that was your organization. I really appreciate that because especially because of the success, not makeup success, but documented success
Yes,
that y'all had in the past.
thank you.
Thank you. A couple of other things. You mentioned reentry. We used to have a pretty robust reentry program that under Sheriff Guzman. Even so, back with Fody, that existed for a while. I think it was a political decision that took the reentry program and moved it to the Plaquemines facility where they spent millions of dollars on a jail that had no one in it. How are we dealing with reentry, especially because we have VOTE, which gets a lot of federal funds, and then the First 72, which has won national awards, but seems to get very little local funding when we know from the 100-day pre-release period until those first 72 is one of the most critical times in reentry. How are we dealing with the budget and focusing and coordinating that level of criminal justice?
So First 72 is one of our funders and one of our partners as it relates to reentry. And during the whole pandemic, of course, you know, the whole reentry piece kind of went just like everybody else dormant for a minute. But we had been working with Pastor Tyrone and Chad at First 72. And I can't recall the young lady that has since left and went back. I can't think of her name, but First 72 have received funds from our office. We've done partnerships with them. And once again, we're just a pass through. So we encourage them to write the grant. We do letters of support because we cannot write the grant and receive the funds, but the funds that we do get, we encourage them to apply, and we do for safety and justice challenges, a reentry in that $2.5 million that we get from MacArthur Foundation. It is a space in there for reentry. We make sure that those reentry organizations within our city that's doing the work, for one, Operation Restoration is getting funding. She gets plenty funding from us, but we do make sure that our reentry people are taken care of. It is disheartening to see that all of the JRI money for reentry went to Plaquemines Parish, and it caused some issues because that's where all the money went. So when people are being released back into the communities in which they live, most of those incarcerated individuals are Orleans Parish residents. So with that being said, we need to continue to fight for more funding directly allocated to Orleans Parish and not funding sent to Plaquemines Parish to help Orleans Parish residents. That makes no sense. But again, I'm not in Baton Rouge making those decisions.
That was the
but-
Department of Corrections.
Correct, right.
Decision.
It was their decision,
That the least busiest
right?
prison got
But we still
the best-
have,
the most money for reentry program.
correct. So we still have a team, a reentry team and task force that actually work very closely with Plaquemines because we're still servicing our Orleans Parish residents that need the assistance that they need.
And then lastly, the 90% Black boys, 7% young Black women. We know 1 in 3 African-American men are either part of the criminal justice system in one way, another probation, parole, or incarceration. We know now it's 1 in 7.5 or 8 young African-American females. Are we taking a look at the program based on the percentages of folk who are, especially young boys and girls, who are part of the system? Do we identify those programs based on how they attack that 90 and that 7%?
Yes, so one of my budget requests is to actually have a position next budget cycle is for a juvenile justice person. And that is, I want to have a person embedded in my office to focus on the juvenile justice center, but our young people that's going through all of the justice systems, be it reentry, be it the evening reporting center, be it the court system, the schools. We do know we want to have a valid person to actually reach out to our schools, because what we have learned and what I have learned and identified is in Orleans Parish, when young people are troubled, there is no, back in the day, it's no counseling or no intervention at the school. The only intervention is calling the police. That is not the role of the police department.
And then lastly, again, thank you, especially in terms of communicating, collaborating. I've appreciated the relationship and always talking sometimes daily, taking a look at the system. But when we started this some time ago, there was a question about communication and collaboration with amongst the criminal justice agencies. Would you say that that's improved, on the way to having the kind of full cooperation and communication? Have we moved the meter in that area?
Absolutely. I can honestly say that all the stakeholders that I have been involved in, from the police department, the sheriff's office, district attorney, court, clerk, public defender, municipal court, criminal district court, we have been, the cooperation is there. I can call a meeting, they're coming or they're sending somebody, but they are engaging. So that line of communication has drastically improved since 2018.
And then lastly, I'm doing Eugene now. I'm learning that the last might not be the last. That's called a greenism.
You're supposed to say, I'm working toward the
Yeah,
last question.
this is my last working question. In the past, whenever there's been success in criminal justice coordination, and especially when you talk about the numbers from the work that the Watson Center used to do back in the late 90s and early 2000 to now, the business community and the at-large community has always been involved. Do we have relationships there so that moving forward, they're kind of part, maybe not be officially a part of the system, but part of the system in terms of collaboration and communication?
Yes, I do. I have monthly meetings with Jim Cook from the Business Council, Henry Coxon from the Business Council, and a few other people, Greg Rusevich and a couple of other people. And more recently, I've had constant communication with Press Kabakov regarding the NOLA Coalition. So we're hoping to build on that relationship at some point.
And that was my last question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Green.
Of course, the most important reason to have a functioning criminal justice system is to prevent people from being victimized by crime, in my opinion. We use expressions, which are important in the system, and that's fine in terms of politics. But the bottom line is that I think the criminal justice system's job is to protect all citizens from becoming victims of crime. We want to work with people who have committed crimes, and that's important. We want to work with programs that are designed to help them do a better job. But if we forget that there are victims out there for every crime that has been committed, then we do an injustice to our citizens who are subject to all of the ramifications involved with being the victim of crime. So I do want to say that I appreciate the fact that within your office, you do fund victims support organizations. I'm going to tell you that for the record, I'm going to disclose that I am the co-founder of an organization called Voices of the Victims of Crime. I'm not listed in the incorporation documents, and I'm saying that to the media because I'm promoting victims of crime in terms of getting justice, but it has nothing to do with me benefiting in any way. The bottom line is that we have at those meetings victims of crime who feel that they've been lost in the system, that either some office doesn't get back to them or that their victimization has been forgotten. The crimes their families have been subjected to have been forgotten. I am going to ask, I've alluded to you, I'm going to ask my council budget chair, I've alluded to him that I wish to do so, and to other members of the council, I wish to see a stronger presence relative to support of victims. You are doing fine with your grants, but there are so many other components to the victim system, such as those social workers in our police district stations, the state programs that exist. But most important, I think sometimes is that we miss the fact that there's a lot of private and federal money out there that can support victims. So I'm going to ask my fellow council members to support me in an amendment eventually as the budget goes on to create a victims, that word czar gets used a lot, but a victim czar, someone whose job it is to help coordinate the public, private resources that help to get justice for our victims of crime so that they are not forgotten, so that there are ongoing supports offered to them. So I'll ask you your opinion relative to that. Also, whether your office is the proper place to house such a victim support czar. And also, could you tell us the criteria that you use to award monies to those many victim support organizations that you did?
Okay, so I'll start with the formula. We do not have a formula. The formula is generally already generated by the Louisiana Commission on Law Enforcement. So we just get a rough amount, just say if the funding is 2.9, that's what we have, 2.9. So each organization will apply for what their needs are. One organization may apply for 500,000, and then they have to give a description of what they want to do with that money. And then we send all of the applications to LCLE. They score it and then they send it back, and then we present it to our Criminal Justice Council and they vote on the proposals.
Okay.
Your other question about will the victim czar be best housed in my office? I think we should have a discussion about that, but just thinking off of the back and my experiences in working in that capacity before, I would say that we need to have a conversation. It would almost fall under interagency coordination as it relates to victim services, because you have victim services that is present in the New Orleans Police Department, and you have a victim services that is present within the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office. So, and of course, the Sheriff's Office, because they also provide funding for victims of homicides where they pay for burial and costs and cover some medical expenses through a special fund from the state.
And that's an interesting example that you use, because do you know how many people don't know that that exists? There's a lot of them who don't know that. And it's unfortunate that there is. Could you repeat that again as to what funds for what is provided? Because many members of the public are going to know somebody who's been victimized, a family, but what is that fund that's available?
It's a victim fund that is money that is allocated from the state to Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. Was the only agency, public safety agency, that received those funds to assist with victims of crime, for instance, murder, victims' family. They do help with burial. They help with medical assistance, The captain over at the sheriff's office, Captain Stephanie Mentos, is in charge of that program and oversees the funding for that program, and she does a very good job. She generally coordinates with NOPD and the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office to secure and look for those victims and reach out to those victims to offer assistance.
Right, and I'm not putting her on the spot because she's not here. But you do recognize that a lot of people don't know that it exists. Just like the resources available through the district attorney and the police department, through the social workers and that's why I look at the idea of a victim czar, a point person, as someone who can help to coordinate all of those programs and also reach out for federal and private money.
And
to
it's
support
also
them.
important to have a distinction between the two, the police department, the roles of the police department and the role of
social
the
workers,
district
right.
attorney's office. The police department is heavily involved at the time where they are making or looking for the suspect in whatever the crime is, be it DV, be it homicide or whatever it is. So that person, those families are linked with the police department's victim witness program, which house social workers. Also, after the case, if an arrest has been made, they're no longer on the case. That information is supposed to be turned over to the district attorney's office, and then the district attorney's office, victim witness services, is supposed to step in. They're the new case manager because now the case is with the district attorney's office because an arrest has been made. So the district attorney's victim witness services should be providing all the information to families of victims of crime.
But you've seen the stories.
Yes.
For example, of the people who say the charges were dropped. I wasn't notified that I was even required to testify, or as a victim, I wasn't given a chance.
Yes.
It's early in our process. This is still a relatively new city council. We haven't addressed every issue that's out there, but that's an issue of grave concern.
Yes.
And of course, there are also state resources and even federal resources, but an untapped private sector resource that I think that we need to take advantage of. Because once again, we should measure ourselves better by the way that we treat the victims of crime and that we do the things that it takes to reduce the number of people who are victimized by crime. And I think it's just been so easy, including, I think it's a numbers game, 240 murders, over the last 50 years in our city, 13,000 murders. It's easy to forget the victims and their families and what the people this weekend, 4 people shot over 5 hours, 2 women shot in the French Quarter. I'm not trying to be negative because you all know that I like to be as positive as I can about our city, but we do have a problem, and it's sometimes a numbers problem, but we can't allow that to get us to the point where people who are victimized by crime feel that there's no help and support for them, short and long term. So I would like to have that discussion with you. I'm going to ask my fellow council members for their support. We'll call it whatever it needs to be called, but there is too much out there in terms of information that is not shared in the media, that is not shared on social media, that lets everyone know that if you've been a victim of crime, that there is something that can be done. And I look forward to that discussion with you.
Sure.
I do have a question that the council fiscal office, and they put questions forth on every budget hearing, and I do appreciate that. Could you elaborate on the funding that you receive for federal and state advocacy for the programs that you coordinate? I think that it's a question, I guess it's a question, how are you advocating for federal and state resources, and in general, how can this council help?
Well, we go after every grant, federal and local grant that we see. I have a whole grants team. They're very diligent in following all of the emails that we get and just searching the websites for the Bureau of Justice Assistance Grant, the Burn JAG, U.S. Department of Justice grants that we get. So we're doing what we need to do on our end. Of course, if there's something that we don't know that's out there, we'll get a phone call and say, hey, this is out there. I think you all should apply. You have a couple of nonprofits that could benefit. We do just that. So how you all can help, if you see anything that is helpful to address and that we should be applying for, please, by all means, reach out to myself or my office and we will look and see if it's the right fit and if we have any applicants that meet that criteria. Because as you well know, grants have certain criterias and requirements. So we want to make sure that our applicants that are applying and they actually meet the requirements.
How do you measure the success of your office? What are the key performance indicators I would say to you at the end of 2022 or as we go forward into 2023, at the end, you've had a successful year?
Data collection, every grant, sub-grantee that we fund and allocate funds to, we receive a quarterly report. And we put that together. I have a data analyst on staff who is responsible for all of my data products and also my dashboards. And that's how we gather our information.
I'm going to ask you to look at, as we work on this, a crime victims dashboard too.
Yes.
We don't have one in terms of the way I think that it should be, so that we can follow up and let people know what is going on that has changed the system that has created so many victims of crime. But I do look forward. Well, you go ahead and comment. You were going to comment.
I was just going to say, and that takes the collaboration of the police department and the DA's office just to make sure that we can have access to their information as it relates to victims, so that we can create that dashboard. And also it'd be helpful just to see what you want to see in the dashboard so we can work together on that.
If you have any concerns as you move forward, getting the information that you need, let us know, because it's only a couple of things that I can tell you that I'm a really push for, but I've had an opportunity to speak to so many victims of crime who, for whatever, sometimes it may be perception, but it's reality, feel that the system has completely let them down. You've seen just a couple of the articles and a couple of the presentations that have come before this council amongst the hundreds that exist of people feeling that they don't want to testify, they don't feel it's going to do them any good, they are frightened and they don't feel they can get the support, they're not communicated with relative to how they can participate in the systems. It's a very important component of fighting crime in our city to have victims of crime to be motivated to do the things that it takes to enhance our criminal justice system. It's a priority of mine relative to your office. And if your office is not going to be the place, make a suggestion to me.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Look
Thank you.
forward to speaking.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. I want to focus on the LEAD program because I think that it is effective and that it works. And so if you could just explain what it is, any data that you have on results and additional funding that you might need to expand the program. I know it's in the 8th district, maybe going to the 7th, but I'd really like to see it also expand to the 6th.
So when I came in 2018, the LEAD program, of course, coming from the district attorney and the PD, I was involved in the initial stages at the time. Captain Gernon was a captain in the 8th district, and Nick and I had worked together on the LEAD program. Since then, the LEAD program has been shifted from my office to the health department because that's where it needs to be. We do not have any hard data, but I do have some numbers for you as it relates to the LEAD program. But right now, everything has been shifted to the health department, but we will still continue to provide some assistance whenever the health department asks. And because it's near and dear to my heart, expansion was one of the first things coming in. It's just like, okay, the 8th district is fine, but we need to look at other areas throughout our police district and council districts where it makes sense. Because you have the 8th district, police district, and the 1st police district very close, then that would take care of that council district. And then expand it also to the 6th district. Well, the 6th district wasn't on the list until recently, but expanded to the 7th district where the need was desperately needed. So we're working with, and when Nick got transferred to the 7th, we were working to implement it there. So having the previous conversation with former Judge Johnson, who's now sitting and working with LEAD, we're looking at expanding it to the 7th starting next year if they can get the funding that they need. I have a meeting scheduled with Marie to discuss what more funding they need. We were able to secure the $175,000 from the U.S. Conference of Mayors grant that is helping with the expansion.
Can you talk a little bit about what exactly it is, just so folks know?
Yeah, so
exactly
the
what it
LEAD
is?
program is actually to divert individuals from being physically arrested and taken into custody for minor offenses. For one, just use the 8 district, public intoxication, lying on the street, substance abuse. So those things are who the individuals were targeted in that aspect. And also, once they were diverted to the LEAD program, social workers were in place, counselors was in place to actually do the referrals for Odyssey House if they needed treatment and any other of our treatment facilities. So what we also found was that when the program was in the 8 district, the gender piece and the race piece was not reflective of what we know it should be. And that's why expansion is important, because when you look in the 8 district, you had 2% African Americans and you had 98% Caucasian. So that played a very factor in expanding the program too, because we do know people of color also can benefit from such programming in New Orleans East and in Central City.
Yeah, it's no secret. Listen, I'm trying to get my arms around the homelessness
Yes.
situation.
I have some numbers I can give to you. We have a data chart if you want some numbers. This is the statistics from the LEAD work in October. The total client enrollment as of October 2022 is 34.
Okay.
Outreach contact has been 50. And that's about all that we have.
Okay, I'll get additional information from the health department, but my point is that if it was expanded to the 6th, then theoretically, some of the encampment work could be handled by LEAD folks to help get some folks off the street. So it would be an additional service that could really help with the
And
encampment.
I think just roughly, you're probably looking at around maybe another 200,000 just for case managers, the facility and all of that. And because the case management piece is what makes the program, because they need to be referred and they need to be assigned a case manager who's going to follow them through the entire program.
Yeah, and once again, I think we need to call on our business community who's concerned about homelessness, concerned about people sleeping on the street, and say, hey, if you're this concerned about it, ante up some money to help pay for expansion into those areas where homelessness might be helped by expansion of the LEAD program. So thank you for that information and allowing me to have my soapbox moment.
Thank you, Councilmember King.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My question is about the evening reporting center. So maybe Pastor Watson.
Can you hear me?
My question is about the evening reporting center.
Mhm.
Maybe Pastor Watson to be best person. How you doing, Pastor Watson? How many reporting centers do we have in the city?
We only have 2. We have the one uptown and then the one in the east in which Jimmy Harris actually funded. So if your senator would like to allocate some funds to a center in Algiers, we'll be happy to have that discussion.
So how much do we need for Algiers?
I would say maybe 400,000 for a good center, but also just to be clear that the referrals that we get from the Evening Reporting Center come directly from the juvenile court judges. And the kids that we're seeing through the system now, the zip code is leading us. That's why we moved it to New Orleans East, because the zip code was 70126 through 29, which is all of New Orleans East. So that's why we expanded it to the east based on the data and the zip codes that we were receiving. And then Jimmy had a interest to help the young people in New Orleans East as well. So on top of that, and I forgot to mention Councilman Thomas, also Melissa at YEP, she and I have conversations regularly, and she and Ms. Pat have conversations, and they just opened a new YEP center in New Orleans.
We started working on that piece about 8 or 9 months ago. Though.
Yes, right. So, but I'll let Ms. Pat answer your Algiers question. I know you're trying to get one across the river.
Yeah, trying to get a ignorant all-day reporting center, if there's even such a thing in Algiers. So what's the requirements? Well, not the requirements. What are you looking for? How much money is it? Things like that.
Could you speak a little louder?
How much does a reporting center cost?
The reporting center currently is what you're asking?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, currently we are operating within the $300,000 budget from the city. And we have operated within the $300,000 budget that we received for the East program.
Okay, and have you all made a request from in the budget for $300,000 for one in Algiers?
No, we have not.
You'll do that?
We can have a conversation.
So, cause I don't know. what
Not the
state is.
same money though.
All right. I don't want to speak for the state money, because I'm not on the state level, so I just want to have that conversation after this, and that's all I had, Pastor Watts. And talking to a lot of kids, they want to they're interested in paid interns. So is there any kind of way, I know you get a lot of grants, that maybe a lot of seniors got to school at 12 o'clock or get off early, that they can have, there can be a way to have paid interns for high school kids throughout the city.
My office does not offer paid internships. I think it's maybe a city deal, but I can tell you that I have accepted young people who want to come in and actually shadow the office and work with us. We've had a number since I've been here in 2018. I can tell you I've had a couple from Carr, Kennedy, McMain they have a vested interest at some point in criminal justice or law, but they just want to see how city government works. So I have opened up my office doors for them to come and just volunteer, and they loved it.
All right, well, thank you. So we'll talk about that reporting center offline.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kabakov had a comment card, but he's no longer in chambers. Mr. Shy, do we have any online comments?
We have one online comment. This comment comes from Tiffany French, and they're in opposition. The comment reads, I am concerned about safety, but I don't think giving more money to the sheriff's office or the mayor's office is going to help with anything. We need to concentrate on preventing crime by making sure everyone has what they need. And we need to fix our infrastructure, which is a joke. That completes the comment.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
You know they coming here for you.
All right, next one is Office of Neighborhood Engagement.
I got it. To be clear, Eugene, got my shit worked out. Okay, I'm gonna do what I saw. I'm not coming them off. No, they're moving it too much.
That's just all in the mayor's court, right?
Give them 300. You give them $300,000 for the freeze house. If you don't want it. I want them to hear it.
And let me ask you this question while y'all are getting settled, Mr. Walker, Mr. Davis. Would it be easier for y'all to go Office of Neighborhood Engagement than IGR rather than going core and back? We'll do it however you want to. I'm just trying to-
Actually, IGR and neighborhood engagement will be a part of the mayor's support presentation.
Okay, all right. Just trying to streamline. Okay, so we're gonna just do core at one time, and then we'll just ask our neighborhood engagement IGR questions then. All right, sounds good.
All right.
Welcome, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, other council members. My name is Clifton Davis. I am Chief of Staff for Mayor Cantrell. Seated at the table with me is Jabari Walker, who is the Deputy Chief of Staff. I also have other members of the Mayor's Corps present in the chamber. We will endeavor to answer any questions, present the budget to you guys. And just to start, I'll explain that Mayor's Corps is communications, IGR, neighborhood engagement, Office of Gun Violence Prevention, and the Office of Community Assets and Investments. The mission and vision of the mayor's office remains primarily unchanged over the last 4 years. I'll just jump into the organizational chart and accomplishments. Organizational chart is primarily unchanged from year to year with a couple of exceptions, with no longer a specific position for the Department of Utility, I'm sorry, for the Office of Utilities or the Office of Transportation. We'll jump right into our 2022 department accomplishments. As you know, the Office of the Mayor received the second tranche of the ARP funds in 2022. Funds that were directly appropriated to the city, which is something that the mayor fought very hard for and we think is very important. In addition to that, the mayor's leadership role in the U.S. Conference of Mayors. She's appointed to a leadership role and she was appointed also as co-chair of the Infrastructure Law Implementation Task Force. In that, she had a discussion with Senior Advisor of Infrastructure Coordinator Mitch Landrieu, discussing how we use ARPA funds and also involving discussions regarding the upcoming Infrastructure Act and how those monies will be used. Additionally, the mayor spearheaded vaccine efforts last year. She continued that from the 2 years prior. That has led us to a 79% vaccination rate amongst adults, 53% amongst children ages 5 to 17, which leads the state. We also saw last year that there was a rise in the monkeypox, and the mayor spearheaded an effort to lead public education and community outreach campaigns, which led to free vaccination citywide. The timing of that was very important. It was on the rise across the country. We weren't sure how bad we would be affected, but I believe that her efforts in leading that vaccination charge and working with other state, local, and federal stakeholders to get us vaccines, to do outreach, and to vaccinate the public really put us in a position where we weren't affected. As far as intergovernmental relations is concerned, we secured $130 million in capital outlay funds last year. We secured $2.3 million in direct appropriation for city programs and priorities. And we reactivated several sister city agreements, one of which resulted in $600,000 direct allocation to some of our artists, youth, and culture bearers. Our Office of Neighborhood Engagement. Last year, as far as one of their accomplishments, we had the Neighborhood Summit. I'm sorry, this year, the Neighborhood Summit, which was actually completed just a few weeks ago. We know that they stress community office hours. They had the Civic Leadership Academy, Neighborhood Cares Initiative, as well as Neighborhood Leaders Initiative. All of these efforts are designed to engage in outreach with the community to make sure that they are involved in a governmental process and have access and a pipeline to the administration. Some of the other highlights: Office of Gun Violence Prevention is developing an impactful gun violence study in conjunction with Tulane University. That work is ongoing. We also had the Community Assets and Investments Office. Last year, they partnered with NORA in redeveloping several long blighted city-owned properties. An example of that is the Louisiana Avenue Firehouse. There are a couple of properties that the work is ongoing right now to develop and put into commerce. As you know, this is properties that the city owns. It's properties that were located amongst the city that we've identified as a result of the citywide inventory that was undertaken in the past couple of years. So now I'll move on to our 2023 goals. For the mayor's office, our goals are, excuse me, safe officers, safe streets. That's one of the primary goals. As you know, we're undertaking an effort. Those conversations are ongoing to develop a comprehensive recruitment and retention package, but there's been an increased focus on what we can do to grow the NOPD force. As you know, our numbers are low, but we're actively working to address that. We're working to expand affordable housing, as well as continue our leadership in climate change, equity, and pandemic recovery. We believe it's important to stress to the residents of the city that that is an important space that we need to operate in, as the issues regarding climate change, as we know, are ongoing. IGR will continue to pursue state and federal funding for infrastructure. We believe the next couple of years will be critical in that endeavor, as The Infrastructure Investment Act dollars will begin to roll out. Comms will continue to push public education on climate change challenges, as well as promote new mediums for conversation. Neighborhood engagement. Their 2023 goals include increasing effective responsiveness to neighborhood providers, looking for other new and innovative ways to reach out to neighborhoods and make sure that they're engaged in the process. We believe that that's critical in fostering trust between leaders and city government. It's something that can always be improved and is an ongoing process that we're committed to, as well as maximizing participation in city programs and initiatives. Office of Gun Violence Prevention goals for 2023 is expanding peace training into schools, as well as implementation of prevention programs to meet youth where they are. Community assets and investments. Their 2023 goals include expanding affordable housing. The plan is to launch a public-facing affordable housing inventory. I believe those works are ongoing. So with that, we'll go to budget requests for this year. The 2023 proposed budget is $6,239,772. That is a variance of $131,000 from last year. And for non-general fund, the request for 2023 is $949,000, which amounts to a $19,000 variance. That concludes my presentation. At this time, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Well, I'll start. I guess I want to ask about neighborhood engagement specifically. How do they get prepared for neighborhood meetings?
I'm sorry?
How do they get prepared for neighborhood meetings?
Yeah, come on up, Ray. I don't want to do them a disservice by not fully answering the question.
That's perfect, Mr. Bowling.
A couple of things. We advertise it aggressively as much as we can. We work with community leaders within that neighborhood, and we work with neighborhood associations. We also are getting ready to implement something that I think is very critical, and that's postcards. A lot of people will say they haven't received a flyer or email, but postcards is the best way to make sure people know about the meeting. So we're working behind the scenes with safety improvement, not safety improvements, DPW and road work to implement that.
But I guess, I mean, on the monthly meetings that happen at neighborhood groups that they have where neighborhood engagement attends, what tends to happen is neighbors have questions and it seems like there aren't easy answers sometimes.
Sometimes they're not, but what is supposed to happen, each liaison is supposed to go to those meetings, get the questions, get the answers back to them in a timely fashion. Sometimes the answers are hard to get, but that is what's supposed to happen.
I worry about that because it seems like there's a gap between what is being requested and what is being transmitted. And I don't know if it's department isn't telling neighborhood engagement or neighborhood engagement just is having trouble transmitting. But I've been to a couple meetings and I've told you this before privately, Mr. Bowling, I worry about some of your liaisons at some of the neighborhood meetings because the information just isn't getting there.
Yeah, we're working behind the scenes with departments to make sure that we get timely information so that we can only give the information to the residents based on us getting it from the departments in a timely fashion. And we're working on that.
Yeah, and I guess my suggestion just is like, in District A, we know streets, light repairs, trash and debris are always the top three. Just come prepared to answer those in addition to checking in on a weekly basis. And we do the same thing. What do you want to hear from us about? What are the council things that you want to work on? But I think that would just be incredibly helpful for the liaisons to try and do in advance. And also, I just don't want to be in a hard position either when residents are asking about specific quality of life issues.
Yeah.
Say, what's the administration only, I can't answer.
Yeah, and it's helpful too, for us to be able to bring some of those department heads to those meetings. And that is going to be a big emphasis next year, making sure that those department heads get to those meetings.
And like I told Mr. Thread earlier, the meeting that DPW had at Thurgood Marshall, where all the project leaders there, project managers were there. I mean, it's the happiest I've seen.
Yeah, it's an excellent meeting.
It was good. And I just think the more for code enforcement, for blight, for safety and permits, I think we ought to think about in all the districts. I'm going to advocate for everybody being able to do that.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then Mr. Davis on intergovernmental relations.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for.
Oh, wait, I'm not done yet though.
Oh, for the person who just speaks.
Oh, from Ray Bowling? Okay, sorry. Sorry, Mr. Bowling. Thought,
I apologize for interrupting you, Mr. Chairman.
yeah, it's all right.
I just wanted, I had the opportunity to speak at one of your civic leadership academies, and I appreciate it. I owe you a rain check because I missed one. But I will tell you that I have gotten a tremendous amount of response from a lot of neighborhood leaders who have said that they truly did not understand the ins and outs of government until going through the Civic Leadership Academy. And if you look just on social media platforms, they're often the people that when people are putting out kind of misinformation about how departments work, a lot of the people who are putting out those fires on the internet are people who are graduates who are going, no, you're actually talking about the wrong department. It's this department over here. I would say, I know that you guys do those bi-monthly meetings with the different council offices. I would love to work with the president, Councilmember Moreno, and see if the at-larges could also work with you on doing some rotating meetings as well.
Absolutely.
I think that would be a great.
We welcome that. We welcome that. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess on intergovernmental relations, I saw all the stuff about the state, and that's great. I think we need to make sure in particular that we're liaising between the state and between New Orleans delegation and the rest of the delegation about what's going on. I guess what I'm troubled by though is we've had so many conversations during budget about, I didn't know about this, I didn't hear about this, and it's come from all the council members. And it seems like that's the role that IGR should be playing, is to help fill that gaps. Like when I hear Councilmember Harris saying, I haven't even met the head of capital projects yet. She's been here for almost a year. What are we doing to make sure that that gap is being eliminated too?
Well, I can assure you, Councilman, that that's something that we strive to do. We'll work to do a better job of that, but making those connections, making sure that the council is aware of personnel changes within the department, the addition of department heads, is something that that is definitely our goal and a goal and objective of the administration. And to the extent that we haven't done that to a place where you feel comfortable, we will definitely look at that and make sure that that gets done.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's always going to be disagreements between the executive and the legislative branch. That's the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
But I also think you can, we, the collective, we can eliminate the communication gap. And all of that is sometimes just putting a name with a face. Who do I turn to? Who do I talk to about this? And I want to facilitate that rather than somebody coming here and saying, I didn't know about this contract. I don't know about this department. I didn't know about this decision. The more that's facilitated, I think the easier it makes it for everybody.
No, I agree. And to the extent that that is IGR's area, please feel free to use me as a resource also. If ever there are any questions, if you want to reach out to facilitate that conversation, I'm available as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I think your suggestion, particularly as we get new department heads in, of having them meet people, I think would be incredibly helpful once we get outside of budget season.
Yeah, and I think we're at a place right now where there was not a lot of turnover for the first maybe 3.5 and 4 years, and we're starting to see that now. And I'll make it a point to drill down and make sure that as we have that turnover and we get new people in new positions, that will facilitate a conversation.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Councilmember Morel.
Yes. Couple of really quick points. First is I appreciate the council, the chairman's comments on departments. I think it's very well received. What I will say is, what I also find very frustrating is that there is a tremendous lag. For example, when legislation is filed, we will have legislation that is filed and we'll have legislation that's continued for a meeting or two, and then we'll get the administration's position on that legislation the day that we're voting on it. And I think that if we're going to have dedicated IGR professionals, if you're not reading the bills as we file them and letting us know what your positions are at that time, it's a tremendous missed opportunity. because I think that it's very difficult for council members, in particular, once you have different people, whether it be neighborhood organizations or other groups who are working with you to move legislation. I think it is untenable that if the administration is going to be opposed to something, if all the people are already here, if everything is in a posture to move a bill forward, I think that it's puts us in predicaments often where there could have been an opportunity to talk about the legislation and how, what the positions were and how to amend it or fix it. It's a lost opportunity if you show up the day of. Because at that point, if we're already there with, you know, all trains are on the track and we're going 100 miles an hour, more often than not, it's just going to be conflict. And I think if we could have a bit more pregame before legislation gets to that final stage, we might be able to resolve some issues or some conflict beforehand. The other issue, and I know this is a complaint I've heard from state legislators time and time again. I don't know if it's a different leadership style, but when I was in the legislature, when Mayor Landrieu was there was a constant effort and a dialogue between the administration and the legislators on their bills as they were filed and trying to figure out what the city's position would be on said bills and to figure out how they would collectively unveil which bills were important for the city. I do not believe in talks with the current delegation that those conversations are happening. And that I think there's another missed opportunity in that many members of the delegation tell me that their interaction with IGR on the state level is once session begins. That is absolutely the entirely wrong time for you guys to be talking to them. Legislation is often filed at least 6 weeks out. Even before then, going back through 2 administrations, there needs to be outreach by IGR to state legislators on the off season pretty consistently. So you could find out what their priorities are and what your priorities are and work towards them before you get into that last minute season where you're dropping bills. Because I think that there's a lot of conflict that arises out of that. And also a lot of missed opportunities in that there are things that the delegation is doing that are great things that the city should be partnering with them, both the administration and the council on the front end and promoting versus reacting to what they're doing. In particular, when it comes to a lot of issues that deal with reproductive rights or issues that the city as a whole has embraced as city priorities, if legislators are taking those issues head on, we should be early and often talking to them on how we can help them move that ball forward and promote those issues, because legislators only have the soapbox for that brief period they're in session. Local government has the soapbox 24/7, 365 days a year. So I think that we need to concentrate on communicating with our delegation more. And I would suggest, honestly, this sounds so basic in human resources, it might even be helpful to have them do a survey at the end of each session, a blind survey to see how they grade the performance of both our contract and non-contract employees, so we can make adjustments if they're not working out.
Okay. So if I'm understanding you just in summation, the 2 points that you made, council member, or you would like more timely feedback on local ordinances that are proposed before it gets to the day of the day that you guys may actually vote on it.
Yeah.
That's something that I think is important and something that we will endeavor to do. It's my understanding. I thought those conversations were happening, but maybe we can do better about it. I think that feedback is important to be engaged early before it actually comes on the day of the vote. So that's something we can definitely work towards. With regards to the state delegation, I can tell you right now that IGR is preparing for the upcoming session by reaching out to all the department heads and polling for bills that they want submitted, gathering information to begin that engagement. I don't know if Mr. Walton is present. You may be able to come in and speak to that also.
Councilman Morrell, good morning. Good morning, Council. Yes, we have already alerted our department heads to the idea that we need to know their wish list right now during the budget season. And I know it's difficult for some to focus on the budget and upcoming legislation at the state level but we're gearing up for that now. We've also been in contact with our delegation about that. So we've already started that process.
Okay, well, I mean, I know that when the president and I were in the legislature, a suggestion might be we had at least one or two semi-social events during the off season just to get the delegation together, because organically you can often hear kind of what their priorities are going to be that given session. And I think it's really important for the city to have an idea of what the legislators are doing and the legislators to be able to get the city support on a lot of things they're doing, because oftentimes, especially in a re-election year, I would expect there is going to be legislation filed by local legislators, some of which the city will like, some of which the city will not like. And the sooner you can have those conversations, even if there's going to be an adversarial position, there needs to be kind of a level set as to here are the rules of engagement, because we don't want to set our relationship on fire because we're going to have bills that we have to oppose. Because when I was there every year, there was always a bill or two that the delegation filed that the administration was in opposition to. There's a way to do that without causing significant,
without
lateral
burning down the
damage.
house. Yes, yes. So as it relates to social gathering, I know prior to COVID, we would have events this time of year for our delegation. We are returning to that priority. As it relates to legislation that the city is not in favor of, we try to interact with our delegation or the specific legislator as early as possible on that legislation. But as you know, the process is fluid. Once the legislative session starts, it's a fluid process. Sometimes it moves fast. Sometimes we try to slow it down with that. But we always strive to communicate our position on legislation as early as possible.
Okay, that's all I have. Also, I know that many of us were contacted after budget started with department heads wanting to give us budget briefing.
Right.
That doesn't work.
I
So I think maybe we should figure out collectively like a timeline as to when it should happen, because I'd love to get a briefing, but I think that for us to do both the budget and those separate briefings, the timing doesn't work. So maybe we can figure out a way procedurally to work out something where we establish, not just for this administration, but for future ones. We already know both by ordinance and charter when the budget process starts. Maybe we should push to have like department heads do briefings, even in front of the committees that have subject matter, maybe beforehand, just so that we can all really have a preview as to what the council members' questions might be before we get to these actual hearings, because it makes the hearings, as you've seen, exceptionally long as we try to get through basic questions that really could have been answered in a smaller public hearing beforehand.
Right. So with the past councils, the council people would reach out to us and request meetings. We would be glad to address a timeline for the next budget session so that we can get all of this taken care of in a timely fashion. Our purpose was so that you could engage with the department heads to take a deeper dive into the budget without having to be here for 8 hours in one day.
It puts us in a very awkward position, because once we get into the budget process and we're having public conversations, it's very hard once you're in the official budget season with public conversations to then have side private conversations. It doesn't work. And I think if we could have smaller hearings, budget previews, maybe by committee with subject matter, you could address some of the smaller issues before we get to the bigger issues. And then we can focus about talking about the numbers versus some of the other larger issues or smaller issues that really could have been addressed beforehand. So just something to consider.
Okay, we'll gladly look into that for next session.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Green.
It might be time to get the budget October the 1st, and that gives us more time to have many.
Somebody's proposed
that
that as a charter change.
charter change, right?
Yes.
That'd be a worthy charter change, because as we look at today's agenda, we cram these meetings together because we have calendar obligations, and then November includes Thanksgiving. So it's important to recognize that. I know that we're working on it, but that was just an aside. But look, I have a lot to analyze as I look at your numbers, but where there's positive to be said, I just want to say it. I have been impressed by and pleased by the work of the Neighborhood Engagement Office personnel. They attend many meetings, including community meetings. For example, on last Friday, the Edgewood Heights Neighborhood Association met at 6 o'clock. And there was a representative of neighborhood engagement there. They're on it. For the public to know, the representatives of neighborhood engagement are at the Norman Meyer Library in District D every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday from 10:30 a.m. to 5. And I appreciate their presence. And I want to say to the public that especially works in District D, there's more than one way to get issues resolved. Pierce Huff is a great person, and our community liaisons are also. But neighborhood engagement is engaged with all of the different departments of the city, just as we are, and they can get those answers too. So that presence is appreciated, and I'd like to see it continue. I do want to also recognize that of the many meetings that I have to attend in the district that include public works projects, there's a representative of neighborhood engagement there too. So I'll tell you two gentlemen, I don't have anything else to ask you other than to say it's good to appreciate the work of those who are doing what I think is a good job in reaching out to the public, because they are committed to sharing that information. And we've gotten a lot of issues resolved with a lot of issues remaining, but neighborhood engagement is an important component in letting the public know that there is a resource that helps them to address some of the concerns that they have. And again, I'll look over the budget and I may have more questions, but I appreciate all the information that you provided, and it looks good. I want to say this, there's always, no, I didn't say I was on my way to being finished. So I didn't even say that. I didn't even allude to that.
You intimated it.
I was on my way to the last question, but I do have a question because the Council Fiscal Office puts together a list of questions, and I appreciate them doing so. And I like to ask the ones that I can ask that are relevant. Talk about vacancies and how to fill them within the core.
How many vacancies we have and how are we filling them?
Yes, it's for the public.
Well,
Yeah.
one thing that we do, we're constantly evaluating the positions that we have and the functions that they play. It's been a challenge in this environment to fill some of the vacancies. As you know, that's been a challenge across the board in terms of what we can offer in terms of pay. But what we seek to do is look at whether these vacancies should be filled within the mayor's corps. And more often than not, these positions touch several departments. For instance, some of the things that were being done by the Department of Transportation have alignment in the Office of Resilience, right? So we look at whether it should be positioned there under IGR or whether it should maybe move over to that particular department. So it's something that we're always evaluating to see what's the right size and where it should be better positioned.
What number of vacancies do we have in the mayor's corps right now?
I believe we have, correct me if I'm wrong. Sorry, I don't think. Yeah, it's not many. I believe it may be 2 or 3. I can get you an exact answer on that.
I've been consistent with my questioning for this reason. I want to have every vacancy at the city filled because of course it relates to our ability to provide services. The reason I ask is to not put anybody on the spot, but if anybody is knowing and has seen me, I've been at every budget hearing, I'm going to ask that question about vacancies because I want the public to know. I want the public to know because it helps me when I have to explain why Park and Parkways cannot get around to every tree in the city because they have vacancies of positions, but it also helps to fill those positions because I think sometimes that the public hears us say that we have a shortage of police officers, and to the criminals, let me tell you, they're doing an outstanding job. We may have a numbers shortage, but the arrests are being made, and I want to tell you all, you should choose another form of life. However, the bottom line is that we have vacancies and we want to fill them all, and that's why I bring them up. So you say within the mayor's corps, there are 2 vacancies right now, and the way to fill them is to how?
The way to fill
They're
them,
really unclassified, so.
well, we're
That is for the
advertising.
mayor.
We've
Okay, go
listed
ahead.
them and they can contact the mayor's office. We have several platforms that we're listing these vacancies on. I believe Mr. Walton just filled a couple of vacancies in IGR that have been open for a while. So in addition to posting them on the city's website, we're looking at other places to post them as well, LinkedIn, other places. But yeah, so you would just reach out, submit a resume, and someone will contact you.
Good. It's important. Public wants to know that. They sometimes think that it comes through the council office that we fill mayor's office position. I like them to know.
No, they can reach
Right,
out to
no.
the mayor's office directly,
Directly.
any vacancies that exist.
What are performance measures or key indicators that would tell you at the end of 2023, if we approve this budget, that you are a success?
And you speaking of the mayor's office?
Mayor's office, the core.
Well, I think the mayor's core office is tied to every department in the administration. So to the extent that the mayor's vision is expressed through the mayor's core to the other departments, I think the key indicators will be the performance of those offices and those departments. You've heard some discussion about that in previous presentations regarding putting in place, projectizing some things and being able to measure our success. And to the extent that that happens and that's successful, the push for that starts in the mayor's office.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Done?
I was leading, no.
Okay, all right. I guess just very two quick things in closing. One is, as we talk about the communication, particularly from Neo, I appreciate the postcards. I think that's a really excellent idea because some people are old school and they like getting stuff in the mail, but just making sure we're thinking about all platforms available. And I think the city uses Nextdoor fairly well, but texting, whatever else we can do, because just everything, Mr.
Yeah.
Davis, is it's a tough world we live in where people like to be communicated in different ways. And so I know, to the mayor's point of trying to meet people where they are, some of that is it a postcard? Is it a text message? Is it social media? All of that. The last thing I wanted to ask about is the mayor's office asked us, and I agreed to file a resolution on Wisner with regards to certain organizations and their funding to lift to make sure that they can be funded. Is somebody going to explain what those organizations are asking about today or on Thursday?
That would be on Thursday.
Okay.
And Jonathan Henderson in our office is primarily handling. that.
Great. I just want to make sure, really the public, and to let you all know too. I don't want it to come as a surprise that as we talk about communications, we should let you all know that the organizations, they're asking for money, what the money is for, existing CEAs, et cetera.
Yeah, we'll be able to explain that in detail.
Perfect. I appreciate it. All right. Mr. Shiny, online comment?
We have 4 online comments.
All right, have at it.
First online comment comes from Edward Carlson from Odyssey House, Louisiana. In the comment, they're in support, and the comment reads, as you undergo a review of the budget for the mayor's office, Odyssey House, Louisiana would like to provide an update on our city's first and only sobering center, and to thank you for your continued support. The sobering center, as you may recall, was brought online in 2019, but was forced to close due to the pandemic. Since that time, OHL's commitment to a successful sobering center has not wavered. And fortunately, we were able to bring the program back online earlier this year. Our primary goals remain to support those most at risk, to provide a safe environment for those chronically intoxicated, and to try and transition those individuals into detox and residential treatment. In an effort to enhance our outreach capabilities, OHL has dispatched its own outreach teams within the community, which work in partnership with first responders. The benefit of this enhanced outreach is immediately seen, as the program's current use this year far exceeds its use when initially opened. And we have measured many more individuals transitioning to/completing residential treatment. We are pleased to update you on this good work and offer our continued partnership to the city as you explore other opportunities to serve those at risk. I am available to provide any information you may like regarding the Sobering Center or OHL's impact in New Orleans and the state. The next comment comes from Joan Garner.
They had a great Sober Fest this weekend too. It was a wonderful event, man. Hopefully the weather will be better next year, but the turnout from the community was absolutely awesome. I'm sorry.
No. I'd also like to comment because that's Odyssey House, and I'd like to send a message to those who are unhoused right now, and also to advocacy groups that Odyssey House is located very near Claiborne Avenue, where the overpass crosses Claiborne Avenue, and it's within walking distance of those who need services. They have a clinic. They also have beds available. So for those who say that we're asking questions as a council about those who are unhoused because we want them to get access to the treatment and the housing that they need. It's not an attack on anyone who is unhoused. It is a desire to enhance their quality of life. So Odyssey House is near, has beds, and is also very willing to work with those who have needs relative to mental health concerns, also physical health concerns and the like, and need shelter.
The next comment comes from Joan Garner. This is for informational purposes. The comment reads, I am addressing Madonna Village Cemetery, a cemetery of the formerly enslaved, which is partially in the city of New Orleans. There is a need to provide a budget that addresses the issues at Madonna Village Cemetery and corresponding issues. In last year's property management budget meeting on November 9th, 2021, in response to my comment regarding McDonoughville Cemetery, Councilwoman Palmer stated, I had a meeting with Mayor Belinda Constant of Gretna regarding this. They are the ones that have been maintaining that cemetery, and I know we need to get y'all, property management, in contact with each other to figure out what a long-term plan for that cemetery is. Since that time, Mayor Cantrell, in correspondence with me regarding the issues at McDonoughville Cemetery, including public safety issues, stated, I will, however, reach out to Mayor Constant to discuss McDonoughville Cemetery, as there was a recent issue that came up with the homicide that was on the Orleans Parish side of the line, yet in Jefferson Parish. It cannot be on the Orleans Parish side of the parish line, yet in Jefferson Parish. According to the police report, the jurisdiction of the homicide at McDonoughville Cemetery was accepted by the Orleans Parish Coroner and NOPD. Gretna Police Department discovered that the area where the deceased person was discovered was zoned in Orleans Parish. I do not see any entry in the police report that indicates that Jefferson Parish was involved in the matter. I asked Mayor Cantrell for her source to support her statement, stating that it was on the Orleans Parish side of the line, yet in Jefferson Parish in August 2022, when this correspondence that included Emily Ford took place. I have not received any response from Mayor Cantrell providing any source to support her statement, nor have any meetings taken place, to my knowledge, between Mayor Cantrell and or property management as per a pending public records request pertaining to any such meeting. It has been acknowledged by former Councilwoman Palmer and property management that McDonoughville Cemetery falls partially in the city of New Orleans. It has also been stated that these issues will be addressed between the city of New Orleans and the city of Gretna, as Councilwoman Palmer stated, to figure out what a long-term plan for that cemetery is. That has not happened since the budget hearing last year, and this needs to be included in the budget so that, as former Councilwoman Palmer stated, a long-term plan for McDonoughville Cemetery is implemented by the city of New Orleans in conjunction with the other jurisdictions that are stakeholders in McDonoughville Cemetery, including the city of Baltimore and the city of Gretna, based on a legal and historic record concerning McDonoughville Cemetery and correspondence to Joan Garner from each of the mayoral administrations of these stakeholder jurisdictions in McDonoughville Cemetery. They have committed to addressing issues at McDonoughville Cemetery, inclusive of the mayoral administration of the city of New Orleans, in addition to former Councilwoman Palmer. That completes the comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shah. Thank you all very much for being here to present. We appreciate it.
Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
All right, next up, French Market Corporation. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Alley.
Hit the button for me?
I was gonna give you the clicker.
I'm gonna give Robbie the clicker then. Wanna switch? Yeah. Fortunately.
Alan.
clickers. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam President, council members. Thank you for having us here to present the 2023 French Market Corporation budget. I have with me today Robbie Gertner, who's our Deputy Director, and Deandra Grant Watson, who's our Finance Director, and I am Leslie Alley. I'm the Executive Director of the French Market Corporation. Robbie, let's go to start at the mission and vision. So the French Market Corporation is a public benefit corporation whose mission is the preservation, restoration, maintenance, promotion, and development of the city of New Orleans properties and historical assets, which have been entrusted to the French market by virtue of lease and or franchise ordinance or cooperative endeavor agreements. Operating a successful public benefit corporation within a public markets district requires strategic planning, focus, and action in three main areas: activation, value, and sustainability. Activation involves creating spaces that are alive with unique and authentic personality, reflecting the attributes of the location and the surrounding culture. Value must be perceived in both what is constant, like our shops, vendors, installations, and eateries, and what changes, the events, the special features, or the exclusive offerings. Sustainability for the French market is one where the French market resources are not stretched and its mission is front and center. Attached, you're going to find our organizational chart. The French market staff has 30 staff members on our in-house team. We're currently looking to fill positions in maintenance and support positions in marketing and in the flea market. We're also looking to fill a newly approved position of Director of Capital Projects and Procurement. This was a recommendation of our strategic plan. We have submitted the job study and it has been approved by Civil Service. So that's working through the approval process. French Market has also partnered with Job One, who has provided us with 9 members of the mayor's strike force to participate as part of a cleanup team, which has made a big difference in our ability to address graffiti and do targeted cleanups in a more efficient manner. We intend to bring the members of this strike force team that are interested onto the French market staff permanently once their tenure with Job One runs out. On the 2022 French Market Corporation accomplishments, in October 2020, the French market began a strategic growth planning exercise to maximize the organization's financial contributions to the public service functions of the city of New Orleans through the development of smart and sustainable revenue opportunities. This effort culminated in the adoption of a strategic plan in March of 2022. The FMC delayed the adoption of that plan to allow the opportunity for the newly elected council members who serve on the French Market's Board of Directors to be fully briefed prior to adoption of that plan. On the French Market's accomplishments as well, Oscar Dunn Park, we were very excited about the redesign opportunities for Oscar Dunn Park. The City Council renamed the park last year, and the French Market recently removed the cannon and surrounding plaques from atop the platform and along the face of the amphitheater. We've demolished the platform and repaired the tiles, and we're working with the Office of Cultural Economy to convene a working group to guide the redesign of the park. Additionally, Children's Hospital and Kern Studios are launching a new Christmas parade that will roll down Decatur Street on December 3rd with the main broadcast area proposed atop the park. This event will garner national and local media coverage and will include an educational piece on Lieutenant Governor Oscar Dunn for local and national audiences. We also learned that New Year's Rockin' Eve will return to the park as well. They are also going to share the story of Lieutenant Governor Dunn to a national audience for us. So we're really excited about that. On our Elysian Fields parking lot study, the French Market is working with Trupwise and Bright Moments, finalizing research and preparing key recommendations to inform a solicitation for development proposals for the Elysian Fields parking lots planned for early 2023. The team has conducted extensive research. We've interviewed a broad group of stakeholders and collected NOLA VA visitor tracking data. We're in the process of convening an advisory committee comprising nearby residents and business owners, and we'll be holding a public information session in late November to take additional public comment. We're also very excited about a cooperative endeavor agreement with the City of New Orleans, the French Quarter Management District, and Travelers Aid Society of Greater New Orleans. On August 30th, 2022, the French Market Board of Directors authorized the execution of a cooperative endeavor agreement with the City of New Orleans, the French Quarter Economic Development District, and Travelers Aid Society, Greater New Orleans. The partnership will provide 2 street-level caseworkers, social workers, to work throughout the French Quarter to connect individuals with needed services while allowing French Market Security and NOPD to focus on public safety and law enforcement. The French Quarter Economic Development District will fund 75% of the services, and the FMC will fund the remaining 25% of the services. Once the CEA is executed by all the parties, Travelers Aid advises that they should have social workers on the street in approximately 30 days. The social workers will be dispatched through the New Orleans Office of Homeland Security and Public Safety, who leads the French Market security operations. On the 2022 French Market capital repairs over the past year, the French Market has completed the repairs of the column seats along the first floor balconies, the ground floor downspouts, and the replacement of the Charter Street column due to a delivery truck accident on the Upper Pentalba building. The replacement of the building C roof is currently underway. Building C is the building that runs along Dutch Alley. It's closest to the Riverside parking lot. It's got Marche, Dutch Alley, Artist Co-op, and the National Park Service in it. Also, the repairs to the upriver railing and decking at the Mandeville Street Wharf and Crescent Park from the Danny Mays barge collision will soon be underway. The contractor has been procured, and actually we signed the contract last week, so we're just waiting to issue the notice to proceed. On our 2023 departmental goals, the French Market is moving forward with major repairs to the Upper Pentalba roof, its flashing and gutters, the replacement of most of the interior courtyard windows, the restoration of the interior courtyards to their historic design, and upgrades to the HVAC and mechanical systems. This project was planned prior to Hurricane Ida. However, the additional damage to the roof of the Upper Pentabla expanded the scope of work. The Vieux-Carré Commission has approved the project, and the French Market's application for historic restoration tax credits has been approved by SHPO. Traplin Peer Architects are finalizing the construction drawings in preparation for bidding this job early in 2023. On Building E, which is our administrative building, prior to Hurricane Ida, the French Market was finalizing plans for the build out of the ground floor commercial space and repairs to the first floor exterior brick due to a flaw in its original construction. The build out of the first floor has been delayed due to litigation. The French Market prevailed in that litigation midway through 2022, with the suit being dismissed. Hurricane Ida damaged the roof of the third floor, the roof and the third floor interior. It also revealed additional construction deficiencies, which allowed the growth of mold within the exterior wall cavities over a period of several years. All the engineers and architects who evaluated the structure advised the French Market that the entire brick exterior must be removed from this building prior to the roof being rebuilt and replaced and the interior being restored. Traplin Peer Architects have updated their original project plans to include the Hurricane Ida damage and all construction flaws, and we anticipate the project drawings will be ready for permitting in the next few weeks and ready to put out to bid in early 2023. In the French Market, we're working on phased upgrades to all of the French Market Corporation restrooms, beginning with the flea market and the farmers market restrooms. After a prolonged procurement process in which we established a new pool of architects for new French Market projects, we have engaged Yates Mansell Architects to design plan improvements to the public restrooms and other associated site improvements throughout the French Market. We'll be using bond funds and self-generated funds for this project. This will be a phased project beginning with the restrooms in the flea and the farmers market. The architects have toured the site and are preparing preliminary concept drawings based on their assessment of the property, as well as on the recommendations of the study we completed last year, which was our flea and farmers market study. We're also working to finalize the flea and farmers market policy updates. We engaged Concordia Architects and Richard McCarthy, who is the founder of Market Umbrella and the Crescent City Farmers Market, to assist in the update of our public markets policies. The document provides policies for vendors operating in the flea and farmers market. This update and corresponding software updates are recommended in our 2021 flea and farmers market study. The upgrades to the vendor stall selection software should streamline the stall selection process and provide new sales and growth opportunities for our vendors. The team is evaluating the input received from the vendors and other stakeholders and producing a preliminary draft document for review. Once the preliminary draft is received and reviewed, we are going to engage in additional rounds of public review and comments to further refine the document prior to its final adoption. And then on our 2022 budget summary and our 2023 proposed budget, you're going to see that the French market is operates off of self-generated funds from revenues generated by the FMC managed city assets. The French market is not requesting general or capital funds from the city. In our 2023 budget, you're going to see on the personal service side a variance of 344,000 and change. A personal service variance is due to a 5% salary increase effective January 1st, in addition to an additional staff member. This is primarily the Director of Procurement and Capital Projects that I previously mentioned. Our other operating increase due to the increase in insurance premiums and the addition of new marketing programming. And then our reserves increase due to the increase in projected revenues for the 2023 fiscal year. So we typically place 10% of our revenues into our capital reserves since we fund our own capital projects. So it should be noted that in 2022, our operating budget included rent concessions due to COVID. So that definitely impacted the 2022 revenues. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to present to you this afternoon, and we're here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris, then Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you so much. I'm particularly interested in your new contract with Travelers Aid, especially given the DDD's addition of another person in their stable to actually address homelessness in the downtown area, which of course is the other half of Canal Street.
Right.
And oftentimes you see people traveling between both sides of Canal Street. So I assume these Travelers Aid folks that you're employing will cover the French Quarter side of Canal Street.
I think the exciting part of us using Travelers Aid is we are following the model that the DDD used, and we're actually coordinated this through Angela Ozarek. So if you know their team, she leads their team
She's
over there
amazing.
with Donna Paramore. So we're really excited about this because what we don't want to see is that's your side of the street.
Right.
So, and Travelers Aid is not just doing now the French Quarter. They've also gotten a grant from Baptist Ministries. So they're going to be working in Tremé as well as in the Marigny. So what we're going to see is one coordinated group that can work together, because we know from the studies we did last year with Travelers Aid that none of these folks know any of the boundaries of any of these districts that we're talking about. They move throughout these areas seamlessly, and we want to be able to find ways to get them the services they need.
Great. And I'm happy to hear that you're coordinating services. And as you might know, we are embedding a person in the city to basically coordinate all homelessness operations. And then also hopefully engaging a national expert to craft a plan. So I'm very excited about the two people that you're engaging, as well as the DDD's efforts, so we can just get our arms around the issue and provide resources for people to get off the street.
Right. And we want to create these partnerships wherever we find these opportunities. When we did our study, actually, this was one of the things that we heard back as being the most difficult thing for the French market to address. So we work with other groups like Odyssey House. They're out, they come and work with the population that's out in our site. We work with Grace at the Green Light to do their hydration stations and hopefully the winter walk. I know your office has been on those calls as well. It's an all hands on deck, no one size fits all solution to these problems.
What are you seeing about the cleanliness of the French Quarter? I mean, at one point it literally was sanitized and smelled like lemony fresh. And then oftentimes we're hearing that it's not as well kept.
I think it's going to be a combination of some of the things that you mentioned earlier. I know you were on the call the other day with the Grace and the Green Light when I said I didn't expect that I was going to be a social service provider. Each one of the private entities needs to work with all the service providers around. We are lucky in that we have full-time maintenance staff. We also have worked with the health department, with code enforcement and others to get sweeps that go up and down Decatur and North Peters. I'd say our side of the street looks better because we have the ability to focus folks on it. The mayor's given us 9 people from job 1 because we can clean up the graffiti one day and it's back there again the next day. But it is persistence. you know, and just going out there sort of over and over. But we need the help of the private sector as well to solve all these problems.
I couldn't agree more. I call on them all the time because they're the folks complaining about the issue, but they're not really giving any money to solve it. Who is responsible for the neutral ground? Because often I see a particular individual who's sleeping by the streetcar tracks. And so my office calls, I'm sure Freddie, Councilmember King, you get calls about that same individual as well. So is it the DDD?
On Canal Street?
On Canal Street.
Canal Street is part of the DDD.
Okay.
Technically, it goes to Iberville.
Okay, yeah, so the neutral ground is the DDD.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you as a member of the French Market Corporation, a board member. So just councilman for District E, but just speaking on behalf of the board there. Maintenance and beautification. There's a lot of pressure put on that area. It's the vagrants issue, though, we talk about it in our board meetings. When you talk about beautification, especially since it still kind of calls the goose that lays the golden egg, what are we doing moving forward in terms of master planning, and how do we protect and limit some of the vehicular and pedestrian traffic that studies have said over the last several decades are putting a lot more pressure on an area that's going to need a lot more restoration and maintenance money if we're not conscious of how we deal with it.
Right. In addition to the staff that we have that works on maintenance every day, and you know from being on the board, the French Quarter is 24/7 and it has multiple personalities and they're different all times of the day. So our staff is out there at 7 a.m. cleaning everything up. But it really is that staying on the job, staying on the graffiti, staying on the grass, on whatever is out in the grass and cutting that, because by the time you clean it up, it is gone again. It's right there back again. We have outside janitorial services. We recently put out a solicitation for that. So we have to handle that basic level of maintenance, but we're also trying to work to develop a more robust program with artists and cultural liaisons. If you look at our agenda, or I'm sorry, if you look at the agenda and see our budget, you're going to see one of the things that we talk about needing is somebody to really do some curation of the site. And that goes across the board, from making sure that the individuals that are participating in the market are authentic and the kind of things that we are selling is authentic, but also looking at the site itself and getting in more partnerships to create more opportunities there. We partnered with the Canadians last year and were able to put up some really nice murals that represented their culture. We'd ideally like to partner with lots of folks to create lots of opportunities for more art that represents the cultures of the individuals that have participated in the area. Right now we're focused on the restoration of 3 main buildings. We've got to get, from coming to the board meetings that we're borrowing space for our board meetings. We've got to get Marché, the building Marché is in, building C, back up and going. That's probably the easiest building to do because it's all insurance. It's not a mixed scope of work. We've got to get the Pentables completed with their roof. We've also got to get building C completely rebuilt. Building D, sorry, our admin building completely rebuilt. So that's really been where our focus has been, because we're going to have to use some of the areas in our site as a lay down yard. But Dutch Alley is going to be one of our big focuses, trying to bring the cultural community in there. But I don't want to go in and reactivate a lot of those sites when I'm just going to have to turn around and use them as a lay down yard.
And the other thing is, you remember from our days with the Riverfront Advisory Committee, when the plans were to take the linear park uptown, all along the Rivergate, Spanish Plaza, all the way up river in terms of Crescent Park. How are we looking at that now? Is there still a city planning and an effort like there was some time ago to take a look at how we develop and open up river all the way, not just to Crescent Park, but past Crescent Park? And what are we doing to advance and protect Crescent Park, as well as give greater access to it?
Right. You and I give away our age because we have a lot of the same memories of the years, planning the efforts in a unified effort.
Those studies would have put us ahead of the game had they continued, because it was a holistic look at the riverfront. in this development all the way downriver.
And you and I have had some conversations
Right.
about that since you came back on the board and how important it is to take that unified perspective along the river. And honestly, we've had some starts and stops. You know, I joined the French Market about 2 weeks before we had to shut it down for COVID. And during that time, we've had a lot of difficulty with Crescent Park getting there to be some interest. I think we all know that Audubon had some interest in Crescent Park before we had the COVID shutdown, and then that died down a little bit.
We just had a successful event with the National Arts Foundation.
We've had a lot of
What-
successful events recently, and I think Audubon has re-engaged us. It was probably about a week after I told you that Parks and Parkways was showing some interest in Crescent Park that we heard from Audubon, and they are interested in restarting their efforts, and they are looking at that unified riverfront plan. But that's actually going to play into some of the planning efforts that we're doing on the Elysian Fields lots, and whether or not we need to look at those lots as being in support of riverfront development and in support of Crescent Park development, or how we need to look at those. Crescent Park is a real challenge for us, and y'all have likely heard that we've experienced a lot of vandalism recently. The river's at a historical low. You can, and Councilmember King, staff member, and some of the other staff members from the city have walked under the wharfs with us. You can walk from Governor Nichols all the way through into the park. So we're having a lot of vandalism related to our infrastructure. We do need to get a handle on where we're going with all of the wharf structures. And it's my understanding that Audubon has to present to this council by August of next year what their plans are going to be for the Governor Nichols and Esplanade Wharf, and anticipate that tenant, you know, ending their tenancy sometimes the following year, and then Audubon potentially starting some work there. I think if Audubon is operating operating Esplanade and Governor Nichols, it'll be easier for us to get that unified access. And they're also interested in taking care of Crescent Park. So French Market was always intended in those documents, because we're the neighbor, to be the temporary, you know, steward of that property. And we're happy to engage in any conversations. And I think we'll be talking to Ron Foreman again in the next couple of weeks to see where he is about that unified development of the riverfront and what opportunities the city really has there.
And then lastly, first of all, thank you for the work that the corporation has done. I think in light of what's happened in the last few years with COVID, we know that the tourists are kind of like the life's blood, especially of the economics that happened in the French Quarter. But the vendors are just as much a real powerful part of the French Market and the Vieux Carré as are the tourists. What are we doing to make sure that the work that was done some time ago is adequate, especially given the fact that we're outpacing growth as we expected post-COVID? Tourism is coming back. And what I don't want to see is that because of a lot of the new pressure, that the vendors, once again, we're dipping into their pockets, because we learned this as we were coming out of COVID. You know, those margins were real tight for a lot of them. So how do we protect their interests, but also make sure that as we grow, that we're not constantly taxing the vendors to make sure that those improvements, especially capital improvements and beautification, that they're not paying for it?
So with our brick and mortar vendors, or our brick and mortar tenants, as we call them, we gave them rent abatement during the hardest 3 months of COVID. And when you look to our 2021 budget, you're going to see that we had a $1.8 million deficit, and about half of that was because of the rent abatement that we provided to our tenants. It was very important to us that they be able to stay. And during the heart of COVID, we lost one tenant. Now, after we came back, some folks really struggled as much with bringing staff on board and capacity as they did with the heart of the issues we were dealing with in the middle of COVID. And I think those are the same issues that we're all struggling with. So those folks, what we did after that was we reduced the amount of, in addition to giving them just a 3-month waiver, then we reduced the amount of rent that they had to pay to a lower percentage up until the beginning of this year, where we started to see the numbers tracking. The other thing we did with TREP wise was they built in some benchmarks for us to hit over the next couple of years for us to be able to tell whether or not we're responding to the things that we were told in our strategic plan and really implementing things and returning to the way that we were from fairly a financial standard. Deandra is going to present to the board the third quarter numbers in the next week or so. And by the first quarter in January, we will have something to show you that we can measure against those standards, but it's looking to us like we were returning to 2019 numbers, which are very good. On the vendor side, in the flea market, those folks just play flat out daily rent. We don't require a percentage of them. They are actually, we haven't increased their rent, Robbie, what 2011 was the last rent increase. And we could tell how well the market was doing by how many of those folks came back. They're not required to be there. So when there was a group that stayed the entire time because that's what they do all day, every day. But some of our vendors come in, they have other jobs during the week. They come in on weekends. Some of them come out from out of town. Those folks, the larger groups, are starting to come back to the market. And it's a challenge for us as we rewrite our vendor policies, because we had a group of solid folks that were here the whole time that really took on the mantle and carried it for all the other vendors. And then we have some of the other vendors who haven't been around for forever coming back now because the market is successful. So y'all know when you come to the meetings, we've got to, as we work on our new policy document, we have to balance the interest of our vendors. Again, not one size fits all. Some have been around for 30 years, some have been around for 2 and are looking for new opportunities. How do you balance that? We really feel like it's getting a new set of policy documents that are clear and predictable and equitable. So nobody has to be an insider, just like we used to do, when we rewrote the zoning ordinance. You didn't have to be an insider to understand the French market's regulations. They should be out there, they should be easy to understand, and they should be equitable.
Well, post-COVID growth and traffic are outpacing expectations, which is a good thing. But if we're not prepared, just to you and your staff, I think your planning experience, your history of the area, and the fact that you understand, have a lot of institutional knowledge, I think has helped as a major stabilizer and will be an asset for you and your staff are wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. And we appreciate this support of a solid, strong board.
Thank you. Mr. Scheid, do we have any online comment? Ms. Alley, anything else you'd like to share?
No, thank you. We just invite you all to come down to the market and come down to Crescent Park and visit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, next up is Office of Resilience and Sustainability.
Oliver Thomas wants me to say something, so I would just like to emphasize that Councilman Thomas, King, and myself are on the board, and that makes for a very strong French Market board.
It certainly does. Thank you, sir.
You wanted me to say something?
That's come from the head of human resources.
That's right. Okay.
Let's just click, yeah.
I think we can go ahead and start.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam President Moreno, Vice President Morel, Councilmember Thomas, King, and Harris. My name is Joseph Threat. I'm the Deputy CEO for Infrastructure and also the Chief Resilience Officer for the City of New Orleans. Just a couple brief comments before the Deputy Resilience Officer, Greg Nichols, starts his brief. When I took over in May of this year, May of 18, really before my predecessor, Mr. Randy Green, left office, he move staff members into the Office of Resilience, where we had a lot of, most of the resignations in that office, and move staff members there to handle the IJA grants that were coming downrange for us. I know the Office of Resilience to be fully staffed is very important to handle climate change, C40, IJA, and also urban water issues. So with that, I'm gonna let Greg Nichols, who's the Deputy CEO, Deputy Chief for Resilience, to brief.
Thanks, Joe. Good afternoon. My name is Greg Nichols. I'm the Deputy Chief Resilience Officer for the Office of Resilience and Sustainability. You know Joe, who is also our Deputy CAO for Infrastructure and our Chief Resilience Officer. With us in chambers today is our talented ORS team, who I'll introduce shortly as well. Like most departments, I'll give a brief overview of the department, talk a little bit about our wins in 2022 and our goals for 2023, and I'll finish with our proposed budget request. Our office's mission is to work with city departments and partner organizations from planning to execution to help the city achieve the goals laid out in the city's 2015 Resilient New Orleans Plan, as well as our soon-to-be released updated climate action plan. We lead the city's climate policies in two primary areas: mitigation, or reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, and adaptation, which is adapting our infrastructure and our lives to our changing climate. We also have a team dedicated, as Joe mentioned, to applying for federal, state, and philanthropic funding sources to bring additional resources for resilience projects to the city. We're primarily focused in two areas: policy, program, and project development, and funding. Once resilience projects are funded, they'll be managed by one of the city's infrastructure departments, such as DPW, Capital Projects, or PDU. Although we do have project management experience on our team. A good example of this is the Gentilly Resilience District. ORS drove the federal funding application based on the city's resilience plan, and PDU is now the primary project manager for implementing those funds. Finally, our office's long-term vision for New Orleans is a dynamic urban city that is aligned with our changing climate and is more equitable and a prosperous place for future generations of New Orleanians. The challenge in front of our office and the city is immense. You may have seen this visual before, often referred to as warming stripes. It represents the global temperature change from 1860 or after industrialization to present day, relative to average temps from 1971 to 2000. The darker the blue, the farther below that average, and the darker the red, the farther above that average. As you can see, since approximately 1980, there is resounding scientific evidence that the planet is warming at an accelerated rate. Every citizen here has felt the impact of this changing climate, from stronger storms, more intense rainfalls, and subsequent flooding, heat waves, droughts, and of course, rapidly intensifying hurricanes like Ida, which took our electrical grid down completely. I include this slide because it is a simple visual tool to see what we're up against. It's often said that budgets are moral documents. While funding climate change is, of course, interwoven into many aspects throughout the city's proposed budget, our office is the primary agency fully dedicated to addressing the climate crisis. There are obviously immediate and critical needs throughout the city that must be funded as well. I thank you in advance for your support of our office because this work is also critical. You have my commitment, as do the citizens of New Orleans, that will maximize all funds allocated to our office with the energy and commitment needed to meet this challenge. As you can see up here, this is our organizational chart based off our reorganization that Joe mentioned this year. As Deputy CRO, I report to Joe, who ensures that resilience projects and priorities are coordinated amongst our infrastructure team. In 2022, we reorganized this office to grow its capacity moving forward. I'd like to acknowledge and introduce our team. They are a hardworking and talented group who many of you know, and I'm lucky to work with them. I mentioned our team dedicated to federal funding. That is our IJA task force led by Dan Jatras and Zach Monroe. They are monitoring federal and state funding opportunities created by the bipartisan infrastructure law and matching city infrastructure and resilience projects to those funding sources and putting together grant applications. They are also keeping tabs, obviously, on federal funding opportunities with the recently passed Inflation Reduction Act. That transformative bill created various funding programs and tax credits around clean energy installations, electric vehicles, and energy efficiency measures like electric heat pumps that will be available to the city, residents, and businesses. Sharon Robles manages environmental affairs for our office, leading the city's efforts to ensure we follow federal, state, and environmental regulations such as the Clean Water and Clean Air Acts for city properties and brownfield sites like our former landfill and incinerator sites. Megan Williams leads our urban water efforts, where she is managing our stormwater policies, drainage studies, and supports tracks and helps identify new green infrastructure products that can help our city better manage stormwater. Megan is also an engineer, so we're lucky to have someone who understands the science in her role. Both Megan and Sharon transferred to us from DPW, and their positions are still currently in the DPW budget, but we plan to transfer them over to ORS in 2023. We also have 2 vacant positions that we are in the process of trying to fill. First, we are integrating the Mayor's Office of Transportation into ORS. That office's mission to promote transportation policies that encourage safety, equity, connectivity, and multimodal accommodations is one that aligns well with ORS's transportation climate goals to reduce non-auto trips and electrify transportation options. We will be hiring 1 person to serve as the office's transportation policy lead soon. And in the meantime, I've been relying on Dan's expertise in his former position in that office. The second vacant position is coming from the Mayor's Office of Utilities. Some of the work previously managed there is critical to our climate goals, such as local clean energy generation through programs like Solar for All and the community solar rules this council has an open docket on, as well as closely watching and participating when appropriate, the council's various regulatory dockets with Entergy. This role will also lead our office's energy efficiency efforts to reduce energy use in buildings throughout the city as well. Some of the work from the utilities office, such as franchise fees and coordination with the utilities besides Entergy, may live with other departments or offices moving forward, and that is an ongoing discussion that we're having with the mayor's office. Both offices were created by executive orders, and we are looking at either amending or rescinding those executive orders to reflect the integration of these 2 offices into ORS. I'm proud of our 2022 accomplishments, but do want to note that the office, as Joe mentioned, hasn't been fully staffed for the entire year. Dan moved over to ORS from transportation in early 2022. Zach was hired in March. I transferred to ORS in June, and Sharon and Megan have moved over in the last several months. So we're just getting started. This initial reorganization plan was our first priority and a big win for the office. And I want to thank Joe for recognizing the need to build up our office's capacity and making it happen. We're also in the final stages of releasing an updated climate action plan where we update our strategies to reduce our emissions from energy use, transportation, and waste, as well as ensure the development of good paying green jobs, accessible financing, as well as nature-based solutions such as green infrastructure and tree plantings, which will help us combat the climate crisis. This is the city's first update to the 2017 Climate Action Plan. We provided a draft copy to our partners at C40 Cities, as well as a wide array of local climate-focused NGOs, as well as city departments, including your offices, over the last few months, and use feedback from those stakeholders to strengthen the plan. We will be publicly releasing this plan next month. In parallel, we're also completing the city's first greenhouse gas inventory since 2017, with data from 2021 to provide citizens with a progress report on where our city is with regards to reducing our carbon footprint. This will be complete by the end of December, and then we'll work with our technical advisors at C40 on verifying the accuracy of the data in early 2023 and plan to release the progress report shortly thereafter. Our IIJA task force has had a busy and successful year. We've submitted 10 city-led applications to IIJA grant program, such as funding a transportation safety action plan through DOT, as well as a planning grant to restore Bayou Bienvenue Marsh in the lower Ninth Ward. We've also supported 20 other partner-led grants, such as LADOT's TD's Reconnecting Communities application for the Claiborne corridor to revitalize the area beneath the interstate, as well as potentially remove several on and off ramps to start the process of repairing the damage caused by the construction of I-10 in line with the goals of that DOTD program. With Megan's move from DPW to ORS, we've also taken on managing the 3 drainage studies for Lakeview, Mid-City, and West End, with 2 of these, Mid-City and West End, being advertised right now, and Lakeview to be advertised in the next few weeks. I know these studies have been particular interest to Councilmember Giarrusso and a long time coming, and I think Megan's move will allow us to move potential drainage studies in the future along more quickly. We've also improved our Water Act compliance. We have checklists and regular inspections of our own facilities in place now, and we've increased coordination with mosquito control regarding catch basins in need of cleaning. We've also improved training for safety and permit and DPW employees who also inspect stormwater aspects of infrastructure projects. Our goals for 2023, we're setting an ambitious agenda. First, we hope to secure funding from at least 5 projects via IIJA and potentially IRA grant applications. Second, we intend to pilot at least 1 solar city project on city property using the $600,000 in bond funds that the council appropriated, and work with our partners at FANO to explore other financing options for future city projects, as well as direct pay tax credit options available for tax exempt entities like us under the Inflation Reduction Act. We have a solar PV and battery analysis of over 40 city buildings and 22 city brownfield sites. So financing is really our next big hurdle. We're also working with the sanitation department to improve the city's recycling rates. As you may have heard from Matt with sanitation last week, the city recently received a grant from the Recycling Partnership to mail out information on what to recycle and how to obtain new recycling carts. And the response has been encouraging, with over 3,500 requests for new carts in the first week. We're eager to continue this grant partnership, and our partners have indicated that there may be future opportunities. Our current recycling rates are around 5% when recycling is available citywide, so our goal is to double that next year. We're also working with NOLA Ready and sanitation and local partners on efforts to improve Mardi Gras recycling as well. We also intend to assist EMD with the procurement of 5 electric vehicles for the city fleet in 2023, pending availability of those vehicles. And we should have a contractor procured to install EV chargers at city facilities in early 2023 as well. Our office will also assist the CAO on the fleet transition plan that the council asked for by the end of 2023 under the recently passed ordinance. We intend to complete 2 of the 3 previously mentioned drainage studies, Lakeview and West End, in 2023, and use them to identify gray and green infrastructure projects that our office and DPW can fund to improve stormwater issues in those areas of the city. The Mid-City Drainage Study will be completed in mid-2024, as it's the largest study area and will take around 18 months. Finally, we want to improve and increase community engagement and awareness around the Clean Water Act compliance, particularly around DPW's efforts to have 10,000 catch basins adopted by community groups and the public, as well as increase the city's internal staff knowledge by continuing to train them. Our budget summary and 2023 budget requests. These budget figures represent the cumulative numbers in 2022 for 3 budget cost centers. ORS is 2142, transportation is 2111, and utilities is 2134. The larger figure for the operating figures in 2022 represents a mid-year budget adjustment we received to help support our IJA task force with grant writing efforts. In 2023, there are 4 positions in these 3 cost centers, with the 5th position in the mayor's core budget and 2 positions currently met in DPW, as previously mentioned, to make up our 7 total positions. Again, we plan to consolidate all positions into ORS in 2023. Finally, we're requesting a small increase in our operating budget to fund small-scale technical professional service contracts to assist with items such as strategic plans and data platforms to help us track our carbon emissions moving forward. And with that, I'm happy to take questions from y'all and appreciate the chance to present.
Thank you. Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you. Thank you guys very much. Mr. Nichols and Mr. Threat. I want to stick with resiliency and sustainability. As I read and research the federal budget, I think the Biden administration is talking about $375 billion investment over 10 years to reach net zero, especially in a lot of these areas. Now, your budget can be relatively small because of your ability, hopefully, to access these federal funds, tax rebates and subsidies. So what are we doing to actually get some of that money, especially to come to New Orleans, especially post the $144 million resiliency grant, which seemed to be kind of like a one-off because that was quite some time ago. And also the fact that our natural topography, especially as an urban area, actually fits those models, those international national models better than most cities. How do we access the, I think 75 billion in wind, the 55 billion in solar? Because right now we're not close to 144 from the Gentili resiliency grant. We haven't seen much, by the way, of sustainability and resiliency come this way. And we actually had the first National Resiliency Conference, the first two were actually here in the city of New Orleans.
Yeah, thank you for your question, council member. I think what you're referring to is the Inflation Reduction Act's 375 historic investment. The federal government is obviously still working out the details on a lot of those funding opportunities, and we're tracking them closely. We're on calls with the federal government and departments who are going to be administering those grants and making sure that we understand the rules and regulations. A lot of those funding applications and funding deadlines will come in the form of tax credits. And so the city is able to access some of those tax credits through direct pay options. There are also some, the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund is another fund that we'll be able to tap into. But again, we're waiting some of the rulemaking and eligibility from the federal government around them.
So we haven't had any finalization around eligibility.
Correct. And I see Zach and Dan up here as well, who are tracking these. So I don't, if you have anything else want to add, please.
We're talking about accessing the Biden funds that from the 10-year net zero plan to also some of the funds around wind and solar that have been listed in his budget so that communities can access for resiliency, sustainability and subsidies.
Right. Like we saw with the IIJA, it's going to take the federal government a little while to come up with some of these programs. Some of these programs are already in place and we'll be able to take advantage of those. There's some coastal resiliency grants through NOAA that we think will be plussed up. So we'll be able to continue to apply for those grants. But a lot of it right now is wait and see what these programs look like, apply for or put in input to the federal government while they're coming up with these plans. In fact, I've just got off the call with Damon Burns about the local green bank here and how it can be shaped so we can use the green bank and the $27 billion available through Inflation Reduction Act and make sure we get that down here and deploy to projects. So it's something that we're tracking right now pretty constantly.
And just a couple other points. Secretary Granholm was here. We made a big deal out of the wind turbines and those tips with that GE plant that could be, should be producing, especially given our access to the industrial and the intercoastal. Have we followed up on those discussions and have we kind of consolidated a relationship for the federal government and other private businesses for those investments, especially along that corridor? Secretary Granholm, I think that's the name, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the energy secretary. Yeah, so on that particular, on the Nishu area, we've been working very closely with Jeff Schwartz and his office, the Office of Economic Development, to support both the existing businesses that are operating there, as well as trying to attract additional ones. Earlier this year, one of the Department of Energy grants that we supported was a submission from Advano, a local company here in New Orleans that is looking to basically bring their prototype to market and really start manufacturing it on scale, at scale, at a facility in the East, specifically at the NASA Nishu campus. So that's a great opportunity of example of a funding source where the city couldn't be the actual applicant, But we were supporting an entity here in New Orleans that would create, good jobs and be at the forefront of that new industry.
And that brings me to my next question, because I think you guys' budget, as important it is, depending on how y'all leverage it or use it, gives us access to millions of billions. Given the EV market, the intention of the federal government and what's happening in that industry, are you guys working with city planning, especially they're talking about the next master plan? How do we overlay a land use to actually take advantage of those monies and that trend towards sustainability and resilience, especially in those areas where they have access to the intercoastal, access to the industrial, and a natural topography that fits those businesses. Are we working with city planning to overlay a land use to property for incentives and potential growth in those areas?
Yeah, we've had several conversations with both City Planning Commission and the Office of Community Assets and Investments about potential land use changes that might need or CZO text amendments that might need to be instituted to ensure that we're able to take advantage of those. Luckily, it looks like with EVs in particular, most of those are already permitted in quite a number of places. But there may need to be some changes which we're working on with them right now.
And then lastly, what is the standing of the the resiliency grant that the city was issued? And is there any of that money left, and what have we done with that?
Yeah, there's 10 separate projects for the Gentilly Resilience District. As I mentioned before, that project is shifted over and is being managed by the project delivery unit. I sit in on their monthly call that they have with contractors. I think they're in each 10 projects that are in various states of either design or implementation. And I think that they're still in the initial phases of spending projects, but several of them are moving towards construction as we speak.
Yeah, I think all of the projects right now, Councilmember Thomas, is at 90%. And most of all those projects are going to construction in first quarter of 2023.
All right,
That's
thank
the
you.
sketch. And I think that one of our shortfalls right now, as far as funding, is a technical grant writer. I was looking at possibly getting a contract for technical writing so we could aggressively approach these notice of funding opportunities when they come down for the federal government.
Yeah.
I pushed the request to Gilbert, and I think we were trying to target some ARPA funds.
Well, that's my major concern,
Right.
especially given the administration we have now, and the 10-year plan, the net zero plan, the billions of dollars that are going to be out there for rebates, subsidies, as well as incentives for folk who want to invest. And, we need to get ahead of that because people are asking all the time, the Biden administration, the federal government, they advertise what's available. And so we want to know, how do we get that here and how are we accessing those funds, especially before they go away?
Yeah, and I think that some of the other support we might need from IGR office and council is just getting in front of some of the formula funding that's coming from the federal government down to the state to make sure that Orleans Parish can get a fair share when those formulas come out.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. President Moreno.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My question also has to do with the Gentilly Resiliency District. Of course, $141 million major project, supposed to be construction 2022, pushed most of them to 2023. Are we losing out on any of the money because we haven't moved fast enough? Because I've learned about a particular microgrid project that was initially part of the concept that may not be part of the concept now. So have we had to shift around dollars? Like, explain to me what's
We
happening
had
there.
to shift around some dollars in the NDR program. You're exactly right. Microgrids was on the shelf going through design. Naturally, with the microgrid is a big chunk of it, which was coordination with energy.
Mhm.
So when we came up to the storm and after the storm, and as you know, energy, we had funding also for Sewer and Water Board that kind of pushed us into a delay.
Mhm.
And instead of losing those dollars, what we did was went in with a substantial amendment to HUD, not only for microgrids, but it was the CAP program to go in and move some money to CAP, the community adaptation program, and keep the designs that we had on the shelf for microgrid for future bond funding in the next bond sale. So we'll move from HUD grant CDBG money to HUD money to fund a microgrid project. Really with the ORS office standing up right now, Council President, I think it's a better chance for us to deal with the energy labs, which our folks have been working with, and also with the Department of Energy to make sure that microgrid is put in the right place, it's robust, and we can move forward with that. But we have not gave up on the microgrid project or the ag solar project, and those are two things that we're still priority for us next year.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, and I believe that you clarified that we didn't lose out on the money. We didn't lose
We
it.
did not lose that money. We were up against the period of performance on NDR HUD grants also.
Yeah.
And we got approved last year to move the extension to 2025. So I think we're in good shape, and next year you'll see first quarter, you'll see a lot of those projects moving to construction. On top of that, some of those projects overlap
Sure.
the JIRR
Right,
program.
no doubt, no doubt. Yeah.
It's a complex issue right now, and part of my task is to make sure that we start construction on those projects in phases
Yeah.
until we can close the construction we have open right now.
And as we talk about, microgrids, you're very aware of Together New Orleans and the commitment that the mayor has made and the council has made to work on funding that priority of creating microgrids, community centers, churches all over the city. So I know that we're scheduled to meet sometime this week on my bond priorities,
Yes,
but that
ma'am.
will be part of my bond priorities to make sure that that's funded. My only other question that I have for you all today is, it looks like you've got, let's see, the mayor's office of utilities now moving under resiliency. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I don't see any additional funding, so it seems like all of you all will just be absorbing the duties. I think
Yes,
that's,
ma'am.
I think
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
yeah.
Both under the mayor's office umbrella. So we're just moving staff members around at this point.
Yeah, but as I mentioned, some of those duties like franchise fees or utility regulation outside of energy, that may live in another department or office, but the core functions of utilities such as, renewable energy, solar for all, community solar rules, weighing in and being a participator in the council's regulation on
Yeah.
energy, that will fall to the office.
Yeah, I think that's a much more efficient way to do it, and to live in a department with several people working on these initiatives instead of just one person, a one-man department, because that turned out to be at the end of the day pretty useless. So let me also talk about on the other pieces of the utilities office on when it comes to like the 5G deployment and the issues that we had with the design of the poles. Do you know where that piece will live?
Smart cities, there is some in our conversations with the National Renewables Energy Labs, there is definitely some integration between the internet and our grid, right? A lot of that will be operated, when you want a smart grid, you want it to be able to be operated wirelessly. In terms of where it lives right now, I think it would probably live with us for the time being, but again, there may be portions of it.
I'm just wondering where to send questions when, people, particularly in Mr. King's district, have issues with the polls or what they look like and things like that, because those were like major issues that we've been dealing with for quite some time.
I
So,
would think that right now, Council President, that those offices of transportation utilities, the ORS will take all questions
Okay.
regarding to that, because we haven't hired or stood up those additional
send them to you,
responsibilities
Joe.
right now. I know.
at least for now. All right. Well, obviously we'll work through that, and I'm happy to help you all, work through that as well.
Now, some of the staff also, and I don't think Greg mentioned it in his briefing, that I have took on responsibilities over the comprehensive recovery plan. So some of I didn't tell y'all this, some of my staff might be picking up some of the duties to support the comprehensive recovery plan. And also we may double hat and pick up some program management of IJA or ARPA funds as they come in-house before we throw them over the fence to the project managers.
Gotcha. And the other thing too, Joe, just to make you aware of, and it'll be, I believe, part of the communication part of a communication for the council meeting this Thursday is the council's IJA report from the task force that we created is complete. So we'll send that to you all, and that includes projects from not, the City of New Orleans projects, but also from other agencies, including Sewage and Water Board, potential nonprofits, what everybody's kind of like looking for, Entergy, of course. So that report may be helpful to you all as well.
And I think in one of our last IJA meetings, I think yourself or Councilmember Thomas asked about the overall overlay of where IJA was fixed in. So I believe that standing the office up is capable. We can look at all the areas of capital projects, IJA, NDR and everything, and overlap those with the water plans and see where we are and see where we need more funding. Naturally, in infrastructure for streets and bridges, we can use a ton of money, but we're just trying to get ahead of everything right now.
Gotcha. All right. Thank
I
you.
just wanted to add one more thing about microgrids. The city has been awarded some free technical assistance through the National Renewable Energy Lab. We're a Communities Leap city, and so we've been meeting with them on a weekly basis. And they're gonna take, the city had a report done in 2019 by Sandia on several sites to look at, including the one you referenced in the Gentilly Resilience District. So they've got that report. They're going to be advising us and kind of identifying locations throughout the city that could be best suited based off that Sandia report, based off community needs now. And so I think there's an opportunity that they're going to point us in the right directions about additional funding opportunities that we may be eligible for. Given the fact that we had to shift some funds around as it relates to the Gentilly Resilience District project.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morel.
Thank you. I don't want to appear like I am also beating a dead horse, but we'll continue to beat that horse for a little while longer. I do want to note one thing, because we often don't really say this out loud. The Gentilly Resilience District, that project actually began, over 9.5 years ago. As I
When it was 2015, 2016.
Yeah, well, I remember because it was initially announced the receipt of the federal funds when my mom was still on the council.
You're right.
So that was a really, really, really long time ago. And for us to be here right now with, beginning to see momentum on the larger promises, it's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. I will tell you, as a resident of District D, and I'm sure I'm gonna take a little heat. Well, not heat. I think Mr. Green probably gets the same complaints. St. Joseph Convent, the former location that was supposed to be this great park, this great water park that was supposed to help drain all of Gentilly. It is now an overgrown forest. What is the status and what are the plans for that? Has it reverted back to the Chicago nuns? Is it still in the city's control? What is the actual purpose of that property at this point?
Oh, Council Vice President, you're talking about Marabou?
Yes.
Marabou project. Marabou project, I think we've got some cuttings out there. We've got a new contract. The contract had lapsed to cut those grounds and do maintenance until we actually started construction. Marabou project, part of the Gentilly District Resilience District, was really a Hurricane Rita mitigation project. And it was put in that package as leverage. So what happened with Rita, I just left talking to Casey Tingle up at the Governor's Office of Homeland Security last week. Because it was Rita funding, the state is trying to close out Hurricane Rita projects as a disaster. So phase 1 of all the design is complete. We're ready to go on Marabou. That phase 1 was Rita. The state is going to give us phase 2 funding for Marabou out of another pot of money. So we're ready to go into construction next.
What's the timeline though? Because I know I trust you, Mr. Thread, to give us actual timelines as far as what.
Next year, we want to go into construction. Our application, the state has put in the application starting in 2023. And I'm hoping before the end of the first quarter, 2023, we'll be in construction with phase 2.
I certainly am glad to hear y'all are going to cut the grass. I know that when Council President Moreno was talking about city-owned Direlect property, my inbox filled up with that property because it is possibly the single largest piece of real estate other than Dillard in District D. It's a huge vacant piece of property, and it had gotten to a point where it looked like it was owned by a slumlord and it was owned
I
by the city.
understand. And we had a contract for cutting of that property, and the contract expired. We've got a new contract now. We're gonna keep the maintenance. I mean, that project is close to my heart because I lost 2 houses there in Hurricane Katrina, right on Crescent. I was on Crescent Street in Mithra, so that's my old neighborhood. So the sisters, we had a meeting with them last week. We're doing an amendment on design right now, so we're moving forward with that
Okay,
project.
that closed out that particular one.
Councilman Burrell, just before you move to the next question, since it's here, I don't need to ask it again. But part of the delay is the design change, which includes an education center, right? Or is that
Yes.
Still on the board.
Yes.
I just wanted the public to
Yes.
know that part of that delay is because there's going to be an education center at that site, which is going to be exciting.
You're correct. And that amendment is routing through the brass right now, and hopefully I'll sign that in the next couple of days.
All right, just wanted to bring that out for the public, but still got to cut that
Yep.
grass.
We're gonna
Okay.
cut the grass. Yes, sir.
It's really unfortunate, Mr. Nichols, because I know you're relatively new to this entire scene. There was a tremendous amount of momentum post Katrina for really transformative projects and visions for what New Orleans could be. I remember back when I was a baby legislator and when Councilman Thomas was last on the council, when you had councils going to the Netherlands on a regular basis, when there was a real international focus on what New Orleans could be as a city. And we had such tremendous international goodwill to be innovative, and we just never met that promise. And I appreciate what you're trying to do with the department. I do want to make some general comments, and these are also kind of procedural and structural. For those of you who aren't aware, I want to kind of give you the history of the utilities department, because in particular, from my comments before when I was interacting with Ms. Wolf, this speaks to that as well. The utilities department was created in 1914. It was actually dissolved. The mayor's office filed a executive order to dissolve it, and the council, pursuant to that provision of the charter, which I keep citing, which is Charter Section 92012, the council then, with that executive order, dissolved the utilities office. Something that's very problematic, generally speaking, and many departments received the same letter Ms. Wolf did. It wasn't just her, many departments received that letter, because there's a reason why the charter envisions the check and balance of a mayor creating a department and the council that funds departments agreeing that department is created. And it's because when departments are created or dissolved, they're done for a reason. The reason why the utilities department ceased to exist is because it no longer served a purpose. The challenge, I'm very heartened to hear that there's kind of a consolidation of everybody under resilience, because I think that's the most appropriate place for them. But when you look at the enabling language for the Department of Transportation, encourages better utilization of our street infrastructure, provide shared access to personal vehicles, buses, trucks, pedestrians, bikes, streetcars, so on and so forth. That's DPW. That's everything that's under DPW. Every department that gets created by executive order, they're not doing new things. They're getting authority shuffled between departments to focus on things that are already in existence. That is what that charter provision envisions. If you want to create a department to take authority that's with the current department and move to a new one, there is a process for that. I do believe we need to do more with the Department of Resiliency. And I say this because just if you look at the way the department as a whole has been treated through 2 administrations, you have increased and you have shrunk up and down over the years. It is impossible for you to do your job if one year you have 12 people and next year you have 2. And if you follow the history of your department, which is an essential department for the survival of the city of New Orleans, you need to be a department that is fully enshrined and where all these different authorities are granted to you. I think it's absolutely appropriate that there be someone in a utility-like position, someone in a transportation-like position. But the challenge that we have is that the reason why the charter doesn't contemplate allowing mayors to create random departments is because it upsets the checks and balances of how the council and the administration interact. And more importantly, it divests powers of departments we choose to create. I do not believe that the council has fully empowered the resiliency office, for example. But I would be more than willing to offer the ordinance to do just that, because I do want there to be a resiliency department. I do want it to exist perpetually through multiple administrations. And I want to define what it's going to do so it's there going forward. Because your office is a great example of what happens when you have a department kind of created in the gray area, and different administrations based upon their own priorities could say, well, God forbid we have someone elected mayor who's a huge friend of the oil and gas industry who goes, you know what? I don't want to talk about climate change or resilience. Suddenly this department, which is doing key things, is basically whittled down to nothing or dissolved simply by executive order, because when you're created properly, you can't be dissolved without council consent. So I appreciate that y'all are absorbing transportation. I appreciate y'all are absorbing utilities. I would encourage y'all to fully dissolve them. Because I think that from my perspective, I'm looking at all the departments that were created by executive order, not just under this administration, but under previous ones. And there really needs to be a restructuring of government, because when you have these departments under your central umbrella, all of those positions are defined in the budget as civil service positions. The reason why the mayors historically create departments is because a created department gets a head that is an unclassified person who has a salary that is set at whatever a mayor wants to set it at. And because you create these departments willy-nilly, that's why they exist sometimes to a new administration, sometimes their entire mission changes, others disappear. And like I said, I think your office in particular has shown it's such a critical department. Without the protections that are necessary to make you an actual full department, you're at the whims of mayors, and that is not something that's appropriate. More of a statement, but than a question, but.
Well, I would agree on that. And I think that, you know, one thing for a city of our size, we have bond sales, we have tax revenue that comes in, but it's really a lot of money out there in this universe internationally and through other C40 and climate change organizations that we can take advantage of if we've got a capability and a robust office to be able to go out and look for those funds.
No, I mean, it's very telling. Let's be very clear. Under the Nagin administration, when the disaster happened, we did not have the capacity to pursue and follow up on all the leads that occurred after Katrina. So after resiliency was created under the Landrieu administration, we began to pursue that. But a lot of the attention internationally had already shifted to other things. I mean, I can't tell you how many of my friends who operate in DC told me that so much attention shifted to Japan after the tsunami, for example. Like that is the eyeballs chase the disasters. And what I don't want to be is in a very unfortunate spot where we have to wait for our next disaster to remind people that we are a city that's very vulnerable to climate change, for us to have to wait for that to get access to resources again. And I think your office, robustly supported, is perfectly positioned to pursue national, international resources to help us build a city that can withstand the ravages of climate change to come. So I appreciate you being here today. I will look forward to working with you, Mr. Threat, and you, Mr. Nichols, on trying to figure out how to stabilize and make sure that you are an officially recognized into perpetuity department, because it is that important. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And I think that too, when we came in administration, most of you know, in 2018, the NDR, the HMGP and JIR funds were not robustly spent. So it was my job when I was director of project delivery to put all those projects on the street, which if I had known how they was going to show up on the street, I probably would move a little bit slower. But, you know, we're playing catch up, but we'll get there.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for recognizing the importance of the office and for supporting us. As Joe mentioned, there were a lot of these positions were grant funded under the previous administration. And so, as you know, grants end. And so those positions ran out. So I do want to, give Joe credit for recognizing the need to build the office back up, and thank the council for the support of establishing us as an office that can go into perpetuity, as you mentioned.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
I want to take us from the macro to the micro. What is the status of the Saratoga Square burn lot? Is that something under your purview? Or is it property management?
It's under project, it's under my purview.
Yes, I know, I
accept full
figured, yeah.
responsibility.
Yeah.
Saratoga lot right now, Erica Boer is the program manager. That's part of the Broadmoor project, and Saratoga is our last long pole in the tent with remediation. The city had to put forth its own funds. FEMA has asked for multiple site evolution of remediation and removal of that property so it can be clean. We had one more pocket that the state LDEQ wanted us to take another look at. We're remediating it right now. And where it sits right now, we're just waiting on approval from LDEQ to say it's clean. And we're at 100% design. We're ready to start construction.
Right. So the last email I got was in September, September 13th to talk about starting construction in the last quarter of this year.
Right.
Is that on track or are we looking at?
We, like I said, Councilmember Harris, we were ready to go in September, and LDEQ, when FEMA needed approval from the state environmental to move forward. The state environmental said, hey, hold it just a second. We want you to look at one more area that was not in the last report. And we looked at that area and they asked us to remediate it. So now we're just waiting for them to give us the green light. We're at 100% design. Now to say that, Broadmoor crosses over those JIRR projects also. So we're going to phase the construction for that once we start. We're ready to start first quarter.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten emails from Lauren Godshaw of the Tulane Environmental Law Clinic, who's concerned about runoff because the contaminated soil's right there. It's right next to a neighborhood and soil is running off anytime there's water.
The extra remediation we did was because of the Tulane law. lesson.
Yeah, okay.
So we took care of all of that, and that's what we're waiting on approval for.
Okay, if there's anything that my office can do to try to speed up LDEQ, let me know. I'm happy to send a letter to say it's critical.
Okay, I will, council member. I think we're almost there too, because we're ready to go.
Good. I'll turn to recycling. Gambit just did an article on glass half full. I'm a big proponent of glass half full. We have way too much glass in New Orleans and it's fairly easy to recycle, especially when we have a nonprofit who's willing to do that. So what's your take on glass half full? Are you working with Matt Torrey at all on trying to get maybe even a pilot program over to them?
Yeah, so thank you for your question, council member. We partner with Glass Half Full regularly. We've had several meetings with them, and I believe Matt actually is in discussions with them to start actually taking the drop off from the Elysian Fields transfer station and taking it to Glass Half Full. So if residents bring their glass there, it currently doesn't go there right now, but we're hoping that in January it will.
Yeah, as a city full of wine and beer drinkers, we should be recycling glass way more than we do.
Yeah, another thing that I'm sure you're aware of is obviously that the recycling for businesses isn't something that's regulated by the city right now, right? There's no mandate that businesses have recycling, but of course that could be something that could be looked at.
Oh, I'm happy to work on any ordinance language with you to try to figure out how we can work that out and thread that needle. I want to turn to, and I was happy to see you start with the heat map. We have several areas in District B that are heat deserts, including areas in Central City that have no trees. I mean, Joe, you and I walk all the time and we're sweating because there's no tree coverage. Seoul has agreed to do a master plan for Central City, but Gerttown has been left out also of that plan. So what's your take on doing a master plan for tree coverage, especially as we're trying to combat the effects of heat islands? And we know that it impacts behavior, education. If you're hot, you can't concentrate, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, so we've actually been working with Seoul on the reforestation master plan, and one of those the goals in there is within a 10-year period to have 10% tree canopy coverage in all neighborhoods in New Orleans. And so luckily the Inflation Reduction Act actually has funding set aside specifically for urban canopy. So that reforestation plan that Seoul's actually funded is going to be a key part of us going after those funds. And so we provided feedback on that plan. We're 100% in support of it. Parks and Parkways has provided feedback on that plan. And so I believe it's going to be wrapped up here in the next few months. And there's funding out there for us to go pursue. And as you mentioned, the heat island impact, trees have multiple benefits, right? They also have green infrastructure benefits as well. And so we're very excited about the ability to go get some additional funding for the city.
They have water management functions as well. Speaking of turning to water management, storm drains, what are we doing, Mr. Barrett, about our storm drains and cleaning those out? I know this is sort of a general question.
Yeah, I know we've got contracts out there cleaning storm drains right now.
All right.
Sarah's got the specific numbers. They're
And I'm
still-
asking this because under your purview, it said water management. And so I'm like, okay, what's going on with the storm drains?
Yeah, we talked a little bit about the emergency catch basin contract that we have going on right now that's addressing 6,000 catch basins that were damaged and assessed post-Ida. In addition to that, we have our regular crews that are 2 back truck crews that are cleaning catch basins around the city. We hope that at the end of the year, we'll get some additional funds so that we can contract out, some additional support to be able to do more. And the ultimate goal is to get in a rotation where we're cleaning each catch basin once every 5 years.
Okay, and I know that we have some constituents who are doing self-help. I think I sent you those photos.
Yes.
And areas where there are cracked catch basins. So I'm just hoping that those will be resolved sooner rather than later.
Yeah, so catch basins that have been damaged, where the lids are damaged and need to be rebuilt, those are things we're addressing through our district right-of-way contracts that are finally coming online. Our District D contract has been underway for a couple of weeks. District A should be advertised any day now. And then we'll keep going and awarding them. So that's where we'll be rebuilding our catch basins, but certainly encourage residents to, take some personal responsibility and help clean in front of catch basins. Don't lift the lids or try to lift them. They're extremely heavy, but do what you can to try to clear debris away from the fronts of catch basins.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
The other thing I was just going to add is obviously DPW has the day-to-day maintenance of catch basins under their purview. I think we're well situated to kind of have a bigger picture view of things. And so we're in discussions with our hazard mitigation office on trying to tap into some of those funds to do with kind of an updated urban water plan, which would allow us to get a little bit more granular level data on catch basin level. There are a lot of water studies out there and I think they're disparate. And so what we'd be wanting to do is trying to mold it into one specific plan. And that's what Megan's working on.
Well, that's great. I mean, I think take a look at LaSalle and Third Street. All politics is local. LaSalle and Third Street, where the Mardi Gras Indian headquarters is. There used to be a catch basin there. It's gone. It's like completely filled in, and they have a lot of flooding. So as you're taking a look at studies of where water accumulates, and I know there's a project going on right on that corner, so this might be a good time to really take a look at it and see if there's anything that can be done sooner rather than later.
And Councilmember Harris, Mike Karam a brief on the 22nd, and he'll talk some more about tree canopies.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. I guess 2 things for me. One is I appreciate who's at the table right now, in the sense of it's important to me, as I've said many times, that we understand all of our money flows and how they're working and how they are working. And the fact that you have resiliency sitting with infrastructure, sitting with IJA, to me is extraordinarily important. I will continue to beat the drum of we need to stack all of our dollars together. And Joe, I know you probably better than anybody else are very familiar with how to do that. But as we're looking at gray infrastructure, green infrastructure, doing bioswales, whether or not we can retain water in parts of the city, I as much integration as we can have and explanation, I think is incredibly important.
And I look forward to working with all the council members. I think Sarah reached out to set up appointments because right now, because of inflation and cost of materials and supply chain audit are different. Really, I don't think the last council really established some of the priorities, and I really want to sit down with you, both vertical and non-vertical infrastructure and bond funds or whatever we got. So I can get a good feeling by district, where we're going. And once I get those priorities, we can start moving on them.
Great. And then Councilmember Harris stole my line. I was gonna say in the all politics is local. Mid-City meets tonight in Lakeview on Saturday. So can you just, once again, I know you had it in your presentation, but the Mid-City study is in process right now. And then Lakeview and West End will be out in 30 days. Is that right? I just want to make sure.
It's with procurement right now, correct?
Okay, all right. Well, we'll get Julian back in here and make sure we get a date. All right, thank you all so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any online comments, Mr. Shine? None? All right, we appreciate it. Thank you all very much for your time and for the efforts that you are doing. Last but certainly not least, property management and real estate records. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. We have one public comment. Chris Lang. I'm sorry, guys. One public comment. Mr. Lang, I apologize for that. Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Councilmember Morel, thanks so much for bringing the history into this in terms of, I didn't know all the history in terms of the utilities and the way in which the Office of Resilience and Sustainability was kind of precariously funded. And I think it's really important for something as important as sustainability too, and not just resilience, to be funded in a very future-oriented way. One thing I've seen the goals that you were prioritizing in terms of energy, transportation. I was really encouraged to see that you guys are also looking for federal funding and more funding opportunities. I do think that there can be another allocation of attention or funds towards waste prevention. That is one area, I think, particularly here with sort of the tourist economy that's become internationalized since, like the 80s, and with plastic, it is also exacerbating the crisis with flooding. Also sort of, we look at like landfills and sort of the racialization of waste, and looking at Gordon Plaza and sort of how the Rise St. James folks who are advocating against plastic in their own communities and its production. I think one thing I really want to bring up here is sort of reuse and a model of reuse. And I want to put that front and center. I'm on a national reuse committee, and reuse is a product or packaging that is designed to be reusable, refillable, or returnable, and is part of a system that achieves multiple cycles of use, equitable access, reduced waste, and net benefits for the health of all beings in the planet. And so even before this, when we were learning about the marketplace, the French market, there's a lot of opportunities here. Even though there's folks who are being allocated to cleaning up, I think when you have a reuse model in, that's going to make less of a need for cleanup, and the beautification will start to be in line as you create a system that is basically reusable, durable items that can be circulated. This is one of the rainiest cities in the country, so water is not in shortage. So that means dishwashing is actually something that's very accessible. And if you start to create an infrastructure where you have reusable things, logistically, you can start to reduce the amount of plastic, which is also it has carbon footprint embedded in there. So as you're trying to think about a smart city, reducing the amount of single-use disposals is actually in line with your desires, but it also can recirculate, it can create more jobs, it can reduce the clogging of the things that are creating flood risk, and it can reduce the amount of natural pollution that's coming off, reducing the amount of the hazards that people are being exposed to. So I think reusable paradigms, a paradigm shift from disposable and linear to reusable and circular, is in the best interest of most people in the city. And that's what I wanted to say. In terms of waste management and prevention, there are funds like the state of Connecticut now has $5 million advocated for sustainable materials management. So it'd be really cool if that was something that this office, despite it being short-staffed, could prioritize thinking through ways to access funds here. I think this is one of the areas that is the front lines in the country when it comes to racial waste and sort of social injustices. And I think sustainability, if you can create it in an equitable way, is the most socially just sort of, solution for everybody. So I just wanted to my 2 cents there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. Appreciate it. Thank you all for being here. All right, next up and last for the day is property management, real estate records. Okay.
Yeah, I will. Just
I'm fine, how are you?
Gotta open it up.
It's on the big sheet of projected here.
That's already, those are.
So all you need to do is to operate the.
Hang on,
the arrow.
I need to get the. No, let's take this over the.
It's already-
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's right.
Oh, okay. What put it on this thing?
Yeah, just the arrow. That's
Thank you. They told me that. Yeah, books. So. Okay.
Good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, council members, council president. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about property management. My name is Nitesh Mohan. I'm the new director of property, well, new, I've been here 5 months now, so no longer new. I go by Mo, some of you know me. I believe Joe wants to make an introductory statement of some kind, so go ahead.
Oh, yes, just for my introductory comments, as you know, most of the property in the city is in disrepair. Lots are in disrepair. I think I welcome Councilmember Moreno when she asked about the asset to a way for us to have a dashboard or a way to know what condition our city facilities are in. And, you know, it's unfortunate that some of the facilities we have, like NSA, VA hospital, I could just go down a whole list. Most of you know the facilities in your districts that are in disrepair, and we haven't taken good care of these facilities. Being instrumental in putting together the bond sales since I came in May of 18, I was always, you know, questioned why we didn't have more money in property management. Even the building that we're sitting in right now, it's warm in here now, but all the departments upstairs and all the floors are cold.
You know, when I walk back in the room,
Right.
yeah.
Exactly. So I mean, I welcome Mo when he came on board because I feel he's really concerned about the city properties. I'm concerned about it now that all those facilities under my purview is being in charge of infrastructure. And it's something that we have to do. I mean, Mo's involved in, you know, looking for a new city hall. We haven't got anything. We're still in the developmental stage of out there looking for another building, but this building is problematic right now. And I think it's costing us more money to keep the building up and operational and functional than to actually go out and construct a new facility. So with that, those are my opening comments. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Mo so he can start his briefing.
Thank you, Joe. Well, let's go through the presentation. I'll make some comments as we go along. Yeah, so this is the general agenda. We're going to talk about the accomplishments, our goals, and lastly, of course, our budget. Go ahead. Our mission statement, obviously, the overall mission of the department is to provide maintenance for city-owned facilities while emphasizing sustainability and efficient building maintenance services, to manage municipal parking garages, and to provide special event support. Just a quick comment, we're talking about over 400 properties, and some of them are, of course, vacant and abandoned. But we're talking about taking care of 400 properties with the staff we have. Our vision statement is committed to delivering a wide array of support services and to assist all city agencies with managing and sustaining the city properties in a professional and judicious manner. We're dedicated to preserving and maintaining municipal facilities, providing effective management of departmental resources. That means using the resources we have to the best of our ability and incorporating efficiencies and responding to all city agencies requesting support services. Just a quick comment again about this. We tend to prioritize our buildings. We talk about, you know, how are we doing at City Hall? Are we doing at Gallier Hall? These are public facing properties, but most importantly, we have a whole array of public services in our police department properties, in our fire department properties, and also the multi-service centers, which serve many elderly folks and also some daycares and so on. So those priorities are very important to us, and we react very quickly to what's critical. And we're often just working on critical stuff. Next one, please. Okay, so this is our organization. I'm the director. Rico Sterling here is a deputy director. Most of you know him from being towed at some point in the last 10 years, but he's come over from that department, and we're both new to the department, but we're working very well together. And I'll get to operations and procurement in a minute. I'll maybe not now. Stephanie Landry is in charge of all our fiscal and HR in our department, so she keeps track of all the money going in and out on the operating budget side. I'll get to one. Our chief engineer is in the audience. Our operations manager, I believe, is in the audience. Chief engineer Sterling Higgins has been with the city for over 35 years, and we've recognized him. Where is he? He's probably fixing the heat up on the fourth floor. But anyway, our chief engineer has been here for over 35 years. Our operations manager, Derek, are you here, Derek? He's probably busy as well. Okay, these people have real jobs, so they're out there busy. Stephanie Landry, I mentioned, secretary, and our HR and fiscal. We've lost our real estate administrator recently, but Ashley Givens is here representing the RER department. Emily Ford, I don't know if she made it. She had an appointment. Our superintendent of cemeteries and our maintenance superintendent, which most of you people know because you're in this building. Debbie Seward's here, and she's the one who is our first line of defense on complaints. The next slide, please. Before I go to the accomplishments, I want to just say the department consists of about 75 people right now. That's engineers, maintenance folks, administrative folks, et cetera. We also have about 10 openings, some of which, a lot of them almost we're unable to fill. But we do have 10 openings, and we're in the middle of already ramping up for hiring some temp folks to help us through the Mardi Gras stand erection and getting ready for that. Okay, accomplishments. A lot of what we do is maintenance. We have, for example, we're talking about over 3,000 work orders that our team has taken care of already this year. I believe that number is up to 3,400 now at the time the slide was made. And we're talking about roofing work, we're talking about plumbing work. Obviously, most of our what we call work tickets are just like any other organization. The largest number of work tickets have to do with HVAC, hot, I'm too hot, I'm too cold, et cetera, as we are getting a multitude of calls today. Our engineers have been working all weekend trying to fix this problem, but 3,000 work tickets, and our folks get to it as rapidly as possible. Next slide, please. These are folks working on the 10th floor. Many of you don't even know there's a 10th floor here, but there is a 10th floor. There's a lot of infrastructure up there, which is what keeps this building going. We have a dedicated staff of engineers who are here 24/7, and many of our buildings are 24/7. And in fact, yesterday, I got a call about the heating situation at City Hall and what they were trying to do to get it going. And as of this morning, I think Rico woke me up around 5:30 and said it's still cold. So we tried what we could. And by the way, this is on a separate heating system, so you're not experiencing the problem. Okay, next slide, please. Accomplishments. We do a lot in terms of collecting rents and leases. Stephanie worries about that. We do servitudes. We collect parking fees, of course. for, all the football games and such. And we have a fairly robust income stream for films, both in city buildings, city-owned buildings, and the cemeteries. Okay, next slide, please. One of our very good accomplishments this year was in trying to get ready for the hurricane season. And soon after Rico and I got started in property management, we actually had a power blip sometime around late June. And we immediately said, okay, we're not going to wait. I mean, they had already been ordered. The generators had been ordered, but we requested that the generators be brought on site and installed and tested and so on. And it was a great thing to do because we did find some problems, which took us almost a week to fix. So, but we were ready as soon as that was done for any storms. And knock on wood, we didn't have any storms this year here that could put us out of service. Go ahead, please. Okay, we do have a new program for Lafayette 1 in terms of visitation. There was a whole rules promulgation that was done in June. We met with both the tomb owners and the tour operators explaining our new rules. We haven't, there's much work to be done yet, but at some point you'll see a ticketing system and our folks monitoring the Lafayette 1 visitors. Next slide, please. Our goals. Okay. First and foremost, to improve the preventative maintenance of all municipal buildings. For many years, we've not had preventative maintenance. There's a philosophy that we are changing. It's no longer run to fail. Run to fail, you install something that's supposed to last 20 years, and if you don't do maintenance, that thing's only going to last you 8 or 10 years. So we want preventive maintenance. I requested in my budget for additional money for preventive maintenance, but a separate issue. But we will find the money for preventive maintenance. And by that I mean the air conditioning system, the plumbing systems, the electrical systems. These have to be maintained, not just fixed when they break. Continue to work with the administration to identify city properties for surplus sales and continue to increase revenue collections for rents and leases. That's somewhat minor, but and event parking and so on, and real estate counter sales. We do a little bit of it, not a lot, but more importantly, we need to identify properties that are not useful to the city anymore because there's other stuff that can happen with that identification. Work to implement a city asset management system. Well, we're in the RFP process right now to intake our work orders. It's interesting that we still do work orders by email and by phone calls and by fax. That takes you back a long time. Most work ticket systems are on mobile phones. People don't have to call anywhere to put a ticket in. Anyway, the new asset management system, part of it is the work order system that we'll be implementing. And at some point when that's installed, you should be able to put a ticket in on your mobile phone and no more paper running around. We have stacks of paper this high in my department that go back for months. Okay, most important of that is update the property status. In previous discussions, we were talking about blighted properties. And thank you for bringing that to our attention. I mean, not just attention, but bringing it to our serious attention so that we can do something about it. And the remediation of blighted properties is by ordinance now a requirement, which we will report back to you about. Just as an aside, we've made tremendous progress on the properties that we've been talking about for some time. And if you want, we can get into the details. And continue to work with the capital projects group for emergency power and other topics that capital projects is involved in. Joe mentioned the new city hall. We're working with capital projects on the rehab of the VA building and what's going to happen there. We are a whole bunch of projects, but basically we work hand in glove with the capital folks, because what they build, we have to maintain, right? So we have to be with them. Next one, please. Okay, we'll move on to the budget summary. Go ahead. Okay, so like every other budget, we have our personal services for 2022 at 5.8 million. All our other operating is pretty much our work that we do with outside contractors, whether they're HVAC or generators or electrical or you name it. All the trades are in that operating expense side. So this year we're at a total of $11 million in our budget for our department. The actual adopted budget was slightly less at 10.8. One of the issues is that our budget for 2023 was on the operating side was pretty similar to the 2022. But if you remember, I said we had a lot of open positions on the personal side, and we're looking at some creative use of some of that money to either provide a better pay structure for the people we have. There's some jobs that we have not been able to recruit for, no matter how hard Stephanie has tried, including job fairs and going to colleges and trying to recruit. We haven't been able to do that. So there's a point at which you say, well, let's take care of some of the people we have and look at our organization, see how it could function better. But anyway, overall, you see that our total budget is still at 10.3. I mean, that shows a reduction of 487, but mostly all on the personal services side. Next slide, please. We have the non-general funds. These are some trusts, cemetery, Gallier Hall, and so on, but they're just considered non-general, and that's pretty much that $9 is immaterial. It's pretty much even. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, we got to questions in a hurry, but I think I've elaborated on most of the stuff I wanted to elaborate on. Joe said, yeah, let me bring it up. There has been a challenge with the cemeteries, one in particular that is Holt. I asked Emily Ford, how many people are at Holt? And unbelievably, the records go back 100 years, and I believe the number is, she says the estimate is 60,000, and that going back 50 years, there have been comments about closing Holt because it's full. Well, if you find any people at Holt, we got a problem. I'm sorry? If you find any people at Holt, that it is a big problem. Yeah. Breaking news, they did. It is a terrible situation, sir. What we need is to find a property for a new cemetery. We can't just close a cemetery, but even though, I mean, I don't know what it requires in terms of ordinances and so on. But by the way, well, you got I believe the council knows. Sorry, got a big mausoleum right here. It won't remain a big mausoleum after a couple of years, I'm sure. Because there's no need for, anyway, let's go on. But by the way, there is constantly a need to find remains. And in fact, the council knows of one particular effort at Rest Haven, which is a very difficult place. And anyway, it does come up. It does come up, finding remains.
But anyway, Joe and I and Emily and eventually we all have to talk to the mayor about closing Holt and issuing some kind of a
We gotta find a new lot. We gotta find a new location for a new cemetery. We've got we've got the memo to the mayor put together, but it's a challenge in that area for us right now.
Well, if there are any people there, don't leave them, take them with you.
I will.
I'll take any other questions.
Is that your last question?
No, he's working on the last questions.
When he said it's 60,000 people at home, I just want to know if I'm related to any of them, you know? Because I got a couple extra rooms in the house. No, when you're ready for questions, I got a couple, man. You ready?
Councilmember Thomas.
No, I've written out Paleolithic age and Cretaceous age when you were talking about our buildings. I'll save the dispensing of public property and what we do with it to Councilmember Marino. Of the 400 properties, how many do we really need now, though?
Well, I can't answer that question right now. We do assessments all the time, but what really happens is the departments come to us, let's say the police department, the fire department, they come to us and say, this building is not serving our purposes anymore. We'd like to look for a new building, or we'd like to close this down. We'd like to consolidate these two, police stations, whatever, fire stations, et cetera.
Right.
So I don't have the answer for you there, but we're always looking for how well are these properties being used. There's one just recently, a property became empty on Julia Street. It's a nice piece of property. And we could easily, it's not a big deal, but we could move 25 people into Julia Street, but there's no city network in there. So I asked ITI, put an network in there. So at a moment's notice, we could put 25 people in there. You know, Department of Property Management will pay for the installation of the network. Without a network, we can't really move people into that building. So but that's a property, for example, that we should use because it's a nice, good property.
Yeah. Well, I apologize for being facetious and funny. It's been another long day, but first of all, I should have thanked, I don't know if there's a harder working staff than the people who work for property management, you know, especially on the ground floor. That, you know, if there was any questions about people at City Hall working, I know I see them working all the time. But in terms of, so I appreciate what you guys do, I really do. But in terms of budgeting, what percentage of your budget every year is going into general maintenance, or just a bit Band-Aid approach to keep this building or other buildings going? Because Joe, I think that would give us a real good look, and especially the public, if you could kind of quantify that, qualify it, into the need for investing in newer structures or newer buildings.
Almost all of our operating budget goes towards maintenance, but it's break-fix maintenance. It's not preventive maintenance. What we would like to do is change our philosophy over the next couple of years and add to our preventive maintenance budgets so that our break-fix goes down. Every time we encounter, and by the way, sometimes break-fix involves the fix is capital. It's not operating, right? Because you have take today's example in City Hall. We had a large boiler down. We had some pumps down. We had and you're very familiar with this, the so-called skin units in this building. I don't think they've been for 15 years. There's no heat coming out of those things. To replace that, replace the skin units, I believe Greg was like about 2 million just to replace the skin units. Now, the other question is, City Hall could probably use $10 million just in the HVAC system and pumps and boilers. But is that what you want to do? If in fact there is a new City Hall on the horizon, you know, how much money do you want to spend here? Those are the questions we tussle with and bring to Joe and to Gilbert.
Well, I think that's important. I think our budget chairman, in terms of the conversation when Joe opened up about whether we're wasting money or not, now Council President talking about disposing or dispensing of property. I think this is the time it's past time to begin to take a look at that. Look, the one thing I do know is that it's, the air condition works in the winter and the heat seems to work in the summer. And that has not,
We just have to change the clock, Councilmember.
no.
But the clocks are expensive. No, I'm only teasing you.
I'm
Yes, I know
always-
that. I believe you came to my office a week after I came to work here. I didn't know who you were.
I came,
You said the heat's on.
I came a week after inauguration.
June.
Yeah, and then back again, yeah.
Yeah.
And the heat was really working well in June. And then the air conditioning was working in January.
I don't want to, there are so many pieces in this building where walls have been erected with no consideration for venting and HVAC. You put up walls, it's cutting off circulation, not just from that office, but from everything else. Right? So that kind of thing has happened here. This is an old building and has probably been patched on and built on somewhat irregularly.
Well, we have portable heaters that the office does now, and it's.
We don't use them in the summer.
We brought our heaters in to use during the winter.
I'm teasing. You know,
We use our heaters during the summer.
I happened to see a department manager on the way down here because I knew that she was cold and she was literally sitting in front of a heater doing her work.
Well, I have several valuable employees. Some of them are elder states people, and it's very difficult, especially right now in the cold. They spent most of their mornings trying to get comfortable and trying to get warm to do their job, especially on the downtown side of the building. And it's really not funny.
Let me say something about heaters. Heaters, everybody knows heaters are dangerous.
Yeah.
And we do use them here, but you have to use the correct heaters. But more importantly, you can't just plug heaters into electrical outlets because that blows electrical outlets. So we have to be careful. And we actually need capital money to increase electrical capacity so that heaters can be plugged in, the correct heaters can be plugged in. There's a lot of work in infrastructure that we should be able to do. We should do.
Well, we don't have a fireplace. Yeah, yeah, and
We don't have a fireplace.
yeah, so it's just, but they knew you were coming today, and it's extremely cold, and they're predicting even more cold, so it just doesn't make for a comfortable.
I do want to say to you that we have a very dedicated staff,
Yeah,
and
they're
they
the best. They're the
call,
best.
they call us and let us know on Saturday nights, on Sunday mornings, et cetera, trying to get things going in here. It's difficult to work with the infrastructure that is so outdated.
Thank you very much, guys.
And Councilmember Thomas, just to, add to Mo's comments, naturally, unfortunately, we get beat up most years by hurricanes. Right now, we're just finalizing, I know, believe it or not, a year of insurance negotiations. So we're trying to get that. I think it ends up that we'll get about 23 million in insurance, and the rest of those PWs was pushed to FEMA. So we're going to start here soon with repairs. And I think we had damage on how many facilities? 200?
Yeah.
About 200 facilities. And when we build facilities, they have to be hardened to withstand hurricanes. And our buildings are so old that unfortunately we take damages on our facilities that we've got right now. And to FEMA, once you get damaged by Hurricane Laura or Beta or Zeta, and you get damage from Hurricane Ida, is duplication of benefits. So it decreases the amount of money you can get on the next storm event. So we've got challenges right now. I'm glad to have Mo here by my side. He's involved and highly dedicated. And, I think he's going to do the best with what we got right now.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council?
I've got a couple questions. First of all, Mo, thank you so much for your hard work. When we started working together on the surplus properties and the analysis by property management, you jumped right on it. Properties that I brought to your attention, you drove out to them yourself. And for those that were unsecured and a potential danger, you made sure that your team boarded up one property in particular. You know what I'm talking about. And I just very much appreciate your tenacity and your forward thinking toward looking at preventative maintenance dealing with our properties. With all that being said, where are you in your analysis of the surplus properties and getting a real solid list? You and I know that you came in and you were really dealing with just kind of a spreadsheet with not a lot of information. How is the new assessment coming along?
We are prioritizing, I'll let Ashley speak to it in a minute, but we are prioritizing the properties by district because we intend to come back and have meetings by district. Because one of the things I like is that we may not be aware of all the properties that you are aware of.
Right.
Because you get emails that we don't, and sometimes we don't know that you've got, et cetera. So we are prioritizing. For example, in District A, we have 401 City Park Avenue, which was a property that I got involved in 2 weeks ago. A lot of graffiti, blah, 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 blah. The graffiti has been cleaned up. But I also immediately talked to Vincent Smith at Capitol and said, what's going on with this property? And he said, sometime by the end of this year, Mo, early next year, we should have the Capitol to build the police, fire headquarters at that property. So anyway, District A, we have 401 City Park Avenue. We have 5700 Loyola. District B, we have 3 properties, 4317 Magazine, 3601 General Taylor. We have 2832 Lafitte Street. District C, we have 200 Shakespeare, and District E, we have 3400 Florida Avenue, which I drove out to just last week, 7450 Paris Road, 7500 Bullard, and 1101 Zenith or Zenith? Zenith Street. Yeah, thank you. Ashley compiled this list, and we are constantly, every week we get together and say, all right, how are we doing on that list? I need that list. So one of the things we're finding, by the way, I told you the last time I was here, we don't have inspectors in my department. So guess who our inspectors are? The deputy director and the director. We go out there and take a look and see what's going on and come back with remedial actions. So we are progressing, but we're trying to attack the really blighted properties right now. And we will continue. For example, it came up in the last presentation. There was a question about a property that I had not, it wasn't on my radar. Joe answered the questions. I made a note to talk to Joe about it to see what property management needs to do to get involved in the property that he talked about in the previous meeting. So we're progressing, but in addition to the properties which are blighted, we also now want to look at empty lots which are overgrown, so we can start attacking that.
Right.
In fact, we had another complaint about a series of properties at Tulane Avenue, which are actually being turned over to the strategic working group. I went there on a weekend and there was stuff all over the place, and that's been taken care of.
Yeah.
I want to shout out to both Mike Karam at Parks and Parkways and Matt at sanitation. We, the three of us, are working very well together, and anyway, we expect that to continue.
And go ahead, Joe.
No, I was going to also say, bring up Tom Mulligan's doing a good job.
Tom Mulligan, yeah.
His folks at Code Enforcement, and I think that's like, I was going to say the 3 amigos, but it's really the 4 amigos. Between those 4 gentlemen, they've been doing a great job, I think, responding to a lot of the council members' district problems that are out there.
Let me just add another amigo to it. Add Jeff Schwartz to that, please.
yeah.
Because look, Jeff has to be an integral part of this, because at the end of the day, for these properties that we're not using and those that are not planned for development, like the City Park property, that one's planned for development, but those that are not, Jeff Nora, whoever it takes, we've gotta dispose of these additional properties and find their best use. And so I think like that's the other piece. And I know that, he's working hard to start, some community engagement around certain properties that, there may be some potential use, but they want the community to provide input as to what that use could be. And I know he's looking at a couple areas, but like, let's start moving.
Right, and I think I've got a lot of going to community outreach meetings and at council district meetings. A lot of residents have great ideas
Yeah.
on how to manage blighted lots and other different things in their neighborhood, but it might be a task force, council president, that we put together to kind of make moves on some of these issues.
Yeah, and it's more than managing the blight. I mean, obviously that is so important and that's why I moved forward with the ordinance, but it's about what do we then do with the property?
Yeah.
Because it's like, we don't want to just sit here and just pay to
You
manage
wanna
blight,
come back
I
to
mean,
revenue.
exactly, no doubt about it.
Jeff and I work very well together and constantly, and also Sydney Shivers, who's at the strategic working group. So as we see properties that need to be moved, which have no further use for the city, we have a process by which we get it to the strategic working group, and then the decisions will be made at that point.
Mo, if you wouldn't mind, if you could please send me the very latest list that you have of the properties you've identified in the different districts as far as blighted surplus properties that
Yeah.
you're prioritizing, that would be helpful.
Well, I have a list. I'll send it to you.
Great, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
To add a little bit of levity, I want to say that just last week, I received an email from my daughter. She said, "What are you doing about the Buddy Bowden property?" And I apologize. I'm new to New Orleans, somewhat new to New Orleans. I didn't know about it. And about 2 minutes later, I got an email from Councilman Jeruso's office asking the same question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember King.
I think three quick questions, one comment. You mentioned Turo Shakespeare. I believe that's being redeveloped into senior living facility. Turo Shakespeare in District C in Algiers.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you.
You mentioned Turo Shakespeare in Algiers in District C. I believe that's being redeveloped to a senior living facility. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's again, that went through this strategic working group already. So I believe that's correct.
As far as cemeteries, we had someone mentioned, Ms. Joan Gardner mentioned McDonaldville Cemetery. Half of us in Algiers, half of it is in Gretna. So I think she has some concerns about the city maybe not maintaining the Orleans Parish side of the McDonaldville Cemetery.
Is it it's called, is that the cemetery you're talking about?
McDonaldville Cemetery, yes, it's half of us in Gretna, half of us in Algiers.
I was listening to the council proceedings earlier for the first time. I did talk to Emily. She says there was an answer for it. The answer lies in that piece of property to Jefferson Parish, in charge of the whole property. So I don't know
How about this? Can you, I know Ms. Gardner is watching and or listening. Can you publicly give her someone's contact information so she can reach out and find out the long answer? She's
Yes.
asking.
Of course we can.
So what is it, an email or phone number you want to give for Ms. Gardner, who I'm sure is watching right now?
So I can forward it to all the people. You want me to give the email now?
Yeah.
Okay, it's MTESH.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is about parking. Maybe Mr. Sterling can chime in. I know he was a parking person for a while. There's a lot of parking, illegal parking in the French quarters with people taking out their license plates and covering their VIN numbers so they don't get towed, or so they don't get ticketed, but they end up getting booted and or towed. Is there any city-owned property that the service, and a lot of them are service workers. So is there any city-owned property that the service workers can use? On the top of my head, I'm thinking maybe the municipal auditorium parking lot, and maybe have it, we can work out a busing system so they don't get towed or ticketed for There's very limited parking in the French Quarter.
We received a message from your office about that last week, so we decided to take a look and we'll see exactly what can be made as in the way of parking. There's a couple of things there that, just from someone who worked in parking for a while, it's a couple of concerns, particularly when it comes down to safety and security and liability for the city. But it's something that we can look into. Obviously, people shouldn't be illegally parking, but there's a way to get in the system. And if there's out there, people are going to do it. And, I understand why they're doing it. But for the long-term purposes, there's some parking and spaces over there. But as I said, there's some issues that we have to explore from the side of pragmatism and liability issues.
But so long you're working them out.
Yeah.
That's all. That's good.
We'll keep you up to date on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's my 3.
You all good?
Good.
All right, we have 47 online comments. No, I'm kidding. We have none. So that you got to keep it light. I mean, you just say it with authority and people believe it. So we're all done for today. Just quickly for tomorrow, Municipal and Traffic Court, Clerk of Criminal District Court, Office of Inspector General, Ethics Review Board, Civil Service, New Orleans Business Alliance, Downtown Development District, Algiers Development District, New Orleans Aviation Board, and RTA. Thank you all very much. We
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Parking. We could have it.